Mic check. Lumatami, you're already in here, I see. I saw someone came in the chat. We hadn't even started up. I knew I had to start it up. So here we are, people. I don't know if you're still here, but salutes to everyone that's coming in right now. Hold the fuck on. It says that we were live for 9 minutes. Am I geeking? What's going on here?
I don't know. I'm not even on your YouTube, bro.
You see that? No. It doesn't. Oh, it's not going to show you here on StreamYards.
No,
Never
I put up
mind.
another tab. I'm looking on YouTube.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, man, because it's telling me we've been. It's telling me that we've been on here for 10 minutes right now.
That's weird. It says
All
49 seconds for me, bro.
Okay, good. That's fine. Well, that's just.
Side.
It must be.
Maybe that's a StreamYard counter or something. I don't know.
That's that thing. Remember, people were saying that it was showing up. I was showing up as being like 8 minutes ahead in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? Yeah.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
If I type here in the private chat,
the watch count is not right now. Like,
hey, I'm gonna drop
the proper watch count right now.
I'm gonna drop the link for you, Illumitami. I want to hear what you guys say, bro. Hey, this is a cool looking. I got a cool picture for this one. One, two, three. Mic check. Let's go. That's right, Mark Basket. Great to see you. Thanks for always coming through and saying what's up, man. What's up?
Your mic's good and clear. Can you not hear me good right now?
Am I coming in poor? My mic's coming in bad?
No, you're coming in great. It must be me.
Okay. Hey, Grand Rising, Angela Baby Carson. Good to see you. And, sorry about the, I guess I don't need to be sorry, but, yeah, I'm not going to say sorry, but, all the veganism, anti-veganism that Flow State was coming with. Hope I made it clear. I got love for the vegans. All the vegans are welcome. And I got respect for vegans. I think most of them are healthy and spiritually in tune, even though I still eat meat and I'm not vegan. I appreciate everyone, whatever the diet is, There's a lot of things out here that are far healthier. I'd rather people be vegan or keto and whatever. And even if they want to say like it's the best way or other people should do it, if it's healthy for them in that community and other people hop on that train and it's good for them, then all the more power to it, right? I'd rather people be eating keto and preaching about it, or eating veganism or eating vegan and preaching about it, right? Rather than the standard American diet, rather than that sad shit, right? Yeah, I'd much rather people be really into a certain like subsection of all these different diets that exist, right? Rather than just the standard food pyramid, too many grains, all these carbs.
The Mediterranean diet is supposed to be one of the best diets in the world.
Every time I hear that, I think of salads, like Mediterranean salad.
They fuck with salads and a lot of fish, a lot of olive oil, pastas.
But I know you're not judging anyone, Angela. I know you're not judging anyone. Oh, I'm fucking tripping. I thought you were a vegan. Hey, salutes to everyone. Hey, I still stand by what I'm saying with the vegans. I love the vegans. You know who I don't like though is Vegan Gains. That guy is such a jerk, man. He is so rude. He is so pretentious, man. It's bad. It's really bad. It's just like a weird. He had his time. He had his place for anyone that knows about Vegan Gains. And now he's kind of a meme and just a thing of the past. A lot of negative energy from that guy, man. You can just tell he is unhappy. Wow. Vegan Gains. But anyway, that's cool. I'm into real health as well, Angela Baby Carson. I'm really into optimizing and trying to take care of the body. I'm not the healthiest person out there, but I definitely know I'm more than average, and I put the energy and effort into it. I've learned about nutrition. I've learned about sleep. I've learned about all these different things which coalesce together, right? And make who we are, determine our quality of life, how we eat, what we eat, when we eat, the space between, what are we drinking, how much are we drinking diuretics or diuretics compared to drinking actual good mineralized spring water and staying hydrated. So these are things I love to talk about, and I will in the future actually make pre-recorded videos and just give breakdowns of what I think about certain things when it comes to what we call health. Because right now, I think it's fair to say that there's a lack of health, good health, even decent health within this world right now. Yeah, so shout out to everyone, man. Illuma Tommy, I'm gonna let you in here, but I don't want you stirring up trouble. Before I let you in, bro, I don't want to hear about. But you know what? I'm not gonna say that. You talk about what you want to talk about, man. But just if it has to do with Paul enslaved or anything, I'm not keeping up with. I got some people I know I got people I know that are cool that got issues with him. I don't have any issue with that guy, his community. I go over there, I say what's up to people. And I see a bunch of people over there that I've seen in other streams that are pretty cool people and I like listening to. I like listening to Z on the panel, even if I got people that I know and I'm cool with that, don't want anything to do with him or don't like him. That's besides the point. I'm not in any campaign here. I got people I'm cool with, but I'm not a part of any type of clique, any type of faction. Whether people realize it or not, people form these factions, right, with these different communities. And ultimately, people are individuals still and can, congregate with who they please and who they see fits and who they are interested in talking to. So I just want to say that, Illuma Tommy. I don't know. I've heard it the past couple times, man. And to be honest, like, I'm not trying to talk about any type of YouTube drama, for lack of better terms and words, right now. So just keep that in mind. I don't know if you're coming in here to warn us of, the next attack or whatever the heck, Not to undermine anything you say, bro. I know there's some shit going on in the communities right now. AK, what's up, man?
Trying to get a cool Star Wars picture with Teddy.
Wow, Angela Baby Carson, do you really homestead? I'm telling you, there's a bunch of people that I've ran into, like Freedom Grower, creating a homestead in Colorado, who I kept mixing up with Dr. E. That's a funny little inside joke for anyone that knows about that. I think Mary. There's a couple different people I've seen on here. Sunkissed. I think Sunkissed has chickens and has her own land out there, like some farmland. Like, dude, there's a lot of people on here that homestead or are down with the
garden at the mine, bro. I invited her up. I invited Sunkissed up to help me garden at the mine because she knows her shit.
Respect. All right. Hey, I really want to talk to Mind's Eye again at some point, man. That dude's hella interesting. And honestly, I've heard him talking about how the earth is not flat. And like, I'm pretty much down with like the flat earth stuff. I think it makes more sense, but he's a smart ass guy. So, I got a lot of respect for him and how he thinks. I definitely want to hear him explain why it appears flat, but it's not, because I'll listen to Mind's Eye, man, because I really like his takes on everything. We're a hydroidal
field, though, bro.
Even if
he's got it right, it's because we're
you got it.
A donut, and it's not a donut. It's like a flat donut. If that makes sense. If you look at the way a hydroidal field is shaped and stuff, you can see they can be compressed down too. Not just.
That's why I talk about the disc, right? I talked about reality is the primordial ohm, which comes up from like nothingness and then creates this second dimensional disc, which is the yin yang fish, the black and white fish. They spin around like a CD-ROM that you stick in, and then it generates the video game on the TV, or the DVD generates the movie
it also
TV or the computer.
Physical audio note. You can hear it if you listen to your machine. Ooh, you hear those hard drives, spin up.
Right. Uh-huh.
That's like a hum right there, kind of.
I see what you're saying. That hum
It's
of
on
the
like a micro
machinery.
level. Imagine if that thing was huge, right?
Hey, respect, bro. I like that. I know exactly what you're saying. I see that for sure. You described it well.
Oh shit! Shut up, BB-8.
You're good. I can mute you if you need.
No, I was just moving this damn thing and putting it back together. I was trying to play with this stupid droid.
Right. So what I was saying, you got the white and black fish that spin around like a disc, the yin yang fish. It's like a CD-ROM of reality that is put in by God, and he's singing a tune while he puts in the disc, right? Or maybe it's like God putting the record player on the vinyl, or the record on the vinyl player, and that vinyl is the yin yang fish spinning around in 2D, which is generating that holographic reality that we experience here and other places. 3D, 3D/4D, and people talk about 5D, 6D, and all this stuff. 3 and 4, those two densities have to do with the holographic nature of things, which projects from that 2D disc. So reality is flat to a certain degree, like a microchip or like a disc, which then generates, the screen, the stuff on the screen, and the screen being our perception itself, God's perception, all these different screens that are tapping into this reality. So it's something to remember about, quote unquote, third and fourth dimension. It's holographic in nature. It's dense, right? It's physical matter, but physical matter is still technically holographic.
Light, that's what makes me think that too, because everything's vibrating as light, so it's got to be holographic, right? That's what it makes me think. Because I know everything's made of light. I know we're all vibrating. If the sound and light wasn't here, we wouldn't be here. So it's a vibrational field that's not solid. We just think it is. It's like you think glass is solid. It's not. Give glass 50 years and come back and look at it. It looks like it's melting. Have you ever seen old glass crystals? It's pretty neat. It's a liquid. We think it's solid.
Oh, I know what. Yeah. I know what you're talking about with glass. Mm-hmm.
When I first found that out, I was like, "Whoa, what? What do you mean glass is liquid? No fucking ways! This shit, ding, ding, ding. It's it's a solid, right? Nope. It's a very, very slow liquid."
I want everyone to go ahead and subscribe. That's interesting, AK. See, I like that you know about minerals, about rocks, about you're connected to the earth, bro. You got a lot of that earth energy, right? I mean, look at what you do, gold mining.
She's alive, bro.
Hey, so hold up.
I think the corpses were blood.
Hold on. 1 second, bro. I just want to say, everyone, go ahead and subscribe to Angela Baby Carson if you're not already. She's been throwing a lot of love in the chat, tapping in, lighting up the chat along with Mark Basket. I'm going to welcome Kimba and Illumitami. I'm sorry I've been holding you in the back. I'm going to go ahead and let you on now, man. We just broke 10 people. Let's get it. Appreciate it, Kimba. Appreciate it. The giraffe, yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed to get over the giraffe, You have to stay under it. It stands tall. It stands tall above everyone else, right? So you don't get to get over the giraffe. Yeah. I can even.
I'm just kidding. It was funny. It was a funny picture.
That's why I say, Oh,
is that what the draft says?
No.
Yeah, it says that when I spur him. Look at his gut. What? Hey. Every time you hear Christos. Every time, bro. I told you.
He said. So, are you bringing me up? ?
That was a minute ago too. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm not popping up on my screen as audible.
Every time I'm talking to Christos, you got to come and get in my fucking lap and do all lovey-dovey. He likes you, bro.
Was that like a half pug or something? What is that?
No, he's a chug. He's a half pug, half chihuahua.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my dog's I'm sure you saw my dog when I was walking him. He's a border collie pit bull. It's like one of the
The black
best
dog, yeah.
things I've ever had.
I got 2. They're both rescues. I rescued this
Oh
one
yeah,
from a
that's the
hooker,
way to go.
and
I mean, I
rescued the other
don't
one from a
want
method.
I don't want pet shop dogs to go
Goddamn.
without a house, but if you want a dog to appreciate you, go pull one out of the Dumb Friends League, or a dog that
Ooh.
was free, then caged, then free again. That dog will
Mm-hmm.
give you a lot more.
Moose lived a rough life on the road, literally with a prostitute, and he was living off of like McDonald's and shit for like the past year before I got him.
Yeah.
AK, you should take a picture of this, AK. Yeah, you could use this, bro. I bet you could use this.
Hold on 1 second. I'll get a picture.
It's got a little bit of caffeine in it, but it's got a lot of other things as well, man. It's got lion's mane. It's got caffeine. It's got L-tyrosine, a naturally occurring amino acid, which people say is somewhat similar to Adderall. Yeah,
You know
it's
what
like
else is similar to Adderall?
All right, turn it
You
to
know
the
what's
back.
very similar to Adderall?
What's
to the back, please.
Illumitami? What is similar to
shit
Adderall?
that shit everybody tries to tell me I'm on every time I come on their
I'm trying to get a
stream
picture of the
that
back.
there's famous television shows about.
Right. So you aren't you just saying that you would know, right? Like, what do you mean?
Well, right now today I was gonna say that I'm drinking a PewDiePie G Fuel, which is also in that family, but whenever
like the black Betty pills used to take at truck stops, the little things.
they're part. It's all stimulants, my dude. It's all stimulants. From methamphetamine to caffeine, it's all stimulants. And what level of stimulant that is.
Christus was just telling me I should drink less caffeine in the evenings and help my sciatic nerves and sleeping. I'm gonna take his advice and try that.
It will. Like, even if you don't feel the hype of the caffeine, you're still not getting to that rested REM level because caffeine.
I drink it all day long. And
yeah. So it's almost like you heard what we were talking about backstage when I was talking with AK about not drinking caffeine late at night and what it does to your brain chemistry and how it basically is pushing back. I don't remember what it's called, but basically it's setting you at a deficit so that when you wake up, like you're not getting the REM sleep, you're not getting proper good sleep at all, and you're waking up at a deficit with what's going on in your brain chemistry. And it's not acetylcholine. That's not what something that sounds like that, I think. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about here. Even if you have, like you said, even if you have a tolerance to caffeine and, you can supposedly drink one like before bed and it doesn't get you hyped up. I heard OTW talk about this. I heard Ian talk about this. I've heard different people talk about this and say, oh, yeah, I could have an espresso before bed. No problem. That's not going to keep me up. And this is no judgment against anyone, them or anyone else. But this is just me speaking on what I know about health. That's not healthy. You're fucking your sleep. You're not getting proper sleep at all. You're not getting healthy quality REM sleep. And you're setting yourself up for a cycle of being constantly dependent on the stimulant of caffeine or whatever it be. And hey, I know about this. I use Kratom. Look, I understand the adrenals. I understand the concept, the hypothetical concept of adrenal fatigue, even though I guess it's not technically a thing. It is a thing in the pure sense of what it implies with energy and adrenaline and basically being like the mice that tap that pleasure button so much that, right, it baselines and you're not even getting the true energy or balance or clarity or focus. I won't lie, I've been on caffeine here for the past couple months. I've been getting on the caffeine grind past couple months, but literally like 2 or 3. Before that, it would be the most I would have is like 20 milligrams in a tea or something. 20 to 30 milligrams.
I drink like 6 to 8 cups of coffee a day, and they're this size.
Hey, shout out to you, Angela Baby Carson, because it's good to see other people feel me on that.
Yeah, if Angela wants to, if Angela likes to type, that's fine. But I like to come up on panels just because I hate typing. But I wanted to see what she thinks of. I'm making an OnlyFans for my dog to help fund an animal rescue that I want to do on my land.
So it's like a joke, right?
Yeah,
but it's like it was like a Patreon though. It's like a Patreon, like for your dog.
this
You're
is
not.
the no,
It's
no.
not
Listen,
posing in photos or anything.
no. This is the misconception of when people hear OnlyFans. It is
I
designed.
know what you mean. Yep.
It is designed for thoughts to be their own private host, but all kinds of artists are on there putting their shit out because it is like a Patreon, but OnlyFans, if your shit is getting ripped off and posted somewhere else, OnlyFans will chase it down and delete it for you. So that's why I even told that place I'm tired of being associated with. I told him one day, I was like, dude, you could make an OnlyFans and people will not only have to pay the membership, but OnlyFans will negate your shit everywhere else. Because I get a full circle experience out of my whole life, and dude, I come here because of this vibe you're bringing, and even you are now affected by like. I don't see how I'm so attached to that darkness that's in that place I will not name. Like I prided myself on going there to be a lone warrior against that for 6 months, and I am coming off like the demon in my picture. And it's just more of my experience and how I learn. But I too have land. I've got 10 acres right on a river that Duran Duran sings about, and my next stock explosion is going to put a building on it, and I'm going to try and get down there and have some Starlink to still keep in touch. I like to say off-grid more than homesteader, because homesteading is fine, but it gives me that vibe of like a man and a woman holding up a pitchfork for a painting, and that's definitely not me. I'm a loner, a dog lover, I guess. I'm a loner stoner.
What's that
That's
one
all,
song?
Angela, you can come up here. Well, like me and the AK aren't camera shy, but I'm just not dressed to be shown. I could throw some clothes on if I need to use the camera, but you could come up and talk.
I don't like always being on the camera. I look just like my picture, so y'all know what I look like.
And I have a lot of stigma from as long as I've been in that dark place with them telling me I'm just there to get camera time and show off. It's like I have my own stigma I'm trying to shake off that I don't want to bring to other people's broadcasts.
Yeah,
you're fine, bro. I wouldn't be letting you up here if I thought you were, like just trying to cause trouble or a bad person.
I appreciate it. That's why I gave you those Rogan props. I see that in you.
I respect to you, bro. I like you. Actually, I want to talk to you about stuff. I don't have an issue with you. I won't lie. I was just,
Right.
I don't know. I just smoked, so maybe I was just getting paranoid when you came up here. And there was no slight against you by holding you in the back for so long. I just wanted to get some words in with AK before I let more people in.
Shout to Michelle Moretti in the chat. Little detail about Michelle, I had left the dark place and just took a break, and she's the one that hit me up by email because she heard crypto millionaires were getting killed off, and she wanted to check up on me to make sure my dog wasn't starving to death. And I was like, girl, you are a message from God, because that's all I ask for is if I get killed, I want somebody to find my dog. And she never even knew that and knew I had a dog. So that's my girl. In a sense.
Salutes. Yeah, hey, much respect to everyone. Good to see you, Michelle.
I don't know where you're from, Christos, but you give me this vibe of my hometown West Virginia crew that were like the Bonnaroo kids and stuff, that they're just like you, and that's why I like to come to your show.
Well, I appreciate it. I definitely see that you're an interesting character. You seem like an authentic person. And let me see if I can get this to focus here. My bad, it's a little grainy. But anyway, I appreciate that. I definitely I try, I know that I'm on a certain vibe. And there's a lot of other people out here as well that are on
I got it.
A whole nother level with how we think and how we speak and talk about things and how we build with each other with our thoughts. So like you're one of many other people that have said about me going places and doing big things, basically, right? So
Hold on, Chris,
I
let's pull it
appreciate
back
that.
just a tad.
Yeah,
So
let me
there's you.
hold.
You almost had it. You were close. It was like,
Hold on,
dude,
I'm changing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's got B12 in it,
Hey,
I noticed.
actually,
That's
if you Google
There
that
we go.
product, the website will probably bring up that nutritional
Yeah,
chart
I'm
because
just
Oh,
it's
yeah,
got
here.
curves
Here we
and
go.
bends.
You just
I got it.
right. Yeah, no, my
Got it.
I need to get a new camera for real. Because this one is I need to clean it, and it's just also
That's
at
not
the
too
low
bad. Yours is
quality.
better than mine, bro. Yeah. I can read it on my phone here with this photo. I took.
I'm just trying to see if I can even get it, or if it's just gonna be like that. Anyway,
No,
I'm
we
gonna
can read it
stop
right now,
doing
right there. Stop. We can read it. It's good for us. I'm on the big screen. We can see it a lot better.
it. Okay.
These days, the thing
It's
I'm
fun playing
paying
with stuff that's like
attention,
a mirror, you know.
Mm-hmm.
the thing I've been paying attention to on ingredients labels is looking for if crickets are added, and I'm not gonna eat
Oh.
you know, because they use a different word. I
I'm
forget the
looking for
word they
her,
use if crickets are in
237.
it.
Christos. I
It's
look
like
Yeah.
for
Did you
TR237.
just?
Red dye 40, red dye 60, all those.
yellow 6 is not good. I know that, but any of those
Well, if you
dyes
don't,
I consume too
don't
much of.
eat her 237. ATR 237.
Hey, so I'm gonna put you on the
You can see that on the
spot,
label.
Tommy, and I'm just gonna say you seem pretty amped up a lot, bro. You seem like you got a lot of energy. You just drink a lot of coffee, or you do
I
kratom like I do, or what's the word? You microdose? You use nootropics and herbs? Like, are you doing some
I
other things on
will.
the low? Like, what's going on, bro? Because I know people have accused you, I guess, of like tweaking, but like, you gotta see where people are coming from with some of the streams, with how you're
Oh,
moving
I'm
around
not
and
offended
talking.
at all. If I would really, the thing that's hard to sum up is I'm always just speaking off of my experience, and that's what makes me look so all directions, rambly, talk a lot. It's like I've put it like if you take a map of your city and make a dot in that map and say that's the truth, you can put me anywhere in that city and I'll take a route. I'll find the route to that dot. So I can take any subject and lead into another subject and not even know it. But as far as substances, I'll always be honest about what I've done and what I might be currently on. But the passion you're talking about is mostly dependent on the subject. Because if you hit me with a subject I'm about, I'll just shoot off. I'll just start rambling. And that's people I meet on the street, people I know in person.
I hear you.
It's just the
Okay.
real. It's the realness.
Right, but can I just do you drink caffeine though, like at all, or?
I am drinking I don't know if you know what G Fuel is, but I'm drinking a
Oh,
G
I'm
Fuel
sorry.
right
You
now.
just told me that. I apologize. Yeah. Okay. Wait.
I don't
Oh
think
my
I've had
God.
that.
What? Are you just like
You get a
trolling
brain
yourself?
fart.
Is this just to like mess around, or you just wanted to try it out? Like, 'cause you know that stuff's horrible, right?
Yeah, but compared to actual energy drinks, this one seems to be shooting for the no sugar, and there doesn't look like there's a whole lot of ingredients on it either. But PewDiePie is kind of a health nut himself, and this is his actual flavor.
PewDiePie's cool, but G
Yeah.
Fuel is dumb. G Fuel is bad, bro. Like you like look into it online.
Yeah, I
They
will. I will.
But
And
I'm
that's
not giving you shit for real. I've seen a lot of things about G Fuel being like they sell it like something, but if you really look in depth, it's not the
I
move.
totally agree. I'll look into it, but that's what I'm trying to say with my association to the dark side is at any time I'm willing to talk to that dude like we're talking right now. And it amazes me that so many people can't see it. Like I'm known as the heel over there for standing up for the light side, you know? And I've leaned into this name because I forget why I thought up Illumitami. It's like an old troll from years ago that I don't remember why. And so many people on YouTube are triggered by my screen name. And I just rolled with it because they created this, you know? It's like I'm Mexican Joker, if you remember that episode of South Park. Like, do you want a Mexican Joker? Because that's how you make a Mexican Joker. But dude, it's
Wow.
like, have you ever heard of Death Wish coffee? Whenever I've told people
Trip,
back
dude.
in,
That's so. Lumitami. I was gonna literally bring
what's that?
I was literally gonna bring up that brand when I was gonna ask you about coffee. I just got the vibe that like I should ask him about Death Wish coffee. I can see him drinking it.
So I started drinking that back in my Breaking Bad days, and that's how I would catch people off guard. They'd be like, "Hey, what do you think of the Death Wish coffee?" And I'd be like, well, I smoke meth, so I don't know what to tell you about Death Wish." I'm like, I don't know. It's just another drink to me. Whenever you're smoking meth, it's like
Oh, okay.
nothing's gonna
So
nothing's
you
gonna top
used to.
meth.
Okay, so you used to.
I used to, but what I've told the dark side is I've got no problem. I tell people I will do it again, and I'll tell you when I'm on it because it's just another thing that you prescribe to kids. That in 1950s, housewives were doing it to stay trim and clean the house. In 19 whatever World War II, the Germans were doing it to stay alert and shoot Americans. Like, dude. I'm a Lumitami, dude. It's all one circle to me. I'm always in one big picture, whether I'm the heel or the hero. I'm just an experience that you guys say is a Lumitami, and I'm having that experience. And you're the Christos experience this time, AK's the AK experience this time, and that's all I know is that I don't know. That's why I don't judge anybody. Like, I'll stand against someone if they're taking a hostile side. Like, I'll play my part where you add me, but I'm just trying to be what I want to see in other people as well.
Well, I appreciate you, I guess, challenging things. And I don't think you're a bad guy, but you hmm. Yeah, there's definitely an interesting energy from you, man. I think I'm still trying to discern, you know. I'm still trying. I've
Uh,
only talked to you a couple times, but
all
I trust that you're genuine. I can tell that you're genuine, you know.
and you
I
have
think you're
to.
eccentric. I think you're
I
eccentric, but
am.
I
I
know
will. I
I'm
will.
eccentric, so I am.
Yeah. So all I would say to that is that's all anybody can do. And I want everybody to know that as long as you're honestly just asking me to know and not in a hostile gotcha sense, I'm an open book, because that's security. That's your freedom, is to just walk in truth and not have to remember or hide or deceive. Like, I forget shit I've said in the dark place because I know if you ask me again, if it's my truth, I'll just go back to that same general answer and I don't have to try and remember what I said. But in the chat, when they're saying don't promote,
I'm in agreement with Christos, man. That stuff is bad, bro. Just be aware, man.
what's that?
I said I'm in agreement with Christos. That stuff is just bad, man. So just be aware of what you're putting in your body.
What stuff? The drinks or the meth or what?
The drugs.
Yeah. I try and remember to tell people don't do it because I am this singularity where you guys are all saying it's bad and warning, and that's fine. Now,
Wait, I thought
imagine,
you said you did it in the past. Didn't you do? You heard him say he used to. I don't think he's like saying he still does.
but I said I will do it again in the future, and I
Oh,
have
what
no
the
problem.
fuck?
Listen, I'm getting to
Bro.
that. Listen. Imagine what it's like to have you guys warning me when that stuff is how I'm a stock market independently wealthy guy. Because when I say that we prescribe it to kids as Adderall, yeah, man, when I did meth, I jumped on the market, I focused in, I geeked out, I made investments, and I haven't worked in a long time. I haven't been a slave to a paycheck in a long time because of that stuff. And I had never planned on doing it. Do you know how I got hooked on it? A gay guy trying to Bill Cosby me into fucking a straight guy. And I ended up doing substances against my will when I didn't know what he was pumping into me because I trusted him for so long. That dude had given me an Audi when my car broke down. He just gave me a spare Audi, and I had no idea that he'd eventually try and Bill Cosby me. And then when people say, hey, you've been a druggie all your life, that drug experience is why he didn't succeed in Bill Cosbying me, because of my tolerance for drugs. if it's getting too weird, I can gear it down. But like I said, man, this is truth. This is the path I've been in. I won't bullshit you. I know people will bring it back to me and try and hold it against me.
It's all good, man. We're not going to get stuck on the subject. I was just trying to let you know, man. I just don't agree with it, and you should be aware.
Yeah,
right. And today is a day I cannot also react to the chat. Like if I'm using filters, I can't see the chat, but today I can talk and see the chat. And I'm just kind of responding to this is getting weird. And like I can adapt. We can change gears. No problem to me. If YouTube shut down,
what's your biggest Mandela effect, Tommy?
Yeah, no, my bad, bro. When you said you're gonna do X, Y, Z again, I said what, bro?
To answer
Jeep Girl, I'm not addicted to anything. I can do anything I want, set it down, and walk away. I have a college degree in applied science that the dark place doesn't let me reference, but Z's allowed to reference his doctorate. So I'm just a lone wolf, man. I'm anybody's friend. I'm anybody's enemy. If you drop the me into whatever substance or people, I'm going to react according to that environment, you know? I wear body armor and carry a gun to walk my dog because of the neighborhood I live in. If I lived in Sherman Oaks, California, probably wouldn't have to do that stuff. And you guys are me. Like you are me. I am you. And we are this. That's the type of silence I shoot for.
Then I want you to stop doing that stuff then.
What's that?
If you're part of me, then I don't want you to do that stuff no more then.
No. It's like we are individual flesh sacks, but once that flesh sack is decaying in the ground, I'd like to think we all are that same thing that has this experience. Like the thing that separates us is, you know, you're in Alaska and you know that's your wife that I shouldn't put my penis in. But when we all go in the ground, we remember, oh, we were always this. No, Sean, I am not. But, and while I take no offense, I think what holds us back is the chat mentality that I can say I'll tell you when I do it again, but you still can't even hear that I'm not right now. And that's why you can't hear that you prescribe it to kids and that I'm drinking a form of it that's sold on shelves. Is like the ego wants to put me down to boost itself up. But really, I'm just trying to share in the benefit of anyone that'll hear me. And I want to hear it from other people. Like when AK is talking about Alaska, I'm all ears if I want to know about Alaska, you know?
Thanks.
Hey, well, you know,
ask me, I don't mind answering questions about up here, y'all. I love talking about bear. I love it up here. It's like I fucking went into Skyrim on Earth.
Right. And I can show you guys pictures of my land if you want. But when I say I'm gonna do that shit again, it's like, yeah, the first time I'm on my land with building materials and plans, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna want to spend like 48 hours just focusing, turning, like having lights powered for nighttime and just building, because I already feel behind. Like I've owned that land for a couple years now, since before the pandemic, and I feel behind as far as getting down there and getting to work on what I want to do with it. And me and Jeep Girl, we have a lot of misunderstandings because I want to encourage her to come up to panels and talk, because all I know of her is chat. And we all know the misunderstandings that happen when you're reading text rather than like interacting with someone. Yeah. So in that dark place, yeah, she's a long time attendant of that dark place. And I won't say we've always been cool over there, but I also recognize how much of it is I'm just reading and she's watching a guy take on people.
Earlier, with that same what you're just saying, man, that's funny. And then like I was texting him something, and he called me, and he's like, "Wait a minute." And I was just texting. He's like, "Oh, I'm glad I got that text first." It was funny, bro. What odd synchronicity, huh, Christmas?
his new thing is pointing out shit I've said on other channels and in chat,
cool,
and he doesn't realize it's like,
Yeah.
that's all for you, my dude. Like, you are free to ask me about that shit because I'm expecting you to look for what I say about you on other channels because you kick me off yours for saying it, and it's just because I want to help you when I see your shortcomings.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where'd our host go?
I don't know. He must be having some technical issues. He'll be back. If it's a real big
Yeah.
issue, he's got my cell number, so we'll just continue
Right.
on.
Have you ever seen Joe Cool come here right now? Well, Christo's kind of just started streaming, right?
Yeah, this is like his third or fourth one, I think, something like that.
Okay. I'll have to try and get Joe Cool to swing by here. He is cool. And we're friends because of perpetuated static that the dark place tried to form between us is really what made us like figure each other out and be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this Angela thing. Because Angela, like I said, I'm always willing to explain myself. You are a millionaire, but you need it. On fans rescue animals. I don't understand that. I have been rescuing animals. Okay, so I would say I'm Rob Cleveland helped me come to the term hood rich. Like right now, I would say I'm hood rich to where it's like you can give a finger to paycheck distributors, but I do need my next stock play to go through before I can start developing my land. And the OnlyFans, while I don't have confidence it'll catch on because of the way OnlyFans promotes, it's like they don't just take all these small town people with OnlyFans and throw them in the algorithm. The same way I tell all these channels I visit, it's like you do realize YouTube is never going to push these low count channels to any kind of like algorithm reference. Like you already got to be a Fox News or an established famous person.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get. I'm not here for counts, bro. I don't give a fuck how many numbers I get ultimately.
Right.
I'm not
So Angela,
the content of the people, the quality, and the good morals of the people that I'm attracting. That's what I care about.
Yeah. So Angela, the OnlyFans
I have 10 people doing the day, as long as they're real, and they actually show emotions and they care. And,
Angela, the OnlyFans idea was just for that constant like dog food fund. Like if there's a couple people that are doing $5 a month because they know what it's about, that would cover the ongoing costs. But yeah, I have no trouble admitting that I'm not here to throw everyone $1,000 and be Oprah, like you get a school. No, I just have enough money to give the finger to tyrant paycheck distributors, and I'm still on my tip of getting more to make more plans come to fruition. So yeah, sorry if I overstated. Because the dark side wants to make fun of me that I can admit I've taken 2.5 working girls off the street because I have an extra room to offer people. Like I started to offer Jack Talcott my extra room, and then I was like, oh, the way Jack Talcott is, I'm not sure if I can.
That's something to be proud of, bro.
Yeah, and I've been given shit for bragging about my charities, and I'm like, well, if you don't tell people things you've done, they don't get the encouragement to do it, you know? There is bragging about charity, but then there's just sharing what you've done.
Yeah, but that's like me talking about the mind shit, man. I like telling people about it. I feel it feels good to talk about it.
Yeah.
I like having people to talk to about with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't like discovery, bro. I don't have a way to outlet my cool shit to the world. Y'all are my outlet to show y'all my cool shit.
Exactly.
My cool life, my cool perspective.
Yeah, when I go to these channels, I think of it as by the time I'm down on my land wanting to be a lone hermit, I will hopefully still be able to come see you guys to get my interaction with humans. Because, man, if I get hurt or something down there, it's like 30 miles to the next established town or anything.
Yeah, if I get hurt at the mine, I got 25 miles to the closest semblance of a medical facility.
And when you were talking about your mine as a person that used to do a lot of spelunking in West Virginia, I was asking, have you seen, I don't think it was the same channel, but it's the guy that does Internet Historian. He did a show about this guy that got trapped in a mine, like back in the colonial days. And he was trapped under rocks with his head sticking out, and people had to like go through an arduous task just to bring him more food and water while they're trying to figure out how to get his ass out. And I won't spoil the end of it. I'll find the channel and what the video is called. But it's one of those things where that's something that would have me in dismal fear to go through that. Like, I don't want to be trapped in a cave in the dark, only getting food, water, and contact as people have. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy story.
Yeah. Ivan's been teaching me about the underground methods of mining, and it's all different, your geology, because there could be like shale rock, which is all fragmented and can just collapse easier. Those sections you got to completely board up with, you put your columns up, your main beams, and you put a roof beam going across. And we're using spruce. We'll do square cut spruce, and you pretty much like wedge it in there with wedges and stuff, and then you put like planking along the wall and the roof. Like you make a whole wood tunnel in that whole section if you're running into shell like rock.
That's why we're going to talk to
columns. And you can either chisel out your ore by hand, which is I'm going beast mode at first. I don't want to dig up fucking 10-year-old dynamite and fuck with that. Sorry, that's plan C. But
and see,
we use drills and air compressors.
I've got 60-foot cliffs that I want to put like 5-star caves in the side of. If you guys have heard of glamping, it's like glamorous camping for people.
That shit's tight, bro.
So what you're talking about? So what you're talking about in mining, it's like all dependent on what you find you're digging into, whether it's volcanic rock, sandstone.
A government official from out NASA, they call it blocking in. It's when a government official comes out and he surveys your vein and he tells you the minimum amount of the ore and the minimum amount that you'll get of it there. He's a professional assayer. So they can look at the land and tell you the X amount of weight of what should be there and what this is going to, okay, I guesstimate it's going to be a little higher than this, but this is my minimum. You're not going to get anything lower than this number. So we got data. It's a lot of money there. And that's just in one mine in vein. Like there's a mine above our mine. If you look up in any of my videos, the section where I'm like looking way up the Valley River and there's the mountain ranges on either side of me. If you look up to the left, you'll see there's like a zigzagging road. That goes up to another mine. That's someone else's mine that's up there. But I think Ivan actually was getting the rights to that one or something like that.
So I want to get back to the host Mandela question, but I got to tell you, AK, just make sure someone always knows you're fucking with that shit. Like the whole story I was talking about, you guys need to look up. It's like he was down there fucking around in the cave and no one knew he was. So
I always have Flora. Yeah. She's my security, bro. She rocks the 12 gauge when I'm in the water.
Yeah, it took days for people to figure out he wasn't around and go look for him in that cave. So he was already hungry and tired before they even started the long task of what they tried. And once again, I won't spoil all the events, but it gets crazy. And then
double reinforcing my mind, bro. I'm gonna go hard and I'm gonna make sure it's safe too. Because I feel you, bro. That shit scares me too, dude. I'm going to go do it, but I'm going to face my fears and get my ass fucking underground and go make me some fucking money for me and my honey and my commune. But, it's going to be a little scary. I'm going to have a little butthole pucker moments. Oh, shit. This is sketchy.
So, Christos, on the Mandela question.
But it's going to be fun, and I'm going to film it and take you guys along with me.
Well, hopefully by then or in the near future, what we're doing here is just going to be all of us wearing virtual glasses that we kind of look like we're all there, even though we're not standing around each other. It'll look like that through your glasses.
I'm getting away from their tech, dude. I don't even want RF frequencies at my commune, man. It's going to be
Well,
away
you're
from
going to have to
radio
trade off
frequency.
contact. Like I don't want cell phones or Starlink there, but it's the only way I'm going to keep contact.
I don't need
Like if
contact.
you go totally
I'm
off
okay with like a
grid.
handheld radio because you know what I mean. You got like your little, you know what I mean, the normal like work radio. Then you're only broadcasting the RF frequency while you're holding the button down.
And it's only picked up by
No, it's
other
blast right
RF
quick
people,
to
though.
there. Well, no, anything can pick up RF frequency. It's light, bro. We're getting hit by light that we cannot see all the
I
time.
agree.
We are bombarded by light that we cannot see. That's all.
It's all frequency. Like the frequency you
light.
don't see that is this internet Wi-Fi connection.
Mhm.
It's just a different number on the
Everything
gauge.
is frequency and light, though, bro. We've been discovering this now, and now I can say it with more confidence when I talk about it because you guys have been teaching me more. Seems like everything's made of light and vibrations to me now. Most people aren't agreeing on that, so it makes me think about it a whole lot, you know.
If you guys saw me,
RF, that's a light. Light bulb goes
but
off
it's not
in my
just
head.
light. It's also the way you heat up food in the microwave. It's the same scale. It's the same scale of
like
that.
everything in existence, bro. Like even you.
I know. And that's why I don't want people to be defensive of my college degree because it's all the same.
I go, that's like literally like almost like a definition you use to describe a holographic matrix, you know? It's made of vibrating light that's thrown out from a projector. And we watch it. Come on. You guys see the correlation?
Yeah.
It's kind of trippy.
Yeah. I like what you're saying, AK.
It's why I walk on eggshells, but also why I openly say I'm a meat-eating globetard. I say to Wake TV and Paul Enslaved and here and everywhere, I walk around as a meat-eating globetard because I want to show you guys we don't have to be at each other's throats. And even if one of us is wrong, I'm trying to say you're still not stupid. Like that's what's missing in the Discworld community is I'm a guy from science that'll say, hey, even if flat earth is wrong, you're not stupid for it. You guys make plenty of plausible arguments on your side that I'm like, see, that's smart. That's intelligent critical thinking. So even if it's wrong and there's an end to the debate, I'm still your friend. I'm not going to hold it over your head. I'm not going to say, hey, remember when your stupid ass thought we were on a disc? Like, I'm not looking for that. And that's why Christos is pre-word for my attendance today is like, dude, let me explain. Like, I'm always willing to explain.
I like what you were just saying there, Lumatami. I understand where you're coming from and what you're getting across here. Yeah. Hey, salutes to you, man. I see you bringing the positive energy. You know.
Thank you, my dude. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna hate on you, no doubt. I won't lie though. I really thought that you were tweaking a couple times on different streams, bro. It looked like you were like scratching your head and like had to keep moving around super fast and shit. So that's why I had to, bring it up earlier.
It's all relative too. It's like I don't know when people are watching me on what streams. It's the same way people are hesitant about me if they've only seen me battling in that dark place. Like you get that whatever you get out of it. And just is what it is. And I try and stay transparent to untie these knots as quickly and easily as possible because I'm still getting my experience out of it where I can go channel to channel and observe how it's like, man, look how people perceive me just off of that dark place, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say this. I wasn't.
That drug has been horrible, so that's why I say what I say.
Well, hey, can you guys hear me all right? Am I coming in
Yeah.
odd? Okay.
No,
so
you're fine.
You're good,
I was
bro.
just gonna say, I didn't, really make too much of a correlation between you and the Paul guy. I just, like I was saying, I had seen you act certain ways, pretty amped up on streams. So if I had any type of judgment or, suspicions of you, which I definitely did at first, I'd say it wasn't even because of anything with the Paul guy. Like I think I saw you like warn Z about other people, or maybe I don't know. I just remember multiple people warning other people about other people on Z's
And
stream a
that's
couple weekends back, and I just remember you being one of those people. I think, and you seemed like paranoid, bro, and you were talking really fast, and I was like, man, I don't know about this guy, like, you
okay.
know.
And your cat was
That is
incoherent.
that
Your
is
cat replies is interesting.
that is just a body language of. Do you know
What
that?
did you mean when I asked you if you were doing meth, bro? And you replied, "Nah, I was actually a great extrovert on meth, helping old ladies get down steps because it's really just illegal Adderall."
Oh, I remember.
didn't
Here's
understand
another.
that, dude.
Here's
I didn't
another
know what
reason.
that meant, bro.
Here's
Like,
another
what does
reason.
that mean, dude?
Here's another reason I'm an open book is because I can't keep track of, like, I remember exactly what you're talking about. I can't keep track of who said what and what
No,
screen
I was
name
the
it
one that
was.
asked you. I'm hidden reality, bro.
Right. Wait, what do you mean you're hidden? Oh, you have an
Specifically, I asked
alternate screen name?
Illuminati, Illumatami, are you tweaking or something, dude? And then you responded within bit of Venom said something, and then you said something, and you said if not, or no, that was the world of. There was two more people that said a text before you, and then you replied, "Nah, I was actually a great extrovert on meth, helping old
Yeah,
ladies
yeah.
get steps because it's really just illegal Adderall." And you
Right.
you were saying something about Adderall on another stream. I remember you mentioned
Yeah, I
that.
remember. I remember. I'm
I've been
answering it.
listening to you, bro, trying to piece it together myself. I'm just
I know. I'm all over the place, right? Because I can
well,
get anywhere from any point. That's what I'm trying to explain.
yeah, I see
Um,
I see you guys everywhere. I mean, y'all see me
Hold
everywhere
on.
too.
Hey, hold
You
up,
going, Chip
guys.
Cat?
Slow down. Hold on. I just want to say to Max, I feel you, but I don't feel you because we're not even for real talking about drama. I was just
Yeah,
explaining to
we're
him.
not tripping.
I was actually explaining the lack of drama. I was explaining to Tommy why I was
Come on,
suspicious
we
of
talk
him at
about this
first,
shit.
and I was mentioning how it has nothing to do. I was mentioning how it has nothing to do with Paul, and like I was saying earlier, I think I don't have any problem with Paul. People are telling me, he made fun of me or whatever. If they go and clown people on other streams, and I happen to be on the stream, and maybe they took some like slight jabs at me, I really don't care. It's the internet, and like whatever. I got caught in crossfire, I guess, or whatever. But it's not. I didn't feel like I was like harassed or like people were like saying horrible shit about me either. Okay, cool. I've had plenty of people say something about my beret, or I eat like a rabbit because I eat raw vegetables and stuff. Look, a lot of this stuff I think it's funny or I'm proud of. Yeah, I eat like a damn rabbit with my raw celery and stuff, and I look like Che Guevara with my beret and my beard. Hell yeah, I do, and fuck that dude. I'm not.
that's
I
you,
don't like Che Guevara, but at least it's an aesthetic, you know.
right?
fuck all the ideology, but anyway, yeah, I was just saying to Max, yeah, and I'm not even for real trying to summon any drama here, but that's actually why I was hesitant at first to let Illumitami on, because I was worried that maybe, but you're just talking about community dynamics, man. I can feel the genuine energy from you, even if I think you might be doing some speed on the low here and there. If you said you're gonna do it again eventually, like that's besides the point. We don't need to talk about that as long as you're not overtly tweaking on my streams. Because if you are, I'm not gonna have you on. But I can tell you're chilling, bro. I can tell you're chilling right now, and you're saying some real shit. So I'm glad you
So
came on. I've seen you in the comments, and like I like seeing your comments because I see that I can tell you put like thought and energy into your comments. Like you're saying something that's worth reading. You know. And I've seen you do it like a couple times with my stuff. So I appreciate you, bro. I got no problem. I just wanted to let Max know we're not bringing any drama around here. In fact, I'm trying to defuse any type of anything that's getting lit up, uh,
so
before it happens.
I think there's an issue with humans where three words, I mean, there's more words, but let me say three words: drama, meth, and racism. I can see with people where it's all, as soon as they get uncomfortable about maybe their shortcomings or something they don't want to deal with, that's like the excuse word. Because it's like I tell my black friends, it's like, look, I know you as my friend sees how you fucked up that job interview, but could you see if you did not look at yourself that way, it would be easy to go, oh, they're racist and they didn't hire me, you know? It's like, oh, because of this idea of racism, it's keeping black people from like truly analyzing themselves and how they can improve themselves if they can just sum it up to, America's racist, you know? It's like, well, it's not racism that has you having full auto-steered 10mm Glock on your belt that you take to high school with you. That's not racism, you know? Like, drama. It's like you and I are sitting here working things out, being transparent and understanding each other, but people will hear this conversation and be like, oh, I'm not sticking around for this drama. Because to share and partake in a human experience can be intimidating to people. It can be like something you want to avoid sometimes. And I'm trying to keep track of both Chris's Mandela question I want to get back to and AK's question about my helping old ladies cross the street. I'd like to get into both of those.
Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something in the laundry room. Fucking machine ain't working.
But I don't want to come off like I'm tweaking all over the place by wanting to get to everybody's questions. Shout to OTW. If it wasn't for all the channel drama, me and that dude wouldn't be on a new level of, hey man, that's a cool dude. That's my dude. And he had to rage on me at Awake TV to have that catalyst, you know? Like, I should be accused more of being on LSD all the time because of this line of thinking than tweaking, you know?
Yeah, I didn't ask a Mandela question. That was AK, but we can definitely get to that at any point. But finish your thought. Sure.
And on that note, the other day when I was walking my dog on your stream, I now realize I'm not sure who was Christos and who was Flow State, because through my ears and my speaker, you guys kind of sound the same if I'm not looking at the screen, you know? So
I can see that, yeah.
And I appreciate Flow State calling me out on that comment I made about the dark side being behind the gym smokers. And he stepped in like, well, I was a behind the gym smoker. So I could respond with, and I was cool with the behind the gym smokers, which is why I'm open about recognizing those are definitely behind the gym smokers. And I ain't got nothing against that as long as we're real about it. That's why I'm so real about my past with the Breaking Bad, because it's like, it's like, let me tell you why this. Some of the things you see in me, I'm like, let me tell you why that has nothing to do with Breaking Bad, because I don't want you telling other people that they're Breaking Bad and be wrong about it. Like, I want to be honest about my Breaking Bad experience so I can show you how it's got its roots in society compared to heroin and fentanyl.
Right.
Like, you can't fake heroin.
I don't want to go into like a 15-minute talk about this stuff, bro. I just wanted to ask what your comment was. I'd really like to change the subject because I don't like talking about this that much, man.
Okay, but is this your stream? I'm just keeping my stuff straight.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I mean,
you're fine. No, you can finish out your thoughts.
But I'm just requesting.
I feel you.
Don't stay on the subject too long at all.
Right, I agree. I just wanted, and when I asked if this is your stream, I wasn't trying to be like, oh, well, let's let Christos decide. I was just like,
no,
do I know where I am? Do I know where I am right now? It's like, Jesus, if I'm not doing drugs and I don't know where I am, I better figure it out.
I just don't like the energy I get when people are talking about it. I don't like talking about that much, man.
Hey, okay, hold up, guys. Yeah, so I know what you mean, AK, but I think he is about to finish up, so I want him to finish out his thoughts.
I wasn't trying to stop him. I was just hoping he wasn't going to keep
No, I know you're not. I'm not saying.
We've already been talking for a long time. It's just dragging on me, bro. That's all emotionally. Like,
you can step away if you want, but I'm gonna. I think he's gonna finish up.
Yeah, for sure, man. Sorry, man. I'm not trying to stop you or interrupt you, man. I wanted to remind you. Try to change the subject would be cool. Or at least
Sean,
I take that into account. I haven't been reading the comments either if maybe other people have said that, but I'm just letting it run because I know it's about the end of this point we've talked about.
Not trying to be rude.
Yeah, I'll change it up if you guys get off the conversation about changing it up. But just for Sean Aoki.
Oh no! Don't.
For Sean Aoki,
go
I
there.
was trying to coin meth millionaire back in the day when I actually was doing meth as a hood rich guy. I was like, hey, meth millionaire, that could be like a channel if it would even work. But yeah, man, we can change it up. But just know, AK, that finishing that talk is how you don't have that
Please
feeling
finish. I didn't want you to not finish, bro. I just didn't
It's
want
not
to
that,
continue
dude. No,
there.
listen to me, AK. This is for you. This is
Okay,
me and
I'm
you
listening,
having
bro.
a
I've been
connection.
listening.
Yeah,
All right, bro.
this is anytime I'm making people feel sketchy, it's like we're all in a burning hallway and I've got them by the hand and I'm like, listen, man, you got to trust me. If we just get down this hallway, there's fresh air, there's sunshine, there's safety, but you're going to have to get through this burning hallway. And that's that feeling you're talking about of like, I don't want to talk about losing my kids. I don't want to talk about why I was in jail. It's like, you don't have to, but I'm only sharing because I've already been through it and I'm okay to share. And I'm okay to go with whatever a channel wants to do. Because my stigma is 6 months of being told, I'm the reason numbers are dropping. I'm the boring one. I'm the problem. And I'm like, you could have kicked me anytime. And I know that Christos will respect me and just voice it. But in the dark side, it's like, you could kick me at any moment. The same way you mute me, you check my chats. I'm just trying to be real. Because I live in Bari. I'm a Barrio superstario. I hear shots all hours of the day in my area. I've talked to cops about it. And they're like, yeah, people be shooting in this area. And then people are like, hey, if you got so much money, why do you live in a disheveled area? Like, it's to stay on top of myself and to keep it real with the world. It's like I'm not in a where the rich people live in, the gated communities. I'm not in a gated community denying what's happening outside that gate. I'm staying interactive with it.
Right.
Man, Angela, I'd love to talk about your son sometime. Because you also said something else a little while ago that I forget that I wanted to hit on, but it's okay. I feel like this, whether you want to call it a god or fate or whatever this bigger than human thing is, I feel like there's a lot of interaction that we don't realize. If you've ever seen the video of the guy with like a Arab headdress, the kind of Arab headdress that blocks the back of your neck from the sun, there's like security camera of him walking down the sidewalk and he just stops to like lift his foot up and look at the bottom of his sandal. And that half second he takes to do that is why a sheet of glass pane falling off that roof doesn't cut him clean in half from the head down. And it only misses him by an inch because he stopped to check the bottom of his sandal. And the whole internet that saw it blew up with like, did he really choose to check his sandal? Did something make him check his sandal? And does it matter that it was that split second as the glass dropped in front of him? That was one of my favorite internet events that I was like, wow. So I see that shit happen where the first time I went on Z was the first time my microphone ever stopped. Like, I've never gone into somebody's StreamYard and not be heard upon entering. And that was the only time that happened. And it was the split second needed to go ahead and let a person and another person go on first to specifically warn Z about me, which let me go on and just be totally unrelated to the subject because I was going on Z to talk about CBDCs. But I got to see, because of a higher power, I believe, they showed me that day. Look at these two motherfuckers you have nothing against that are jumping in to warn Z about you, and you're not even there in association to talk about them. So I see a lot of things in my life where I feel directed or signed or guided. And at the same time, there's no proof because that's how we have faith. Faith is the word because of no proof. If there's proof, you don't need faith because you have proof. So that's why I don't see why Christians want to battle science all the time. It's like, dude, you say you have faith in your God. What do you care about the association of science? Because that is why it's faith. Because you can tell science, hey, that's all good and all. I got to walk this path the same way I don't think people should strap a vest bomb on and blow themselves up. But if they believe what they believe, I understand. So that's their faith, you know, and this is what makes the world go round. Dean, once again, Dean Kendall, not addicted to anything because we all eat food, but not all of us need our house cut open. And
I don't think he's even talking about you. I think he's just saying because we were talking about that topic.
Right. And also I will give, because I'm not calling Dean out, I can kind of, you see how with the conversation, I'm going to feel like any addiction use that pops up on the screen, I'll have to wonder, like, do they still think I'm a tweaker? Like, I'm not taking defense. I just don't want to give off.
If you're comfortable about things, you're comfortable about things. I'm not worried about anyone.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not worried about any of that, so you don't need to worry about it.
It's
just we brought up the topic, so people are gonna touch on it.
So you remember me telling you about my Aunt Patty earlier, bro?
What's that?
She did that stuff, man.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Who was it? I just didn't catch who you said.
I was like,
who
no. My Aunt Patty did that stuff, bro. And when I come out of jail, I found out my Aunt Patty's been dead 2 years from a fucking shotgun wound.
Like self-inflicted?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, I'm losing.
Dude,
are you Starlink? Are you using Starlink for the last?
No, I don't.
You're kind of far away, I guess, from the mic.
PCI Red. Oh, my bad.
He's saying
I got closer to talk about me.
Anyway, I'm gonna grab the reins here. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, that's a lot better.
It just really messed with me because like we even had to have an intervention to go get her and my cousins and stuff one time, me and my family, and bring them all down to grandma's, and it was just I've had bad experiences with that stuff, man. It brings me back bad emotional family memories for me personally. That's all. That's why I was
I agree.
Like wigging a little earlier, man. I'm sorry. I just need to tell you guys.
Appreciate it. I'm honored that you would think you can tell us, or that you'd believe we are people you can say that to. Because if you ever,
everyone deserves to be treated right and like a human, even if people don't like what you're doing.
I agree. And now you're talking about why I've spent 6 months in that dark place, saying I don't care who comes at me.
I'm just saying personally for me why this subject like fucks with my emotions, bro. You know, it kind of hurts.
Yeah, I'm supporting that. I grew up in West Virginia. I can list off all my dead friends with needles in their arms and shotguns to their heads, and it's dismal, but you got to own it.
And the fucked up part is the family, like my uncle that did it. That's what my family thinks. That's what I got told. So it sucks.
Yeah,
my bad.
Yeah, sorry, Christos. I know you want to take the reins.
Just say what you're gonna say. You're fine.
Oh, I can tell you guys horrible stories about a guy on Prozac that you'll be like, yeah, maybe meth's not so bad.
All right, so I want to say peace to Dean. Thanks for coming in, man. And Sean Alkaline. Can I call you that? Just because every time I see your last name, I'm not like trying to clown you or be disrespectful or anything. I just see the ALK and the E. It's just like I just want to throw a line in there, and you know, maybe another A or whatever. I think I'm looking at the word wrong. Do a little anagram with it and say Sean Alkaline. I don't know. Anyway, so what do you guys think about veganism? Because that was like an interesting thing I talked about with Flow State, my other stream yesterday, and he was having some fun giving shit to people in the chat that are vegans. It was definitely getting interesting hearing different takes of what people think or / know about these different things. I'm curious, AK, you want to go ahead and tell me what you think of veganism, and then just I guess even the diets in general. Keto, paleo.
No, we're herbivores. We're not like a herbivore, a plant eater or just a meat eater. We're herbivores. Period. You look at bears. What do they eat? Berries. Humans. Meat. More berries. Plants. Roots.
Hey, we'll come back to the Chinese
but
balloon soon.
my,
We'll come back to the Chinese
my point
balloon
is, you know,
soon, Max.
and it's a mammal, okay? And let's look at another mammal. Like, what does a raccoon eat? Whatever the hell it can get. What does a possum eat? Whatever the hell it can get. Okay, you gotta see what does a dog eat or cat eat? Whatever the hell it can get to live. We're no different on that aspect, on the way our biological organs work. It's our terrestrial bodies are pretty similar to what's down here already. It's our spirits that are different. That's what I think, bro. And we're supposed to eat it. This is our garden, our domain. We eat whatever the fuck we want. That's what I believe. And I don't want to tell anybody what they can or can't eat. God forbid I be that fucking guy. I don't want to be the food Nazi. I'm sorry. Eat whatever the hell you want. Enjoy life. Eat whatever works for you and makes you feel healthy and good. Everyone is different.
Mm-hmm.
Takes all for the world to go around. All kinds for the world to go around. Takes all kinds of food for the world to go around.
Diversity. Yeah, a diversity of foods and diet. You know,
it's
like to point out the diet, the word magic in there. It's dying for you. It is dying. You know, your diet.
Why even call it a diet?
Dying for you to
get away from the word,
gain energy and to gain life. Oh, hold on, bro.
Like, this is my food regimen.
Bro, can you not hear people when they're talking?
No, I got my shit
going on?
Bro.
I think I can make a suggestion that, because this is an issue I had when I first started jumping into StreamYards.
I got a lag, bro. This fucking Chromebook sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when I first got onto people's StreamYards, I had to realize for myself that there was a 10-second difference between what I was seeing over my monitor and so I was getting accused left and right of talking over until I did an experiment where I filmed the monitor and said, okay, whenever I count to 3, everybody raise your hand. And I said 1, 2, 3. And then you saw the difference in when people raised their hands. And I was like, I see what's going on.
That's trolly.
Okay.
That's very
I'll just
trolly.
Start taking way more time to say something, Crystal. Sorry, bro.
No, you're fine. I just sometimes I have to ask again because I'm not sure what it is. You got lag, okay? Yeah, well, you're fine, bro.
I think I'll have an open and I'll start talking. And I just wanted you start saying.
And that's why I asked if he uses Starlink.
I'm just gonna mute you if I'm trying to finish a point and you start talking. Not to be too domineering, but I'm not sure. I just wanted to finish out the point. You're good, bro. I know you're not intentionally interrupting or anything.
Dealing with a fucking
I'm just trying to make it work as I see fit. Hey, check out what Lionheart said. Also, to Max, we're gonna get to that. I want to bring up. You know what? We'll just say it right now, and we can visit it later again if we want. But yeah, why the fuck is it a balloon up there, a weather balloon, if there's satellites that we can use? You know, aren't the military using satellites? Like, get the fuck out of here, weather balloon. It's a whole fucking joke.
If you want to go with the balloon, can I just touch on the vegan thing real quick?
Yeah, I want to stay on the vegan thing for right now. I want to stay on the diet stuff right now. I don't want to move over to. I just wanted to say that real quick because I agree with Max, and I'm sure everyone else agrees here to some degree.
Well,
anyway,
in all
let's
subjects,
stay on the diet stuff for right now.
So in all subjects, I'm always trying to narrow down what context we're in. And I agree with you guys. As far as people's diet, it's like find out what works for you. Because Jordan Peterson and his daughter, whatever their chemical makeup is, they tried to eat only meat for an extended period of time. And it said it solved a lot of their health issues. And if that's them, like I love broccoli and meat, like I eat everything I want to eat. But my issue that I agree with vegans on is I'm not into this corporate farming where animals spend their whole lives in a slat that they can't even turn around in. Like I want my meat to live happy and natural outside. And when I kill it, I try and kill it as fast and clean as possible because I have that idea of the Native American respect for the animals, but I will eat the animals because if I don't, another predator will in its circle of fucking life, you know? But I'm not one of these West Virginia dudes I know of that'll go out in the woods and shoot a deer dead and just leave it there. Like, that offends me deeply. But as far as diet, I'm totally in agreement with you guys. Like, find your thing, do your thing, and be aware that a lot of what we're sold is a product, which isn't food. Like, sure, you can eat it, you can digest it, but it's not food. It's a product.
I feel you. I feel what you're saying. Yeah. Grass fed, free range, no antibiotics, all that stuff. I hear you, man. I definitely believe we should go out of our way to get organic, not this crazy factory farmed industrial semi-demonic stuff. Yeah, I hear you on that. Salutes to that. Is that Glenn? Is that Glenn knocking at the door? Glenn from Boston? Yes, sir. Let's get it.
Yep, it's me, man. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, man. I'm glad you hit the link.
Yeah, I just
up here, bro. Good to see you.
I just wanted to tell you guys my research on being vegan. I know you guys can all have your own opinions, and I've read about veganism and stuff. But
yeah, you got it. You got it. Hold it down.
One story I just want to let you guys know. If you ever heard of the band Yes, YES, Yes. They were big back in the 70s and 80s, and they've made lots of albums and stuff. But their main guitar player, Steve Howe, he's in his 80s, and they just recently I'm saying within the last couple of years, but they got accepted into the Hall of Fame, and actually their bass player had died, and they had Geddy Lee of Rush play the bass when they had that award ceremony. So Geddy Lee played the bass guitar, but they asked Steve Howe, the lead guitar player, who's phenomenal, how are you in your 80s and you're such in great shape? And he started telling them, me and my wife, we have been vegans since way back 30 years. And when he started talking about health in your body and how they're vegans, the media cut him right off. They didn't want anybody to hear that. And so I thought that was real interesting how they treated when as soon as he said him and his wife were vegans, that they shut him down big time. So
I just want to.
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to thank you for making a Getty reference. I'm usually one of the older people of a panel, and I appreciate you.
I love Rush. Was my favorite group. Geddy Lee, Neil Peart, and God rest his soul, Neil Peart and Alex Lifeson. But me and my wife, we went to all their concerts. One of my favorite groups of all time was Rush. Yep.
Let me tell you why I got to really focus on remembering what the name is in front of From Boston. What is your name again?
I'm Glenn from Boston.
Glenn from Boston. Yep. Do you know Richie from Boston?
Yeah, definitely. I know.
That's why I'm going to have to focus Glenn. Because that From Boston is going to pull my brain to Richie from Boston every time. Man, that guy would have a hard time having one of these panels if you know who I'm talking about. He'd be having them coming out the woodwork.
He's actually the one that woke me up. Richie from Boston is the one that really woke me up. I like Richie a lot. I think he's got a good heart, and he tries his hardest to wake people up and stuff. And he's got a bad background, but I think I would trust Richie with my life, I think.
And because I watched Richie feeds into why I'm on all these different panels, like seeing them go through the development I watched him do. And so I don't try and direct people or guide them, but I try and throw that breadcrumb trail in to I've seen different creators go through this already, but I don't want to come off like I'm trying to, oh boy, everyone I go talk to,
Mm-hmm.
It's even with some of the hostility in my dark channel I go to, it was because I showed up a little too strong with the, let me warn you, man, I just watched this happen to a channel, and I can see ways I offended him like that. But yeah, man, I think I've listened to Richie off and on as long as he's been around, and watching both his development and the issues he had with YouTube and different platform issues. Yeah, it's been quite the journey. And then when you
Yeah.
popped in with that name, I was like, don't try and tell me you don't know who Richie from Boston is.
How far back have you watched Richie? Like I was back in the old days with Jesus Freak, Computer Geek, Airborne Saint. Friday night was what's his name there? He's dead now. Friday night in the fire. He has since passed away, but he was a great guy. Hilo Felix. Do you remember?
In full transparency, I probably haven't sat and watched his show since pre-pandemic, but all I remember in the first days is he was definitely like always driving while he never made a broadcast that he wasn't driving down the hallway, because he was just going around America with a thing full of his shit on top of his car, and you watched that come up. He improved his Jeep or whatever. He improved the shit you saw him driving around with. Yeah, man.
He's got the other website that's what's the name of it? Which he doesn't talk about any of the other stuff on, so they don't take it down.
Because that's what I respect about him. He does get it where he compartmentalizes his information, navigate this situation. Because in my dark place, when he'd tell me I'm a slave and I got to follow the system, I'm like, no, man, you can put me in small mustache Germany and I'm going to navigate to try and be what I say I am. You can drop me in fundamentalist Christianity. I'm still going to navigate to do me. That's everything. That's if you're a lone guy on an island, you're trying to navigate the hurdles of that island to express what you are. But now that I think about it, I don't remember the issue, but I broke off from watching Richie because there was drama with a YouTuber that I can't even remember who it was. But still liking Richie, I was like, I don't want this to affect my current path and what I'm dealing with. And I just forgot to go back until I saw your name. So I will check him out, see what he's up to.
It takes an open mind. You know, I've been seeing channels getting attacked here as well. But Richie, he had just under 400,000 subscribers when they kept taking him down. And his big opening was he filmed. I don't know where he got the filmed. When they were up at CERN, and they were out there doing the sacrifices and the show with Sheba. That's what really that's what really got him notoriety. He got the film and put that out there, and that's when everyone saw the stuff they were doing up at CERN, and that's what made him shine. And that's how I found him. And but he's been through a lot of hell, man, with all these, you know, he'd have like Dr. Kaufman on. And if you watch any of these guys that he had on, and then he finds out later that they're shills and they're not who they say they are, or they play them. And you know what I mean? It's a tough business being out here, you know, and I just, like I said, I like Ian, We Are Awake TV. He's a wicked nice guy. Ian and the group he got with the We Are Awake TV. And I see people attacking him. It's very vicious out here. You don't know who you can trust, and it's terrible. I don't like being, exposing yourself out there. Then you go out for attacks. You know, even coming on a panel like this. I used to have a picture of me and my oldest son instead of the avatar I have now. But, then they did facial recognition. And my oldest son is a senior software engineer at Amazon. So I had to take my avatar down so he don't get attacked or something,
Yeah. So that's my long game tinfoil hat when you talk about deep fakes.
Yeah.
If you heard me a minute ago talking about the near future of wearing glasses where you might live in an empty square, but through your glasses, you've got great art on the wall. And it's like this virtual type reality that blends in with what you actually see in the real world. And I think when that gets deep fake level sophisticated, people will forget that they're not sure if they really saw things they saw. Maybe Neuralink just does all that without the glasses. I don't know. But I feel like if everybody's grounded enough in the reality, then we can confidently talk that possibility, future type stuff. It's like, look what you've seen change since 1980. Like, I was a kid in 1980, and it would have been amazing to hear about, that Atari game. You're going to be able to play that with a guy like across the street or on the other side of the world and be like, get out of here. Like when you watched Back to the Future too, it's not as crazy of an outlook as it was back to watch it the first time, just because how fast everything's come up technologically.
Right,
Monkeys
right.
with iPads.
Just to let you know, our technology back in 1980, I was in the United States Navy as an aircraft mechanic on carriers, and I was overseas. But back in 1980, just to let you know how advanced our technology was, I worked on the F-14 Tomcats, like in the movie Top Gun.
Mm-hmm.
I worked on the Tomcats, and back in 1980, we could remote control land the planes on our carrier deck from the bridge. Just to let you know some of our technology back then. I used to be homesick working on the carriers overseas 3 years. Sea duty, we were out there 6 months at a whack. And I used to get homesick. So when I was up working on the planes, I'd get in the cockpit and I'd flip on their computer systems. And they had a GPS, and I could go on the computer and pull up, where I used to live and zoom in on where, where my old town was and say, oh, there's that and there's this, just to show you what the technology they had way back then was.
Sir, can you set me straight on something I say to people all the time? I just want to make sure you can recalibrate the number of years I say. I usually tell people we're always 10 years ahead of what we're advertised as being capable of. But what years would you say?
I can't, the technology is moving so fast. I would say you think we might be 10 years. I'd say we're 50 years. 50.
Yeah, and I have no gauge. That's why I'm asking you. I've just been throwing a number out there.
Yeah, I got two boys that are both engineers, and my third one's going to be an engineer. One of them's graduating in March, and he's already had 10 job offers. My oldest son was just missed summa cum laude out of Michigan, and that's who works for Amazon. But just the stuff they show me, I'm thinking, holy moly, And what these companies do is, like, my oldest son, he turned a giant offer down for Microsoft. But what these companies do is they compartmentalize every division, so you don't know what you're working on. You know what I mean?
That's like the power structure too. Everything of power does that, what you're talking about.
Exactly. And my son didn't like that because, most of the job offers he got there with big money were all military. They work on military contracts and stuff. And so he didn't like working on that structure that you don't know what you're working on. But I'll tell you, was friends with engineers, friends of mine. We used to go, I live pretty close to MIT. You've heard of MIT in Boston, in Cambridge and Boston. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I used to go to the, what's the name of the club there? Let me think for a second. But I used to go to meetings at MIT, and when you walk in the door, they take your cell phone. You can't bring anything in. They're really high security. But back, I'm talking 20, 25 years ago, they were working with crystals for power back then. Crystalline structures and power. Right. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean.
I'll find this video links. I'll send it to Christos or something, but there is a video on YouTube that it perfectly outlines that compartmentalized pyramid, and it shows the different layers of, like, this guy is in charge of these guys, and he thinks the guy above him is telling him the truth, but this guy doesn't know the guy above him has been lying to him, but they still have that structure that it stays in its power because it works, because of that top rung of the pyramid. Understanding the pyramid, you can have a mix of who has the truth, who thinks they have the truth, who doesn't have anything true, and who they're in charge of. Yeah, my head starts to spin that someone ever figured it out with that going on. I guess the top end had to have a few honest people on their deathbeds or something, but it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a vertical labyrinth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. I like what you said there. I agree, Tommy, and then also Glenn. I'm glad you kicked it off with this topic, because I remember you were hitting on it a couple streams ago the other week on Ian's channel or someone else, and it was getting late. You came like right at the end. We were finishing up, and you started talking about this stuff, and it was just super cool to hear it from someone that was, like, directly working with this stuff in the Air Force, and, like, seeing how true it is that we were ahead of our time, and the stuff that we were doing back then, they weren't telling everyone that, man. It wasn't like common knowledge that things were that advanced. And
It-
probably even more advanced than what you were being shown as well, but still.
Exactly. They had stuff that I couldn't go to on carriers, and I had top secret clearance, nuclear weapons loader, all that shit, and they had places they wouldn't let me into, you know? So,
And I
you know,
think people forget this entire internet we're all using was the throwaway from the Navy. Like the Navy was like, that's old shit. Like,
Yep.
give it to the public. Give the public the internet. They were using that, man. That was the Navy until they just, we'll use the new shit now. And now we get to do all this on their toss away internet. So that gives you some relativity of what they're possibly like. I mean, I have seen a Tic Tac craft. I don't know what the fuck it is, but when I lived in Colorado Springs, I was sitting in a drive-through with my friend, and I've seen the Tic Tac craft sitting up in the sky. This was like 10 years ago, and as I inhaled to reach and touch his arm, it just went out past Pike's Peak, like a fucking Star Trek episode where it shoots off into warp drive. And I was like, well, that was my own eyes. And then I realized there's a guy here in Thornton, part of Denver, that he makes a thing of catching it on camera and sending it into the news for the cable TV watchers. So yeah, man, I've seen it. I don't know what the fuck it is either.
And how about have you heard of the TR-3B Astra aircraft?
No.
Never, huh?
Is that the triangle one?
Yeah,
I don't know it by that name.
Yeah, it's a TR-3B Astra. It's called. I had
think you
pictures of
started
that
bringing
on.
it up
I had
last
pictures
time.
of one of those on the carrier. So those things, and those were high secret. They don't run on regular fuel. It was like anti-gravity ships. Yep, I had pictures of them. I can find one and put it up. I think of the TR-3, and that was used during the Gulf War. So how many years ago was the Gulf War? That's how old that ship is.
Well, so you've seen that interview with Bob Lazar on Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah, I saw one with him saying that they didn't. These crafts that he was reverse engineering, whether he's a shill or not, they weren't from out of this world. He said they dug them up in digs.
They found it in an archaeological dig. They found one of the ships. If he's telling the truth. So here's my theory about what we quote unquote think of as aliens or extraterrestrials, or where these craft came from. I think we're going to find out that we weren't always the top thing on this planet. And I think they're coming from the one place no one gets to go except the military and the Nazis, and that's the Antarctica.
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100% with you right there. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's where they've always been coming and going from, whether they can go through the ocean or space. But I also believe, I want to talk to some of the people that oppose that we've been to the moon, because I want to talk about the stories of the moon where the fake footage wasn't to fake that we went to the moon. It was to substitute live feed when they were like, Americans don't need to see what's on the moon, because guys that have been to the moon talk a lot about seeing all kinds of parked vehicles there and visits from passing vehicles and shit. So
I don't think the moon landings are real because of the way, like the ISS, and they got the fucking wires that make them. You see that their fakery, right? You know, so if they're faking it now, they were faking it then too.
I'm sitting here saying there's fake footage.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I know there's fake footage. There's footage of a flag that waves in the wind on the moon, and there's footage of a cardboard flag on the moon that's stiff and doesn't move. It's all spliced because that shit, with the delay of transmitting, when Apollo happened, we were broadcasting that to America. Russia was watching because that was historic shit. But the fake footage in the NASA movie studio was because... yeah, it was to cover up what you weren't supposed to see live compared to what actually went to DC live and went to the military-industrial complex live. Because we're running into the Aryan nation Nazi issue I have, where it's like, if Hitler is your hero, why do you deny those Holocaust numbers? Like, you want to say the Holocaust was fake and take that trophy away from your hero? So it's like, sometimes with different truth or issues, I'm like, well, that contradicts your full standing on another belief you have, and that's how I'm demonized. I'm just looking for the truth too. But I think I would say I have my gifts in my autism is to constantly see a big picture in the moment than people usually have compared to when they reflect and dwell on things. Like I get this real-time spiderweb big picture that kind of demonizes me by accident because I didn't know I was doing it for a lot of my life. Like when I tell,
right back, guys. I got to run and pick up some food for my kid.
hey, you better come back before we do this Chinese balloon
I will. How
thing.
long are you going to be on for?
I'm going to say I got a lot of pathetic time, dude. It's hood rich.
I'll pull up some videos I got in my hard drive. When videos get put up, I immediately download them and save them, and then they get erased because they erase the ones they don't want you to see. So I got some stuff I can share with you guys, if that's okay. So I'll be right back, okay? Thanks, Christos.
Christos, the everyman Joe Rogan thing, this happens on everybody's Zoom call stream. It's just conditional of when the right minds and the right demeanors all intersect at once. And then it's like, oh, once you realize that's happening as a viewer or the chat, it's like, oh, today's going to be a good show. You know, it's the same way with Joe Rogan. You can see there's good Joe Rogan shows, bad Joe Rogan shows. And it's just that dice roll. It's just that mixture and how it goes. That's what makes the world go round or spin. See what I did there?
Yeah, definitely heard what you did there with round versus spin. Round
yeah, man, I don't.
Flat.
You guys can be right, and I'll be like, "Fuck me, man! It was flat all the time. Never. I was always like, it's the same way you can put me damned by the Christian God. I'll be like, dude, there was bones in the ground. They made these big dragon-looking things when we put them together. Like, sorry, I didn't think it was newer than 6,000 years. Like, sorry, man. Too bad I got to burn for this.
Do you think it's a globe?
I do. I'm a globetard. Because when I ask
NASA,
what stuff, because like when I want to know about, when I ask people if they use
the footage and stuff, like, do you believe that they went to the moon? Do you believe that ISS is up there? And do you believe they're actually like sending rockets up with people and really doing like legitimate work with NASA?
Dude, I know you're not. I know we're cool, and you're not trying to like troll me or offend me, but I just
no, I'm not. Those are legitimate questions, bro.
I thought I was talking too much and hogging the show when I was talking about.
No,
I think
you're fine, bro. You're fine.
I think that the fake footage, like I acknowledge that NASA has a movie studio. I acknowledge that there was fake footage so that I can acknowledge what I think was real, because it wasn't about faking that you, like people say there was a race between America and Russia to get there, and they think the footage was to fake it. And I'm like, no, I think we got there, but the footage was to fake to America what they were looking at in real time. Because there was times they had to be like, cut the feed, put the fake feed in when they're flying over parked vehicles or getting passed by other vehicles that we didn't send there. You know, that's what I think. But as far as my globetardism is like, and I know that in the debate, each side, like there's a side that will always have a reply to anything that's thrown out, you know? That's why when I went to Z about that Carl Sagan thing, I'm like, Z, this isn't about winning a debate. It's about, I want to see how you respond to this compared to how Sovereign Soul responded to it. Like, I'm on layers, dude. It's like, I want to be friends with the opposition just to have that conversation and still be cool, you know? Like, when I talk about to Discworlders, it's like, who cares what shape it is? I want to know where we stop agreeing, like this space thing. And like with nutrition, it's like, do we stop agreeing on how animals are treatment, or is it your health that we're talking about? I'm just a yin yang of context, bro. I'm trying to add to any channel I show up on if they're not muting me and kicking me out. Yeah, but to answer your question, like, I do think we've been to space. I'll talk about why I think it the same way, you know, I'll tell people who disagree why they're not necessarily stupid, because science is complicated.
Are they never going to show like actual like space footage and people up there and ships and space stations? Like,
well, I find that there are a lot of the debate is that that's not real, because we do have it. Like me and Joe Cool were talking to.
That's why I'm asking you. So would you say that like they're showing us fake stuff to hide the real missions and spaceships up there and stuff?
Well, I think they're showing us real stuff from the space station and And I think a lot of the old boring side of the moon footage is real, but I don't think they're faking it in the moon landing context anymore, because there's more of a grip on what you're shown. Like all of what we see in the mainstream media, we all know it's like got to be owned by one of the 6 overpowered corporations. It's been a one world government ever since the central bank was instated. They let us play this game that we play as continents and governments. And this CBDC thing I talk about, it's what's going to wipe all that clean. And we probably in our lifetime are going to be thinking we'll be having conversations as the Earth or whatever we call it, compared to sitting here saying America, Russia, blah, blah, blah. We might still make references to position, but as far as your governance, the problems we're going to see in America in the coming years, it's because you don't bring all the other countries up to this experience we've been enjoying. You have to knock us down a peg to match up. Like, that's what's going to suck about money and the economy and the American experience is anybody that's over 30, you've been watching things happen in the past 3 to 5 years where you're like, dude, we would never just walk into this bullshit. Like, your government would never just do this to your face. People, when Glenn gets back, he'll be like, dude, adults in the 80s and before, like, we're always been up to bullshit as hairless monkeys, but you would not let the president come on the news and say things and do these things and not be like, I'm going to have to drive to DC and talk to my representative. A phone call is not going to do this, Yeah, man, this is my thing, my scattered thing. Like, look how I can just get anywhere with it because of that big picture shit. So you keep me on track, Christos. It's your show. I am chomping the bit that you are holding the reins of. Allow me to humble myself the same way.
No,
I don't want to offend Glenn from Boston either. I'm always trying to explain myself because of the stigma of 6 months of the dark side. But when you look into the abyss looks back into you.
No, I follow what you're saying for sure. And I think that when Glenn gets back, it's going to really light up again.
And I'm interested in the balloon thing. Hey, man, I don't feel it's gotten any darker. I just want to maintain that, hey, don't forget. Like, just with Glenn, I was like, don't forget, I'm probably going to forget your name until I say Glenn and look at Glenn on the screen just because of that Richie from Boston guy. Man, me and Glenn, if Glenn has a show, we could probably do like 3 hours just sharing Richie from Boston experience. That's why I was careful not to go too far with that.
I've heard some things about Richie from Boston, from the gematria guy Zach. I don't know if there was like a problem between them at one point. I've heard that name from different people, but
yeah,
I'm not sure. I don't think I've even actually ever listened to him myself. So I just know he's like some truther channel.
He's just another guy
was he more
doing what he's just doing what all of you are doing, but he got here before the Zoom call era and people watched him, and he does have stuff that I don't agree with, where I'm like, Richie, I love you, man, but just hear me out. Because one time he went and visited a guy and they both shared a little chuckle of like, how is the century we say it is not the same word as the number? Like, when it's when it's 2000, why are we calling it the 21st century? And they had a little chuckle and they thought they were so smart. And I still respected the guy he was visiting because they were backwoods people all wearing a gun on their belt in their home. And I'm like, I relate to that. But the simple fact is, people, that you're counting the number of years since we started calendaring existence. And that first year you start, that 0, that's the first century, the 0 century. So you're always going to be a number behind. When you have a kid, he doesn't start out 1 year old. He starts out 0, and you're just saying how many months he's been alive. But until you get to that first year, you are technically in your 0 baseline. And genius Richie from Boston and the backwoods armed people I agree with both just simply didn't know that. And that's why I stay on this tip of, hey, you're not stupid, you're just wrong, and let me share.
Yeah,
Because I
like
want that. I want that to me too. And I don't want to be the Tom Cruise level, where Tom Cruise isn't as crazy as people think. He just has no one that'll tell him no. Like, nobody will tell Tom Cruise no, and he just keeps ranting, and he's not as crazy
I'm about to tell you no. No more Tom Cruise.
Yes!
That was hella trolly. I was just gonna say, yeah, I know what you mean, with like the Richie from Boston thing, because I've heard some flat earthers make some really, really dumb arguments, and I lean more towards flat earth. I don't really like proclaim myself as one, and not because I'm afraid to. If I had to choose,
I have the label.
Flat Earth, yeah, right. Flat Earth makes a lot more sense to me, but
you're leaving room open.
Yeah, but I'm not leaving the room open for the globe that they present us. That's for sure.
But for learning other possibilities, possibly. I don't know. I'm the same way.
It could. I think there could be something spherical and holographic. That's what I think. But anyway, about I've heard some flat earthers make some really bad arguments that make like truthers or flat earthers specifically look bad. Like they'll say things so confidently that, like you said, are wrong, and like they'll like have a chuckle over it, or like, be so sure of themselves. And I'm like, no, like I'm with you on the flat earth thing, but don't say it that way, or don't try to make that argument. That's a really bad argument. And I
have the same thing in the ballistics protection, like this bang bang thing we're not supposed to show. I agree with bang bang people that I'm like, no, don't go there. You're making us look bad. It's the same thing,
Right.
So that's why I say Discworlders. You don't want to associate with Flat Earther. So when I reference you guys,
like I'll call myself.
I'm making up. No, I want to go on record. Let's get this started. Let's make this a thing. An endearing term. The endearing term to say that's my friend. He's a Discworlder. He doesn't have no problem with me being a globetard. But my Discworlder friends aren't like Flat Earthers. Let me tell you about my Discworlder friends. They're smart people. Flat Earthers are kind of lost, Discworld. Hashtag Discworld.
I think I'll talk about. Hashtag. I think I will talk about the multiverse before I really. We do live on a flat plane. That doesn't mean the whole world is flat. What?
The Discworld. Remember we were talking about the hydro. I can't ever say that fucking word.
The collider thing.
Yeah. Starts with an A.
The Hadron Collider?
No, that's not that. Hydroidal field.
Toroidal field.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say that word.
It's all that hydraulic work that you do.
Okay, so here's
hydroidal.
This is what I was saying about my theory that the Tic Tac craft are coming from Antarctica.
Things are flat where we are. I'm just going to say things are flat where we are, but I think we go further out in certain directions that could change, and it could be like some egg or a torus field and get holographic and ethereal. But for whatever we're enclosed in the known about world, it's flat. Yeah. And there does seem to be some type of firmament or dome that all the religions and cultures depict and talk about as well.
Definitely. Yep.
Oh, good timing.
Good.
Welcome back, Lynn.
Hey, what do you think about that map? The NOS, NOS, confundant map. Have you seen that?
Confundant?
Yeah, NOS.
I don't
confundant.
know.
Yeah, let me put this map up. I'll
Yeah. If you want to screen share, I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Christos, wouldn't it be trippy if it was the map I showed you earlier?
Wait, I have to take a look at that.
What if that is? It'll blow me away if it is.
Do you not know the
I don't know the name of that shit, bro. I found that a year ago when I was very first learning stuff, man. And I was like on BitChute and shit. Watching people that are making videos and they sounds like they're making them for middle schoolers or something.
I'm not good at this, Christos. I'm going to put this link in private chat for you. Paste.
No, you can screen share. Go ahead and
Yeah,
screen share.
I'm not sure really. I got to present, but see this
You go to
clip.
present, and then you go to the middle one. You
I
don't go
put
to
it
the
in.
one on
I put the print, the map in private chat. A link.
Who wants to screen
Crystal's
share?
up.
I'm
Pull it up. I got you. Hang on.
Okay, no, take your time, AK. I'm not
Give
sure
me
how to do that.
Second, I'm working on my damn.
yeah. Shout out to everyone here. We got 22 people in the building.
1 second.
Malcolm, Matthew.
I watched
We got a lot of people.
a stream on somebody else's
Mark.
channel, and this lady came in. She was wicked smart, and she was talking about this book about the man who went through the ice wall, that made it through the ice wall, and then they wrote a book about this confounded map about you. That's why you heard of Asgard, and you heard of Enoch, and you heard of what is it? That supposedly controls us. All these different realms and lands are beyond our ice wall in different lands, and it shows on this map right here. I just put the link up of how the real world looks. Oh, let me see. AK. Oh, AK. You don't know how to do it?
This would be a good time to express my invitation to any creators that want to get together just to fuck with StreamYard and clear up some of this stuff without pulling viewers in and taking up their time. Because I have a device, I want to know if it streams smooth. So if you guys want to try shit out when it's not at the cost of people's viewership, let me know.
Oh, what do you design software for streaming? Is that your job?
No, I mean, I have a shitty, just basic laptop I got for like bare bones emails and shit that I want to see if it streams through StreamYard smooth. And in that event where we are coming in and out of that to tell me how it's running and shit, you can try whatever you want to try as well. But as far as getting into the ones and zeros, no, I can understand when people talk about it, but I can't do things like that. Like I fucked around with a Raspberry Pi 3 and it will play almost every game PlayStation 1 and pre that, but it was still based on someone on the internet helping me through it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like a credit card size computer. It runs every game you've ever heard of before PlayStation 1. It's all on there.
Yeah, my oldest son used to be big into robotics, and he made some for his senior projects in school and stuff. And he bought those Raspberry Pis and used them for the robotic stuff. Yep.
Yeah. They run Linux, I think, and I think I might try and learn that to make off-grid stuff, like have my off-grid irrigation systems run by those little computers and shit. So it'll become more of like a. Go ahead.
Oh, who's controlling the screen? Go to that first blue map, the first blue one that was up there. Not that one. That's another map in it. But if you go back a couple, there was a blue one that really shows it understandably more. This is like one of the realms, the tree of life and stuff. I don't know who
that place was Krypton.
Right. See the first blue, the world map thread below there, the first box. I don't know how you would make that big either. See, I'm not good at this stuff. That's the map I saw that the lady in the stream showed and talked about. That big first blue map. Yep, that one. I don't know how you would make that. How do you make that big? Anybody know?
That's what she said. We lost.
Oh, how did you do that? Because I can never do that.
So that's not Christos because he dropped out.
Yeah, it must be AK's doing it, I think.
AK, are you doing that, or maybe Christos still has control without being in? I don't know, man. Like I said.
See, oh, that was a great. He just had that blown up, and I don't know how you do that.
Well, I told her if you blow it up, it gets bigger.
You sound like you're about my age.
I was talking, I didn't realize I was muted. Anyways, if you click the, I'm 35.
I'm
Okay,
getting nowhere.
Yeah, so,
anyways,
AK, blow that up, that large image there, the confinement map.
That's you asking how. I was trying to show you, bro. You asked how I did it. Look, I clicked on this.
View.
Sure it in place in the future, and then pulled up the tab. Okay. That's how I
We're
did
getting
it.
choppy.
I was trying to say that earlier when you asked, but I didn't realize my mic was muted. I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Wow. So this is this. See how it has Asgard. Look at so anything you heard.
Krypton?
This map is called the NOS Confunded map, and this shows you the different lands like that you when you're taught like all the fables and fairy tales. All these lands exist beyond the wall. Yeah.
But
That's what
Talking to Chris about your lands this morning.
and
That's
here's
so
my
funny.
thing, like whenever I see the difference in what I believe, I'm only asking so I know whether to bother you with my Antarctica Tic Tac craft. Because when I look at this map, I'm like, oh, well, these people are never going to hear me out about my Antarctica Tic Tac craft, so I'll just spare them, you know? Like, why bother? Like, I'm not going to fight them on their belief of this, but why bother with my Tic Tac theory if we can't even start at Antarctica, you know? Because I don't know on this map where my Antarctica would be.
Well, Antarctica, I believe, is around the ice walls. The whole. If you look at like even a Realtor.com, if you go on their Realtor.com phone app on your phone and look at the map, do a map view of any property, you'll see ice walls on up top and bottom of the whole app. Like they don't even have a globe app on their phone app for the map.
Do you have I know it costs money, but does anybody have Google Earth Pro, which I also don't? Like, anybody can use Google Earth.
There's a Pro?
Yeah, there's a Pro Google Earth. There's a channel that hates me now called Florida McKee. And I still agree with him on a lot of his stuff, but he hates me because... But he does use... Huh?
Sorry, we were looking up Sleepy Lady in the stream, and we couldn't find her because we didn't have Pro. Fuck, that's why we didn't
Yeah, it costs money. Google Earth Pro costs money. But,
you know who Sleeping Lady is, right? The
channel Florida McKee uses it on his channel to show stuff he talks about because he just geeks out on checking out stuff from Google Earth Pro. And I mean, like, I ask people if they use Starlink because I want to know the results if I use it on my land. But to use Starlink or Google Earth Pro, it's like there's an acknowledgement of some kind of satellites. In Starlink, you can even track where all those thousands of Starlink satellites are in orbit and then run outside with a telescope and yep, there it goes. There they go, you know? Like, so there is, I don't know if they're pulling it over our eyes, I don't know how, but there's like a subconscious acknowledgement of satellites in space surrounding the globe just to use your cell phone or Google Earth Pro and different things that are right here that we can use. And that's why I tell people that my disagreements don't make you stupid. It's just like, do you know this before you die on that hill, you know? And I want that for my beliefs as well. Because back to faith, if you got to have faith in like a God, well, screw proof at that point. But if I want to know how this dangerous frequency I keep in my pocket is happening, you might find different truths than you expected. And we have to be open to be staying friends and not holding that over each other's head. Same way I still like Richie, even though he didn't know the 0 and 1 century concept, you know? Big picture. Hashtag big picture.
Yeah. Everybody doesn't know everything. You know what I mean? I'll be the first one to step back if I don't know what I'm talking about or something. I know what I know is what I know. But I know one thing. When you can walk outside and see the moon in the daylight and see how close it is with a P900 camera, and between you and what you're looking at, do you see that between you and what you're looking at, you're supposed to have how many satellites go around the planet? Any idea?
Oh, I don't
Thousands?
know. I watch them release them, and I saw a thing about one that made it through the atmosphere into a field that's still it's a bigger thing of that ship, the big ship he launches that makes that weird teardrop shape across the sky. They're saying that damages temporarily our atmosphere, and it gave one of the Starlink satellites enough lack of atmosphere that it didn't burn up on reentry, and it landed in someone's field, and you could still make out the Starlink label with the logos and shit. And it was because of his ship that damages the atmosphere on the way out that because usually they say if a Starlink satellite comes out of orbit and starts falling, it's not going to make it. It'll just dissipate, burning up. And that one didn't because of that ship and the weird kind of teardrop thing it makes.
Wait, so you believe there's satellites up there flying around?
I think
Yeah,
they're all floated by balloons. To either they are using anti-gravity. Nothing goes through the firmament. I'll tell you that right now. Nothing goes
Yeah,
through
that's
our
what it
firmament.
seems.
Nope.
And
Nothing.
this looks like a segue
Glenn,
right to
I have
the
a few
balloon
questions
thing.
I'm gonna
you,
have
bro.
to. I'm gonna have to
Glenn
agree with
said
Glenn.
balloons.
I'm gonna have to agree with Glenn, but go ahead, AK. What were you saying?
Okay, I have a few questions for you, Glenn. First of all, my name's Skyler, bro. I don't know if we've talked before. Did you see? Are you familiar with OTW News?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, did you
OTW,
see the
yeah.
picture that he posted with the sun simulator, asking if it's a sun simulator or not?
No, I didn't.
Okay, he's posted. I sent him a picture that he made a little post on it on his channel here. It's awesome because it's a family. It's a photo from one of my family members in Norbit, and it's the sun simulator. You can see like a six-sided, black thing in the middle, and then also in the shadow in the water where the sun is beaming down over the water, like it's making the sun beam over the water. You can see shadows in the middle of that sunbeam, and you shouldn't be able to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So
I think I might have. I think I saw that one. Yeah, I think I've seen that.
Yeah, it's a real orangey sunset, but that's not the only anomaly that I've witnessed up here. Have you heard anyone else talking about the shadow that I seen on the bottom side of the cloud from the airplane's contrail?
No.
So I was coming back from I was coming back to town one week last summer, and I was riding with Ivan in his F-150, and we're cruising along the highway out here, which is just a 2-lane road you do 65 miles an hour on. Anyways, I look up and I see a cargo plane, taking off from Anchorage, a four engine one. He's fucking got him throttled up, climbing, and so he's leaving huge contrail behind him. I don't know if it's contrail or something else, but I don't care. What I cared about was that I could see a cloud of that contrail on the bottom of the cloud above it. Like it was casting a shadow, cloud on the bottom of the cloud from the contrail under the cloud as the plane was climbing up. Yeah, for like 10 minutes. I even showed Ivan, but he couldn't figure it out either. And that right there, and then the sun simulator thing is like the two, and then also because you can see Venus at night, you can be able to see Venus and inner ring planet on the dark side of your fucking planet, and you're a third ring planet. That just blows the halos out the water alone. In my mind, it's very simple, basic understanding of how shit works. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rings, and if a number 2 ring is on the inside of you, and your dark side is facing number 4 ring, always when you're on the dark side of your fucking planet mode, right? It's impossible for the 2 side to be over where the 4 side is. You guys understand? Look at it as rings, light and day. You don't gotta look at it even as a globe. Just look at it as there's a dark side and a light side.
But in that same respect, I
that
think
just destroys it, though. You should not be able to see Venus, a planet that's inside of you, bro, at night. Period. And also, so there's all these things in conjunction has got me like Christos. I'm like 80% pretty damn sure we're on flat Earth. And my gut's telling me, yeah, man, but my brain's going, hold the fuck up, man. Don't make a wrong decision.
But all I'm saying is think about that explanation you gave, and now think about how Z and Sovereign both reacted to that 52-second Carl Sagan thing with 2 shadows and a curve. It's like that was like 52 seconds, and it makes a lot of sense, and it's just this easiest A to B logic of this physical experience that your flesh sack is in. It's like, yeah, man, it's I'm not saying everybody should think away, but it's like, do you guys want to take 52 seconds to have like a simple question
we can
get
pull that
denied?
Up again.
Yeah, you want me to
pull
see
that
if
up
it's
again and let's bury it.
Yeah, because I'm once again, man, I'm not here to be a side, but I'm pretty sure it was the last thing I copy pasted.
I got a message. I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
Copy pasted?
Hold on.
What did you say? What did you say? Creepy pasta? Copy pasta?
I thought it was. I thought if I have this problem of like trying not to interrupt. So sorry if I'm gonna strobe.
No,
With
you're fine. I
like,
was just saying. I was just throwing out random nonsense because I couldn't tell what you said.
All it is, Christo, is I thought it was probably the last thing I hit copy on my phone, but it's not. So I gotta find it and copy the link again. Give me 1 second.
You said copy pasta, didn't you?
Oh, that's just my bullshit autism slang. That it's like Discworlder, dude. Of course, I started saying copy pasta for copy and paste. And one day you guys will all understand that this approach I'm taking, where no matter what would be known in the future, no one has to eat a bullet over it. You guys don't understand that 6 months has been me reaching out to a troubled man, hoping that by the time he realizes what's been going on, he doesn't delete himself over that realization. Because a lot of claims have been made, a lot of stance has been taken, and you don't want to be the person on some of those sides. Because I've taken the low road over there. Sometimes there's a strategy to it, but there's a lot more than anybody knows is going on a nothing channel. It's just me and one man on one context.
We need to go back to pre-closed.
Are you subliminally speaking about Paul and Slave? Like, what's going on here? Is this like you keep bringing up someone or something, or like you keep saying going over to the dark side? I'm like,
I get
what are you talking about, bro?
I don't understand.
You're speaking very cryptically at times. Like, are you trying to speak in code so you don't get their attention or something? Like, is he even in here? Hello, mic check.
Is he still here, Christos? What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden I don't hear him.
Huh.
No, it's just us. All right, let's get it. Let's keep going. Oh, wait, no, yeah, he's here. What the?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You must have been muted or something.
Red Squid. Peace, Red Squid. Appreciate you stopping by.
When did you guys stop hearing me? Just for technical knowledge for all of us.
About
the last thing that was said was me basically saying, I was asking if you were like speaking subliminally about Paul or something.
Okay, I think it had to do with.
You keep talking cryptically about going to the dark side, and like for 6 months or whatever, you were trying to get through to these.
Yeah, that was all compliance with you saying you weren't going to keep talking about it. But I've had experiences that need referenced without us talking about that. You know, like it's the same with We Are Awake. They don't want to talk about it, and I don't want to lose my experience.
Well, I just was confused what you were like even talking about. I just wasn't sure how it was tying in.
Yeah, that was just code words I thought knew of to not bring up a. It's like Discworlder and Flat Earther. I'm trying not to talk about Flat Earthers. I'm saying Discworlder.
Okay.
Dude, you guys can't say that our language can't meet the capacity of our experiences. You can never describe your full human experience with our limited language, and you wonder why we're so tricked by the magic of words, and yet can still have codes and secret talking. But you couldn't hear me because I went to the YouTube window to try and find this address, and I guess eventually my audio will drop out. So
yeah,
carry on as I go back to get that. I will return in a second. I got to go get that video.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. So where were we with this map and what we were talking about?
I pulled up another one that looks tight. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the lady I saw on a stream. She was very, very knowledgeable. She had a lot of knowledge, and she pulled up this NOS Confunding map of the realms of all the, and it went on like, you see how, yeah, that's a great map you pulled up, AK. That's what she had, the big one.
Thank
like
you.
that. Yep, that was a great job, man. And it shows you how many lands and stuff are out there, you know. And these,
I think these make sense.
These realms and lands, they're way more advanced than we are. So I think what happened is they told us to stay in our confined area or else. You know what I mean?
What are you doing, computer?
I think so, man. It's like they're sectioning us off. Like,
Exactly, because there's too much hate here. There's too much. Everyone wants to fight. Everyone wants to control everybody. It's crazy. You know what I mean? They
that's
rile one
yeah.
up against another. Yep. And in the real world, and maybe Jesus
Let's
came.
go. Let's go. I want to go to all of them. Let's go.
What were you saying,
Get
Glenn?
out of here.
No, I was saying
Look at this shit,
maybe
bro. This is real.
Jesus Christ
That'd
came
be
from one of
cool.
these realms and saw how, we don't have the capacity, the mental capacity to the love or anything to go outside and not hurt anybody else or any of the animals or any of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yo, I like that idea. That makes sense. I've heard people say that he was, interdimensional,
Mm-hmm.
I
and
think
that
my
would make
food now.
sense.
I think things that are nourishing my body, water, food, anything I take in, I'm thinking it.
That's the type of knowledge.
It.
That's probably
And
what they do
also,
in all
if
the
you're
other
going to kill
realms, on
something,
the
think it
outer.
for a spirit and its offering of its life, because they were made here for us, but they still have like loosh. I don't even know what the fuck loosh is. Like they still have energy
Mm-hmm.
that goes on. Besides, it transmutes this reality like into like maybe the ether or the astral. I'm not sure, but that's just what my gut tells me. And I just speak from my gut a lot. So yeah, that's
Praying over the food is probably more natural in these other outer rings or other realms outside of ours. I'm sure they're like totally on that type of stuff that we're very elementary in still when it comes to spiritual
Yeah, see
practices
Nibiru. Yep.
or understanding of reality.
You guys hear me?
kind of fun.
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I jumped just back in to say this is what I was talking about as a carnivore. Is I have no problem hunting the animal myself or doing the process myself in respect and appreciation of that animal, because I've always disagreed with my Christian upbringing. There's a lot of people in churches that say this is all here for us. This is put here for us by God. I know you are part of this and you have that responsibility to not be one of these guys I know that'll shoot a deer in the woods and just leave it lying just to go out and hunt and shoot a deer and then not use it. Like, I don't think that's what God intended, but like all his animals are eating other animals unless they're the ones that get eaten. And we had to totally eradicate the saber-toothed tiger for us to not be lower on that chain. So yeah, context.
Yeah, things eat things, right? This is a realm of power, and this is a realm of bigger
Terror.
things eating small things. Micro to macro, it's the exchange of energy
Look, bro, there's
the consumption
breakdown.
of other living things.
Yeah, in my animal rescue that could possibly end up just dogs, or depending on how animals can be kept, lots of variations, but it was going to be founded on they spend as much time outside of a kennel or cage as possible, because that's what kills me. It's like a dog can wait for an owner, but to just sit in a cage all day and not have words to express it's an experience, no matter how intelligent or not. And that's where my morality really kicks
hole in prison.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's only a certain demographic of humans that I'm like, hey, if you're not going to just kill them, put those guys in a cage or put them on an island, because people that are against guns, they forget that there's men that will make you watch them eat your child's face. And every day those people should wake up and look in the mirror and go, I know there are humans on this planet that would make me watch them eat my child's face. And now tell me that you don't want guns because those dudes can be big and fast and strong and stupid and not be able to be reasoned with. And if you're not going to put them in one of those cages or an island away from me, when they come for me, we're going to see whose last day it is. There's a lot less burglars if every home invader has to find out if it's his last home invasion or not.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
100% yep, I agree 100% with that, yep.
I'm just pouring my soul. Okay, I'm going to post this. Remember, people, I'm not posting this for proof of a side. I want to watch how people respond to this. Will you take Yeah, like, will you spend more than 52 seconds telling me why I'm stupid for buying into something like this? And why?
I think Sovereign spent a good couple minutes explaining to you.
But like I told you, I let him go out of respect of the process of trading ideas. But I don't have a way to tell you guys, listen, as soon as he said this, the rest of it's all founded on that one wrong thing he said. Like when I told him, dude, don't say people want this and think this, because I'm saying as an individual, that ain't me. And I'd like to tell you my outlook of what you say the world has he's telling you everyone's problem with something in the explanation of the problem. It's like, this is all the trade of ideas and logical fallacy and a way we try and talk properly. I'm not trying to fight for a side. I'm just trying to keep everybody on that process of, like, if you say it's flat, don't share my satellite talk about Starlink and how does it work? Like, is that working well if I get it out on my land? It's because I believe I'm on a globe.
Yeah,
and you guys are Discord friends.
One thing I learned recently that's I really like, and I'm going to carry with me for the rest of my life. I know I am because it resonates with me. Is a saying, I forgot who exactly said it. One of the bright, brilliant minds on here we speak with said, "Do not set your expectations high at all for people. Do not set any expectations for people. Do not put expectations on people."
Right, and don't make them conditions to your friendship. Like, don't say I'm not friends
with. I really
with
like that, because that's going to help me accept people for who they are better and easier. And I'll be able to vibe with them.
Also, it makes you open. Like I told you guys, if I end up seeing the light of the disc, I'll just simply turn to my friends. I'll be like, "Fuck me, man. Have been going the whole time, you know."
Yeah.
I never would have thought.
Guys.
Welcome, Max.
Hi, guys.
Hey, I got a question for you right here, quick. So you believe in the globe Earth? Do you believe in contrails? Do you believe in chemtrails at all?
Like we've been talking, I'm worried about who to use which term with, but yes, I agree that planes are leaving those trails, that they're not a natural
aerosol injection.
Yeah.
That I believe it goes with my weather modification belief. But all that goes with my globetrotting belief, you know? It's like big picture, and I'm
Yeah, you know, and I don't know how long you've been looking. I think everyone learns
at their own in Australia in the 90s.
Right. I think everyone learns, and they take their own red pills and look into what they want to look into and stuff like that. But there was a guy that when I first met Richie from Boston, and he was on with Dave. He's Jesus Free Computer Geek, who's worked for NASA for 20 years up in Antarctica and Alaska and stuff. And he said, working up there, that they were floating the satellites with balloons. And this was years ago. He was talking about this stuff. So that makes you look at, okay, I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe it.
What's that called? When you go up in atmosphere, you gain some electricity. What is it called? Oh, you just made my brain think. I gotta look something up. Sorry. Oh shit, you got my brain going.
We do remote viewing on my channel, and we've remote viewed the Earth from above several times, from different, trying to get it from different perspectives. Every time we do it, we see a circle. There's always a circle. And only after I tell people what we were remote viewing, because you don't know until after, do they decide whether it was a globe or a flat disk.
Right.
But everybody universally sees a circle.
Exactly. Whether like you said, whether it's a flat disk, you can't get the 3D view, correct?
That might be the 3D view, as some would see it.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yep. What if it's just all about based on
what are you remote viewing
your perspective and who you are?
Pardon me?
What do you remote view from?
What do you mean? Remote viewing is something you do internally. It's using the third eye.
Oh, I thought you meant like you guys had you were streaming a drone or a balloon lift or something. Like what?
No, it's astral projection. I do group remote viewing.
I think I saw your stream. Today you did remote viewing class today. Was that you streaming?
I just did a chat today.
That's what I thought.
At nighttime, I do classes. Yeah,
I'll
we do.
tell you. I
So
was
what we
looking
do
at,
is we remote view images to get you to be able to freeze images in your mind, and then we go on a destination target. Could be anything, Atlantis, the Earth, anything, anytime, any place.
Where's Atlantis
But,
at?
Atlantis? I believe it's in the
Curious.
middle of Africa.
Is it about Bermuda? Okay,
Middle of Africa.
that's what I
But it
thought.
was probably much bigger than that, though. It probably went out to the Azores.
Was that a plasma discharge that hit the northern continent of Africa in the north west quadrant?
I don't know. It looks like
It's
the land
about
gave way for some reason.
150 miles in diameter.
There probably was an inland sea and it gave way at some time. We've remote viewed
Was that
Atlantis
Atlantis where it looks like? Oh, I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
And then there's the big dragon to the north.
yeah. I was going to show people the dragon
Speculate it's dragon.
if they wanted to see it.
Is that you that does
And
that?
yeah.
Wait, are you the guy that does the organs and you did the stuff up in Fairbanks too?
No.
They're talking
I
about
don't
organs
know
coming out
about
there.
Fairbanks.
There was another guy that was doing that. Just
I
talking
do a
about
lot of
Earth
eggs
organs.
and sperm. I do a lot of sperm and eggs and vaginas and penises.
What kind of work are you doing specifically? I'm very curious, sir. And
Okay.
what is your name?
My name's John. I call myself Max. Max is fine. Yeah, I do
Okay, I see you
remote
in Australia.
viewing, and I'm a mud fossil researcher just on like Google Maps. Yeah, because I wanted to find out
Joe.
what our planet is too. So I found out. Well,
Okay, I'm gonna
from
go
the
sub.
ancient text,
Sure.
they say that the Earth is a corpse, right? That's what Jesus says in the Nag Hammadi scriptures. Ovid repeats the same line pretty much. So I looked around and well, there's mud fossil research, Roger there, and he shows the dragon in the north of Africa. But I looked around and I started finding, like he showed the fetus, and so I started looking around and I started finding sperm, and then I started doing research into lizards.
I'd love to
And
run around the world with you.
I
man.
found the organs, the sex organs. It seems
Dude,
like we're on
that's
on a
amazing.
ball. Seems like we're on a ball of lizards. There's several.
We found. I'm a gold miner in Alaska. We found some fossilized tree up here, and we found a fish fossil on top of a 4,500 foot peak mountain.
Wow. Very cool.
It's in my Hidden Reality premiere video. I
Chris,
have
can you
another
put
channel
the
called
names
Hidden
back on
Reality.
our
man.
avatars? Oh, there you go. Thanks, buddy. I didn't know who that was. Max Vision. I've seen your remote viewing before, Max.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good show. I actually I had a experience with remote viewing, and it scared the shit out of me. I'm telling you, I was scared as hell. I think I watched one of your shows how you meditate, and I started to remote view, and if I remember correctly, you said when you're remote viewing, you can be attacked. Is that true?
No, I wouldn't have. Well, you could be. Yeah, that is possible, but you have to realize that you have more power. That's the one thing you have to realize when remote viewing. You have the power. Fear is the worst thing you can have when remote viewing. So,
Max, what does your aura look like when you're in that form?
I don't know. I don't see auras.
What color is it?
I don't see auras. I see things in the ether, though. There's all kinds of shit around us constantly.
Do you know anything about dissident or dissident?
No.
Are you familiar with that?
No. Actually,
Supposedly
I
it's
kept my.
two planes of
It's-
glass and see into other dimensions.
Oh, okay. There's
It's
what
illegal
are
in
they?
America.
There are concave lenses that we can see dark terrestrial entities and light terrestrial entities.
Mm-hmm.
They're like long
Are they red
worms. They hang
spectrum?
around. I'm
The
not sure.
glasses
No,
are
no,
red. Is that the
no.
dissident
It's
red?
just how lenses are made.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Convex and
Yeah.
concave. Yep.
Yeah. So they make they reverse the lens, and what happens is you can see these different entities. They're just out of our spectrum. They must be.
Can we
Yeah.
buy these online or anything?
I don't know. You might be able to. They hang around above.
Wouldn't it be great if we could
military
find them on
installations.
Amazon?
Well, they had the movie They Live. They made glasses so the guy could see what was going
Yeah.
on. Really.
Right.
That's what the dissident is like, guys. But it's like
And also, I watched
yeah.
the Weaving Spiders. That's a web site that all these engineers talk on.
Karen B.
And Yeah, the weaving spiders, it's called, and
Oh,
they were
never
talking
mind.
about the
Yeah,
Egyptians,
weaving spiders.
the pharaohs and stuff
Okay.
would put stuff in their eyes, and they could see different stuff that nobody
Mhm.
else could see. That's their visions. They knew what kind of chemical to put in their eyes just to
Mhm.
see shadow people or what was going on. And but those when they did that, their eyesight was short lived because it was hazardous to the human body doing that.
And if it's
So I
getting
wonder,
radiated.
I wonder why the powers that shouldn't be would be trying to make glasses that make our reality modified to what we're used to seeing in our reality.
They made the
Remember when I was
chemicals that
talking
you
about
use
that
to
about
make them
Antarctica?
illegal. You cannot
Like
get
it sounds like they're.
guy now.
It sounds like they watched They Live and was like, "Hey, I got an idea.
He had
No, no,
Let's
discipline
no.
by
beat them with the glasses." But no, there was another more recent movie where they take kids and recruit them to be military warriors and give them these VR glasses so they can see the aliens that are invading. And it's the humans that are the last to fight the government, and they're making the kids see the last humans as aliens to kill them. So you're getting killed by your kids that were taken, and you don't want to shoot your kids that you're trying to save as your kids are used to take out the last of the resistance. I forget what the movie's called.
Yeah,
Oh, I wish we remember
that
the
sounds
name so I
like
could
Black
watch that.
Mirror.
That's a dark plot.
Well, do you
Black
know the
Mirror
girl?
episode.
Do you know this girl? She was the sidekick or the female hero on Kick-Ass, I think. She's like a short, cute girl that like grew up to still be a short, cute girl, and she's been in a bunch of movies. She was in another one about being a bomber machine gunner as a woman. I can't remember her name, but yeah, it was that girl.
Hmm.
If you guys don't figure it out, I'll figure out who she is next time for next time.
Yeah.
I'll post it in the comments of this video when it's not a live stream anymore.
So have you guys ever seen Shadow People? The Shadow People?
Oh, yeah, I got shadow people in my home,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah, remote
Exactly.
viewing.
Poltergeist. But I know, like, I don't know their names, but I know one of them is this young native girl out of clairvoyance come to my home. It's a friend of the family.
There's real and fake
One
shadow
of them's a tall
people as
white
far
guy,
as
and
we
then I
know.
have a ghost pug. Max, and he's only been around for like a couple of months. He follows me around like my dogs. I only see him on my peripheral. I'm serious. Yeah, that fucker's around, man.
Yeah.
But I've had extensive poltergeist activity in this house. Like I've had 5 stoners in this room, and I had like 5 or 6 foam airplane wings, like these big, huge ones, come flying. I have them stacked up here above my TVs, and they come flying out at all of us in the room as we're all laughing at the peak of our laughter during a joke. I didn't like the jokers.
See, everyone that I've met can see, right? Like if you close your eyes, you can remote view, and some of us can see what's around. Yeah, I haven't met
Is that
anybody
like-
that can't remote view.
I call it 3D overlay in the world, like a hologram in my mind.
Yeah,
I'm a
but there's
mechanic.
stuff all around us, and if you can learn to see, either with your real eyes or with your third eye, what's going on around us, there's a lot more stuff going on than you'd believe. There's energy waves going from every planet, every just things all over the place, intersecting. There's entities. There's just stuff
Hold up,
going on.
Max,
all over.
hold up. Hold up.
No, hold
Jeep
you
girl.
Hold up, Illumitami.
Jeep girl, stay out of Ohio rest stops. Jesus.
Max, what's your take on Bigfoot and the little people?
Hold on. We're not gonna hop to Bigfoot all of a sudden from
Oh.
Shadow People.
We did
No,
we did remote view the fairies last weekend, I think. The fairy people.
Is that the same people? Shit, we all
Put the
started.
brakes. Put the brakes, guys. Put the brakes, guys. I've been letting y'all talk. So
And
hold on.
we did Bigfoot a long time ago.
Yeah, wonderful. We can get to that in a second. So
With
the shadow people, Glenn, not necessarily the shadow people, but yeah, to what you were saying, Max, about there's spirits everywhere and the ethers and there's things going around at all times.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. I mean, last night I allegedly was vaping DMT with my buddy, and we were sitting in his car just looking at the forest tree line, and we were seeing spirits when we closed our eyes or had them open. It was, and we actually multiple times, my buddy started describing what he saw to me with his third eye. He was telling me he was describing what he saw, and then multiple times he ended up describing something that I was seeing as well. I was like, dude, I was seeing that. We both saw what was like a tree trunk that was extending in both directions with roots, as if like it had roots where its branches would be, and it was like a torus field, but like this organic, like
dark blue ethereal like tree with roots growing out of both ends. And he had started describing that to me, and I was like, dude, I was literally seeing that with my eyes closed. And
Nice.
just we were getting a lot of strange little
Yeah.
things like that happen where we ended up seeing something that was very similar.
Eyes
And
closed?
seeing that we were tapping into something outside of us that wasn't just our own perception.
How bright?
Cool.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's
How
very
bright they
interesting.
glow?
There's stuff everywhere. There is stuff everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything's conscious
feel
too.
you.
What
apparently,
about
in
white
my
wispy stuff
thinking.
going around you sometimes?
Yes, you're
It's
right,
like
Max.
smoke.
That's it. 1 second. I just want to say to
Sorry.
Max, you're right. Everything is conscious,
Yeah.
and that's what I've come to realizations of the past couple of weeks. Is I really see how everything is alive, even the non-material or the inanimate stuff
Yeah.
has some type of like alive energy on
Yeah.
a higher vibration.
Yeah, and they're manifesting their reality. For people that manifest reality and want to change it, you're going to have to go through that rock first, because he's got his reality and he's manifesting it.
So if I can do a callback without knowing anything like what Max would be able to say on the roots of shadow people or whatever, with no training and no knowledge of, I was having full peripheral shadow people experiences in the deepest throes of the lifestyle you guys were warning me against. Well, I never officially was that street thing, but all the shadow things I ever saw constantly, all hours of the day, was about 3 or 4 days into that kind of stuff. And whether it's like, hey, if you put yourself through this, you'll just kind of go there and see it yourself, or if it was just an effect of substance, I don't know. But you guys are describing what I wasn't questing to observe, you know? It's like I didn't send the drone up, but I saw the footage.
I think you were tapped into that frequency, man, because I've heard plenty of people talk about staying up for days and they end up seeing shadow people. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you
with
naturally create DMT. You naturally do it.
right.
the
Well,
right
you
state.
do naturally create it.
Yeah.
And it's naturally in a lot of things. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons people search for enlightenment too, is because that's one of the effects of it, is you gain that ethereal vision. So
I didn't know we naturally created that too. I was aware of THC, but not the DMT as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also
You have
creates there's particles in your third eye that are piezoelectric, piezoluminescent, and piezochromatic. And the more you save your oil, like the Christ story, right? You know, be a good person, all that stuff.
TW talks about.
Don't ejaculate.
No fat.
The more of those crystals and the more DMT and other things you'll get.
But yeah, you don't create THC. You have THC receptors so that you can get the THC effects, but you don't crank out THC, or we'd do a lot less inventing and
you do produce DMT.
No, DMT, yes, but AK had said something about producing THC as well. Like you have receptors for THC.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but real quick, if that's Jeffrey
don't we
Phillips,
produce
get him
it
up
in
here.
small amounts?
Huh?
I
don't know that we do. We might.
Hey, Max, what do you use?
Maybe it's a pain reliever we produce.
Max, what do you use to clear your pineal gland? Is there something that you can take to clear that? I know it gets it. If you drink regular water, I know that the stuff they put in the water fogs it.
Yeah, you can use pineapple juice, cherry juice. Also, baking soda works good too. Yeah, there's lots of products that do work on that. Living a clean lifestyle, of course, avoiding processed sugars and any of the waters that they're giving you. So yeah, clean up your, do as clean a lifestyle as you can, and do some cleanses every once in a while. And pineapple juice, cherry juice.
Do you think
that
they put the fluoride in the water to block that gland? What do you think of that?
That's part of it, yeah.
Oh, you do think so?
Small mustache.
Yeah, it calcifies that. It calcifies the pineal.
And that's why I was asking, what do you use to decalcify it?
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Pineapple juice will work really good.
Really?
It's really interesting, Max, because I was drinking the mine water this summer, and I got back from the mine this year, and I found the community this year and everything, and my mind is just learned a shit ton of new shit. You know what I mean? Just shouting myself because it was so amazing. Like, oh my God. I went a little retarded, but I'm catching up. But that's wild because every time I went out to the mine, I would start healing up. You know what I mean? From like feeling just
Yeah,
Max,
you're
have you,
probably getting out of the radiation
open it
too.
out here in town. I go out to the mine 3 days later. I feel like an ox again. You know,
Max,
Like
have you ever had a
appetite, ready
remote
to eat
view
anything,
that
go to
scared
work.
you?
No,
Never,
No.
huh?
no. Some people in chat have had it be too much and stop, but
So
That's what I did. I pulled
yeah,
back.
so,
'cause
the
it
yeah,
body's
some,
done exactly
sometimes
too.
it is too much. It depends on what you see, right? You know,
Similar.
Mhm.
like
What I saw scared the shit out of me, so I
Yeah.
pulled right back.
yeah, it can be scary. Like we do go to some pretty scary places. We go into some politicians' minds. Sometimes
Whoa.
that is horrifying. That is absolutely horrifying in some cases. Yeah.
Are you teaching how to focus it and focus it on what? What do you teach?
I offer the opportunity to do it. That's what I do.
That you do
I
it
give
for
suggestions. I give suggestions on how to prepare yourself, how to use your third eye, things like that. But I just offer the opportunity for people to do it. So I do images at the beginning of the show to sync you guys up, and at the end of the show, I do a destination target, which is like like we were just talking about. Politicians' brains would be one of them. That way, you guys are all synced up and you act as one mind, and we go and view that.
That's cool.
On the chlorine thing, when I was talking about the simple path between two things, think about how America is. That small mustache back during World War II, he was saying, I am putting chlorine in the Germans' water for this. And then today in America, they're like, hey, your teeth will rot. You lazy Americans, your kids' teeth will rot if we don't put all this fluoride in the water.
Right.
And it's like those stars and stripes are founded on the removal of small mustache, who said, I'm using the fluoride specifically for this.
Yeah.
And we're still doing it. It's like no science involved. Just look at that logic.
Mm-hmm. It's like when I was in the Navy, they put saltpeter in our food, and mostly they added it to the eggs. Saltpeter.
That stuff actually existed? I heard of that.
Yes. Yeah.
Isn't that
It's
like a
diabolical.
performance enhancing thing?
Yeah, if I can make your pecker soft.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It'll make your pecker
Really,
soft.
you get a bunch of horny sailors.
Wait.
What?
Yeah, because we had 5,500 men on a carrier.
Am I thinking of something else?
No, that's what it was for.
That's what it was for, literally, bro.
I thought it was to make
That's
you
how
hard.
barbaric-
No.
No.
No, it does the exact opposite.
Spanish fly.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Huh. Okay.
But
Anyway,
would you
go
not
ahead,
would
my
you
bad.
not ask for more saltpeter as a penis on a boat for months with other penises? I'd be like, extra saltpeter, please. Like, I'm tired of fucking having wet dreams every night because I can't rub one out.
You also will wear soap on a rope when you go showering and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to think men who are going to go to battle stations with me aren't trying to violate me in that's prison where you take soap on a rope. You wouldn't be the Navy if you had to watch your back well, they do have to watch their backs as far as that branch of the military will cut throats for climbing the ladder, because I've seen it in the private sector as they come as veterans. Like, I got Army guys in a company I was a project manager for. I had Army guys that would go to bat for me all the time, and the Navy guys were always trying to get gotcha moments and show you up to try and climb the ladder. And it's like nothing against any military service, but you see that as how it's run compared to guys that are in trenches getting blown up. Like, guys out on the boats, that business doesn't go the same, you know?
You know what's weird? We're talking about this right here. I just had a mail thing pop up on my screen. Erectile problems.
Oh, that's the algorithm, dude.
Came up in a mail message in my screen as we're talking about saltpeter.
That's the algorithm, and we're talking about
Wow.
You guys want to see a lizard vagina and a lizard penis spewing sperm?
Not on this website, but I've seen what you're talking about.
Giant one, sure. Yes, I do. Let me see that.
I go to that Futanari stuff whenever I'm just like, let's
absolutely.
check out
I'm just joking, Max.
3D Futanari. Get your kids out of the room, delete your history, but 3D Futanari. When you're spare time.
Show me there.
Are you gonna show it?
Sure.
I don't have
Okay.
screen share.
What up, Christos?
Sure
Hey,
I
this
am.
Jay.
Why not?
Hey, peace.
I was watching him
What
on your
up,
stream
AK?
today.
What's
up,
what's
bro?
that?
I
Glenn?
was watching Jay today on your stream, man. You were driving in your car. Yep. How you doing, buddy?
So let's
Doing
see,
all
where
right,
are we
man.
There. Okay.
I don't remember. Did I do a stream today?
I think it was today's stream. Yeah. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, there
I
you
think
go.
It might have been. It might have
There
been
you go.
yesterday, brother.
Okay.
I gotta get a drink.
Is that at the Buffalo Rose? Christos.
Chaga, bro?
Uh-oh.
Have you tried the chaga
What?
yet?
Is that at the
We
Buffalo
should both
Rose?
make a cheat.
This is my arugula.
No, your avatar.
Oh, this is from a place called Trainwreck. It's a.
Oh.
They serve bison burgers there and shit.
Nice.
Yeah.
How they
No, I
taste
just like-
good?
Yeah, for sure, man. I just wanted to take. My girlfriend took a picture of me posing with the buffalo, the bison. So it's just a good picture, man. It's been the picture I think I've decided I should use for my YouTube stuff.
Yeah. Got a buffalo
Ooh.
farm up for me here. You can get buffalo steaks and stuff.
Oh, yeah, Buffalo's good.
Mm.
I'm from Tennessee. so we
Ted
get
Turner. Ted Turner has a chain of restaurants called Montana Ted's. If you ever see one of those, they got good buffalo burgers too. Like Turner Network Broadcasting.
Yeah.
It's his chain of restaurants.
Oh, no
They
way.
stopped him from buying land up in America
it's really
because he
earthy.
wanted to be able to drive cattle naturally like cowboys between his different ranches. And they were like, "You're buying too much land, dude. You can't buy." So he just bought enough for a strip where he can cattle drive like that Costner show everyone's watching.
Good question.
But respect,
Oh,
man.
really dry for those.
Oh,
To drive
Jay
through.
can't join the link. I don't know why.
Okay, so
I ate some of the chaga, dude.
this will require a little bit of explaining,
So
maybe.
dry.
Maybe not. I don't know.
I'm
So
listening.
So is that a
This-
snake cock on screen?
This is a lizard. This is a lizard vagina. Okay.
Ooh.
This
the
is
hell?
also okay. With lizards, there is virtually no difference between the male and the female. So
That's
although
very
this is a
special.
lizard vagina, it could just as well be a lizard penis.
Can they change like fish?
Some apparently geckos can.
Okay.
Geckos can. So let me show. Okay.
Oh, that chaga's so dry. Ugh.
Okay. Let's just go to a general one.
So does that mean they're amorphous? Am I talking to Jack? No, I'm talking to
Find
Max.
out where I am
Max
here.
Freeman. Okay.
Dragons, I don't know. They may be. They have some human-like elements to them. At least the one in the desert of Morocco here has human. Where are we? This one has human calves, right? So, and it said that we come from the blood of the dragon. I don't know if that's true or not, but could be. So right there are the human calves, right in the middle, supposedly, of this dragon in the desert in Morocco.
Yeah. I think
There's
I've
his
watched your
face.
video in the past, Max.
Have you? He's attacking
I think
the
so
fish,
because you
the
go
big
down
fish.
south when you show the Atlantis stuff and where the floods are is a little south of there.
Yeah,
AK.
this is Sophia right,
Right
here. Yeah, there's
Yeah, I think I
where
watched your video, bro. That's real cool.
there's where we
A-
believe the
AK, you
the
told him
center
about-
of Atlantis was.
Yeah, okay. I thought that might have been a continental plasma discharge, like lightning strike from one continent to another. But if your
So
theory
they're
is
calling
I
these
think-
meteor
I
strikes.
think
here.
that the Grand Canyon is for sure.
What version of Google Earth are you using right there?
You
I'm
watch
just
Jeff
using
Snyder,
maps. I'm just using maps.
Okay.
Max, do you watch Jeff Snyder?
No, I
YouTube?
haven't. No.
Check out Jeff Snyder 3. He's a guy in California covering plasma fires, and
Okay,
you might have some info you might want to hear.
Hey, what's up,
You
man?
know?
Let me type that in for a second. Got him. Okay.
So Max, they do claim that these are that is a meteor strike. Am I correct?
I forget what they say the reshot structure is formed from, but it looks like it might be on a squid. I don't know. Some type of a creature.
Hey, whoa.
You can see it there. Maybe a
I
squid
can
or
see
something.
it, dude. I can
Yeah,
definitely see it.
Something that shape, anyways. A fish, some creature. There's fish all over the place.
Could be a
Wow.
cuttlefish too,
So that was that could have been a big giant squid.
or
Yeah,
cuttlefish.
maybe. Yeah, leaving an
Wow.
impression, right? When they die, they left impressions in the mud sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes
massive
they
weight on their scale.
solidified and stayed above the ground, right?
Or a
So here's a
vagina.
giant fish here.
Or a vagina wall. Do you think?
Okay, yeah, let's go to the
Whoa.
vagina. the labia in Libya, as I like to call it. So here it is
Libya.
right here.
Wow.
Libya. They even use the right name for you and all that, right?
Wow.
They tell you in the names. So the labia of Libya. Here we can see the circular labia. I even have images of the skin here. This is a really good place to go in. Let's see if we can catch a good one.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
There
Dude,
Skin?
I was talking to London, man, and he had brought this type of imagery up. And I had put in the chat, I was like, man, I'm not trying to be vulgar, but that looks like some pussy wall, you know?
But even along the edge of it, it has what look like hairs. Kind of weird, but they're not hairs, but it just looks like it. It's hilarious. But yeah, there's the different skin on the inside and the outside. Mm-hmm. So, and it pinches up to a point like a human labia here. And then there were those two structures you saw in the previous image. Well, here's one of them right here. And here's the end part is darkened. And it's this entire area here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that I believe is a vagina. It's covered with sperm. Where is Sammy's sperm here? Somewhere.
Have you covered Sleeping Lady in
There's Sammy's sperm.
Have you ever covered the giants? Just curious.
Sammy's sperm.
Sammy's sperm.
Okay, and if you look at a sperm online, the anatomy of it, what they have is they have a central ball. They have two lobes up the front, and they have about four things out the back. A thickened tail here, and then the tail thins out and goes along. And I can show you several examples of these in various decayed forms all over our planet.
Wow.
Our planet is covered with sperm. So this is another example, very decayed. But you can see the horseshoe shape left. I have some really good examples.
Why do you think they do that, Max? What do you think this is about?
Well, like I said, our planet is a giant dead dragon. And it's more than one, though, I think. Because I found the labia of labia. Now, you remember this structure here. Let me go back for you. Okay, you see that structure? It's darkened on the end, big and long.
Yep.
And we mirror that right here. It's got the darkened end, big and long. And there's a missing one on this side, but you can see the beginning of it here. But it's been swept out by the flood, by one of the floods. So let's go look at a fetus. This is about in a human, it would be a 12 to 16 week old fetus. So here we have the elephant-like nose of the fetus. All animals have this. Their heads are all shaped like this when they're at that age, and then they start to differentiate at about 16 weeks. So here we can see the cranial cavity. You might even have a bit of the skull right here.
Yep.
The heart down here. And down here we have the red, green, and black of the intestinal and digestive system.
And that's that could be blood.
Yeah. Now let's show you a penis.
And I want to make my stand in full support of Max that these are pictures taken from a very high place over the planet we're on, in my belief. Like, that's why I believe what he's showing me right now. I believe these pictures
look at
come
this
from
dude
satellite.
first. What do you guys think of
Oh, we
that?
got some globe earthers on the panel. Oh, that's what's up.
No, I'm a globe-tard, buddy. Globe-tard.
That's what's up,
I
bro.
persuade towards the globe, but I'm open to it being
And
flat,
you
too.
guys are Discworld friends. I know you're not flat earthers, you're Discworlders. Because listen, here's what we gotta agree. Neither of us are ever gonna be tied to a stake about to be burnt for one side or the other, because that's where I draw lines. I'm like, I want to hear all Max Vision has to say about this thing he does classes on, but his group can never be pounding on my door with pitchforks and torches just over this thing they do, or I'm gonna have a problem. You know, that's all we gotta remember. It's what common law is based on. Common law is, hey, no damage, no victim, we're cool, you know.
Hey, facts, Illumitami. That's facts, man.
So I see a dragon here.
I'm a pivot man.
Yeah, I see it too.
Keeping it all together.
Too, Max.
I see a winged serpent here.
Dude, I totally see it.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay, a head up here, wings. There's even feathers. And lizards are born pretty much as baby adults, mini versions of the adult. So whatever this thing looked like as an adult, it looked like at this stage too. Pretty scary. Okay, lizard penis. Hold on. We have to.
That's what I've been waiting for.
We have to go to.
Stalling.
We have to see the semen.
Let me get some of this lizard dick.
We're looking for the semen of Yemen. Semen in Yemen.
Try the corner of my mouth, buddy.
Okay, we found the labia in Libya. We'll find the semen in Yemen. They just changed one letter. So here we have some similar type skin structure. This is different though. This is male. We can't get a good view of this stuff. I haven't found a really great view of it. This would be about the best. But
now you all seen one up close.
And for once, it wasn't
here
like
we have
flying
two
at me.
structures. We have two structures. One over here, very faint, in the middle of the image right now.
Mm-hmm.
But in like the first image I showed you, they have two. And here's the second one. And there's the dark end of it. And lo and behold, what is happening at the end? This is a 50-mile long schlong. And we have 300 miles of something just coming out of it. Talk about your penis envy. 50 miles long, guys.
Good, golly. What the hell are you gonna do with that? Flop it around?
Well, see, lizards and snakes don't have sex the same way we do. They just rub around on each other.
Oh, I was right. They just flop
They'll
around.
just flop around on each other. So there's 300 miles. There's 50 miles of song and 300 miles of sperm.
Bless you. Wow.
Yeah. All in that moment.
Are you do you know anything about the Great National Flesh Pit Forest or whatever that's in America?
No.
Close it down.
Whoa. Hold on. Like, I gotta stop you because I don't want you to go down that.
That's what I'm asking.
No, it's definitely not true. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't do this to the flat earthers.
It's along crazy lines like this.
It is someone's fictional creation that is presented that way on the internet. There's a way you can watch a thing where I was letting it play in the background, and after I heard enough, I was like, wait, what? Are you serious right now? And then if you just start to look, oh, this is somebody's fictional creation. Or why are you not driving right now? Like, if it had been real, I would be hitchhiking without a car or driving my car to this flesh pit. It's a ridiculous thing, but it's interesting, the thing he thought up. Because they do display it like in a national emergency. That's what makes it fun to watch.
If there was giant dragons, then there was giant snakes. There was giant
certainly were here
humans, right?
Yep.
show you.
You saw that
well,
goldfish
actually,
the guy caught
The
recently,
Nephilim.
right?
The Nephilim.
What do you
right?
want
You're
to
thinking-
see?
Yep.
What do you think there is? I can show you it probably. Let's go to snakes.
Yeah, I want to see a giant snake because I actually had a dream the other night about a giant snake, and this fucker was wrapping around and coiling up on the plane and shit, and it was nuts.
Always had that dream after my uncle visited.
Oh God, man!
So, did Max leave? Oh no, I still had a question.
No, it's Christos. He gets dropped out. He'll pop back in. And I don't understand how the show keeps going. If Christos can drop out and in, and the show keeps going, I don't have any technical knowledge of
We're
StreamYard.
on StreamYard, so once he starts a stream, we're going through their server, right?
Yeah.
Right, but my head is minded in like a host. The last guy had computer knowledge. There was like a host type thing. Because he can be gone and still pop up in the chat saying stuff. I'm like, I don't know.
Did
internet
we
stuff.
just lose Max?
Periodically, I've been closing out and letting
we lost Max.
I've been hopping on YouTube periodically and hopping off here to let my phone charge a little faster.
Christos, will you see if Max is in backstage? We lost him.
Yeah, he's here still. I got him.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I dropped out. So there's your snake.
We didn't want you to go,
There's a
man.
couple of
You're
them.
awesome, bro.
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
Thank you. We can go in and look, and we can see the characteristics of the head. This is actually a mound. This is not an indented river.
Whoa! You can hella see that one.
So here you can see the
Dude.
There's the
Wow.
nose. There's the
Wow.
even the scales on the
Go to
nose.
the big picture again and show it. That
You
shit
can
was
see the
wild.
number 7 on the eye. Apparently, all snakes have the characteristic 7 shape on the eye. You see the scales on top of the head right there.
Is that the point to his
Kudos,
diamond shape
man.
of his head for his jaw?
That is badass, dude.
Is he a diamond shaped headed or is he rounded? So he's a poisonous snake. Right there where your cursor is, you're almost on the
Your
point.
diamond head, yeah.
Yeah, right there. You were just on it for a second. I think it's a diamond headed one, so that means he's poisonous.
What river is that right there, Max?
And this is the Batha River.
Okay.
How does it just end
So
like that? And then
Max.
that's so
Go
weird.
ahead,
What a
man.
strange river. Where's the river going?
The Batha River. Oh, it's all
Under
over the
that or
place.
something?
It's actually a chain of snakes. I can show you
What?
examples of snake skin all the way down here.
I see a little head
Wow.
there.
It's a
There's
chain
a
of
head right
snakes.
there.
They're following a river line to find deeper water,
What the-
I think. So you can see them.
Wow.
I have examples of their skin. Let's see if we can find some.
How are these creatures so large? How do they exist?
There was more oxygen, and so there was more
Well,
food.
and
They're
heavier
living on more
pressure.
oxygen than consuming food, then, huh?
I think it was increased pressure too, a much thicker
Mhm.
atmosphere.
So let me ask you this, Max.
Super
Even in the
oxygen.
context, like let's say, like you were saying about, well, that's not a hair. And like let's say this is a natural river, but that is a snake head with those characteristics you were pointing out. But if this is a
Yeah, the
natural
Yeah,
river,
the river runs
right,
beside
it's
it.
natural. Right. So how would you relate this? I'm sure you know of, like, if you see the view of Washington, D.C., there's all this man-made stuff that's meant to form a shape to show you from the sky. And so if there's like these natural things that we can see, like the snake and stuff, but then mankind is also doing that, is that a response? Is there, like, I feel like there's something I can't piece together, but I know there's something like I'm noticing that I wanted to see if you have any opinion on that. Like the squid, I totally am like, yeah, a squid could have just came to rest there.
Yep.
And I would still tell people, yeah, but you test that's sand in that shape. But I'm not telling you a giant squid didn't fall to its final thing there, and that's why it looks like that. That's what a
Have you
fossil
tried to
is.
research
That's
to
what
see
a
if there's any
fossil is.
ways to
Yeah,
test
I don't know where they
geological
came from.
material and see if it had a metamorphosis changed by other chemicals, minerals?
Yeah, because when you
Is there a way to
test a
test that, to
fossil,
back test
Yeah.
it?
like that's
don't
going to
know.
come back as rock, but it's obviously in the shape of like fish bones or whatever it's a fossil of,
Well, Roger says he's tested his stones and found human DNA. I'd like
That's
this
what I
tested
figured you might.
because this is a goose or
Hey, can
swan
you full
hide,
screen that, Christos?
and
So
I'd
if I
like
took some of
that,
my fossilized tree I have and I DNA tested it, I should get, whatever tree it was, right?
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Max
We have
Vision,
it's got quartz infused in it. How does the quartz get in there? Do you know? In fossilized trees.
Well,
we
I
do,
have
but
small piece of
there's a
it.
lot
You
of
don't wanna go.
we're kind of made of a lot of crystals. There's a lot of crystals in us, right? You've got pretty much all of them, all the materials in you to make crystals.
Well, weren't we made
But,
from the dirt of the earth, right? Is that what Jesus
yeah,
told us?
you go back to that as well.
Yeah.
What is the dirt of the
You
earth?
can watch that happen. I do it to my enemies.
I mean, what
Yeah,
is
if the
dirt?
dirt of the earth is the skin of a dead dragon, then we're made of dragon skin.
Mm-hmm.
So we should be bulletproof.
And women were made from the rib of Adam, which they found out that the male rib bone is the only bone that will regenerate.
Yeah, that's the second creation story.
Exactly.
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did.
Shut the fuck up.
Richie from Boston told me that
What?
it was the
wild.
human body's got 206 bones in it, and the male rib bone is the only bone that can regenerate. I read a story in the paper from Boston Hospital here that a guy got
crazy.
in a car accident and he kept going in for operations. And when he came out of the operations, they're cutting into his chest. And he told the doctor, "Hey, I'm getting my leg operating wrong. Why are you cutting into my chest?" And they were taking parts of his rib bone to rebuild his leg with the regenerating rib bone.
So they just kept plucking off pieces of it? Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually smart.
But that the Bible said that Eve was created by the rib of Adam, and that was thousands of years before they even knew this.
Go look at snake scales.
But I don't believe these timelines they give us, anyways. But
So Max Vision, if
Very
you haven't seen
interesting.
that stuff,
What about the Mandela effect that affect our bodies? What do you think about those? Just got me thinking about this now. Like our ribs fused together, moved up.
I asked a guy last night about that. About what does he think the Mandela effect was? A guy that I think is pretty smart, and he thinks that's our creator waking us up. That's a wake up call from our creator.
Okay, cool. I've had that same theory. I've spoken that same theory, just like that, similar. That's cool. So I'm resonating with that, bro. That's tight. Damn it. I was gonna ask you something else, but I forgot it. Damn it.
So Max, if you want to look into it for the future, I would be interested in your opinion on this Washington D.C. stuff. There's like a double 88s, and I'd have to look. I'd have to find the video again, but somebody went through the aerial view of DC, and there is all this like created aerial stuff.
Well, they believe there's resonance with those symbols, right? So they say things like when they put up. I just watched a video recently, like when they put up the national monument, that big penis, right? Apparently, soon after that, there was a whole bunch of discoveries and innovation in the area. So it brought a positive energy.
The Greek and Latin, like life and culture, was extinct long before America would be created, and its governing city would just have all that Greek Latin reference, almost as if a few people have passed down a power time after time.
Yeah, the Masonic symbols and all that.
Yeah. It's like there's no reason for fresh countries. And when I say fresh, like leaving the UK to make America, there's no reason you would found it in such stone Latinness, Yeah, man. So I was interested if you had done a lot of aerial stuff over DC in that context.
No, not really.
Mac,
but
what about the Nazca lines? What is it called? Those lines.
Max, may I get your turn, please?
Nazca.
Jessica.
What's that?
Which lines?
Nazca lines. I got some interesting lines. If you could.
That made me
tell
think of the
what
word
they are.
Jessica.
No, it's like ancient aliens. They
Max,
have
man, your channel name too?
Say again. Sorry, I had two of you coming at me.
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
Yeah, I was asking for your channel name. Sorry, bro.
Oh, it's Max Vision Remote Viewing Class.
Okay, thank you.
And take into account AK is like handicapped on lag and connection. That's like apparent the whole time, so we just have to consider it.
Yeah,
He's in
Canada, right?
Yeah.
Alaska.
No, I'm in Alaska,
I'm in
Anchorage,
Canada.
Alaska. Nice. Is your vision got a cat on it? Your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Black
here we
and
go.
white
There they
cat.
are. The
That's cool,
Nazca
bro.
lines in Peru.
Okay, I make a call, but I have another channel called Hidden Reality.
This is a dragon in
YouTube channel
China.
as well.
Have you seen the dragon head in China? A lot of people haven't, and I don't know why. It's so.
No, I haven't
I'll tell
seen
you,
that.
it's all wrapping around.
Dragon
It's running
to their
clockwise.
So there's the eye right there. There's the eye of the dragon. Most people can't understand the scope or see the scope of it. It's huge. So there's the eye.
Wait, I've seen a different one now. I thought I'd seen a different dragon before.
No, that's
Now
the
you're
eye.
showing me something.
That's the eye.
I
of
thought
the
this whole dragon
right
was snaking around the eye, and that was the dragon. The body, that was what's going around the eye, and the head's up.
there. This
to
is the jawline.
I see
This
now.
is the jawline of the dragon right here.
Holy shit! It's massive.
And here's
It's
his
like the
dragon
size of a
beard.
continent.
It is. That's why I say
Holy
the
shit.
world is a dragon, a giant dead dragon.
Whoa.
You can see his mouth clearly,
Wow.
and you can see what would be the squished other side. He even has a couple of horns sticking up as well.
Man, the creator really wanted to mess with us.
One horn right up here.
And you shall live on a dragon.
Yes, you shall. And there's some remnants over here of horns. But he trails off into some feathery type stuff over here.
Why a dragon, though? Like, what?
So
Max,
there's that dragon.
Yeah. What do you think of the pyramids? What are those for, Max?
Energy, I
Yeah.
think.
Good.
Energy,
Oh,
positive, and positive
energy.
energy.
Okay.
Now here's another possible dragon head. We can see the same structure of the jawline, the beard, and the horns, but the eyes and that have been washed out or missing. So there's another one, not quite continent sized. Then we can go
ever seen any other
over
kind of
to
creatures?
North America. There's one here that's quite easy to see up the East Coast.
Do you have anything up by Alaska you found?
You know what's weird with what you're talking about, Max? It's like that movie,
So
The
here's the
Gods
head.
of Egypt, right?
Wait a minute.
Where he was slaying
That's
the
down on
dragon.
Mississippi.
The Serpentines right
I
up.
used to live by
his
Nashville.
body,
What the hell? I lived
body
on a
hitting
dragon?
Alabama. Yeah, you live on
What's
a
by
dragon.
Nashville? I live by Nashville. What's there? What part of the dragon is that?
I live on a dragon's tail.
Bro,
There's the end of the dragon's
I lived on its
tail
like
right
head and
there.
shit. Shut the fuck up. Whoa.
They'll tell you that
Whoa.
that's from ice scraping the earth.
Okay,
It's
so
not
what
from
is
ice
quartz, bro? What is quartz,
scraping the
man?
earth.
What is quartz and
That's-
why is gold in it?
It's been
It's gotta have
replaced.
iron in it.
Roger
You
on
guys
Mud
right
Fossil
there, is that-
University can explain it much better than I can. But what happens is the elements get replaced.
Mm-hmm.
And quartz is one of the things that'll replace it because it's pretty common. So like this got replaced with red clay because in my area, I live around red clay, but it also has blood in it. So I could have this tested. What's
I'm a
around
gold miner.
Nevada?
This is some of my gold right
Devil's
here.
Tower. Devil's Tower. Let me see. Where is that? That's
Yeah,
a
Devil's
dude
Tower.
that fell. That's a guy that fell
Doesn't even
down.
look like quartz either. It's dirty, but this is quartz.
And people argue whether it's a tree or it's a guy that fell down. If I can find it, I can show you that it's actually a guy that fell down. You can see his arms, legs, and his head impression in the dirt.
So there was giant trees.
No, it was a giant dude.
Oh no, we're
No, but
giant.
those are giant
We're a
trees
big
too,
guy
man.
fell down people. We've
I don't
got
know
to
if they were
kill.
giant trees. There probably were because if they were giant people, they were probably giant trees. But they
Yeah, you're talking
decay.
giant people.
so
You're
much.
talking Nephilim.
Well, we
They
found some of the
decay much
fossils.
quicker. Trees would be harder to find.
Max, are you talking giant people, Nephilim?
Well, no, giants.
Oh,
Nephilim
oh,
were
bigger.
actually pretty small.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking
Is that what the
miles
Bigfoot are?
high.
Are they half
Miles.
Nephilim, half human?
Who?
Are the Bigfoot half Nephilim and half human?
Well, listen. This is where
Oh, no.
division.
Not
This is
really.
just a concept of division. Like that's where it starts. Is
Not
like
really,
we're
yeah.
just using a word
Because we're
for giant people.
there are
And it's like
derivation
these
that
two
probably
words and what
happened
no
around
one's
the
seen.
same time.
I
right?
can't understand
Because there are
either
all
one of
kinds
you.
apparently there were all kinds of creatures born from the serpent. A bunch of monsters, they called them, and we were one of them.
Oh.
So we were probably born from a dragon.
All right, I had to put you two guys in the back because it was just getting way too. There was
no problem.
collisions happening left and right. I really wanted to hear a quick little discourse between Max and Glenn here. Glenn, you're about to ask about the Gods of Egypt movie.
Exciting.
Yeah,
I just wanted you to make that point, and then I'm gonna let them.
Well, they
back down.
show the god going up to our atmosphere and talking to his father, and the father every night was battling the dragon in space. It looked like. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, Max.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay, it's called The Gods of Egypt. It's an older movie, and it showed how the gods, how they all acted and controlled the whole earth and stuff.
Oh, okay. Is that like oh God, what was that movie? There was
Didn't
a
they
cool
remake
movie where
it?
they had all the gods in a circle around the earth on a table.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
I know what you're talking about, like
Clash of the
Zeus and all
Titans,
them.
was that?
Yep, Clash of the Titans. Yep,
Yeah.
it was sort of like that, but it showed
Okay.
it showed a couple of gods fighting each other for control of the earth. But then one would have to go up and see his father. That was, I forget. The father was Ra, the sun god,
hmm
and he stayed in orbit above our planet, and every night he battled the dragons with
Oh,
his
wow.
power. Yep.
Yeah, that mirrors Marduk and Tiamat. Marduk killed the earth Tiamat and split her open and used her body to make the earth. That's from the Sumerian tales. In the Nordic, it's Ymir and I can't remember the hero's name. But yeah, that's a very similar story.
It's a good theory. I've never heard this theory before about showing us all the dragons and the snakes and all the stuff in the land. It's crazy.
Yeah, here's Devil's Tower. It's kind of cool. I think this guy is about a mile long, mile high. Yeah, about that. So he's not. They say that the giants were 3,000 ells, or the titans, and that's 2.66 miles. So this guy isn't that big. But
Oh
here
yeah,
we have
and the Devil's
Roger-
Tower.
thought
That's
that
where
was
they made Close
Yeah.
Encounters of the Third Kind on that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So here's Devil's Tower, which Roger says is a football or a heel, right? The end of a heel. And I was saying, well, if there's that and he fell down, there should be another one somewhere. Well, there is. It's right here. You see the remnants of it here. It's on its side. See the leg goes up along. Let me get in close so you can see where I'm going. Up along here. Here's one leg. It's bent over that way. Comes up to the torso. Down here is the other leg going to the Devil's Tower. Back out.
Wow.
And here's his torso. You can see the dark green because that's where plants like to grow, is on the blood. And you can see possibly an arm coming out this way. But what clinched it for me was the depression in the earth where the head should be, right there.
Right.
And the 2 feet. Finding the 2 feet.
And they made these big imprints like that because they were such large beings, right?
Yeah, and the earth was soft at one time, like it wasn't hard.
Oh.
Like when it was in its earlier days, because it was a giant dead creature, so it was soft.
Mhm.
And that's one of the reasons the waters came from below, is because the earth split open. It was like a corpse baking in the sun. Eventually it's going to split open, and some celestial event could have triggered it, or it could have happened by itself. But eventually the earth just split open and all the waters came gushing out.
Oh. So are you a flat earther, Max, or are you a globe earther?
I'm actually neither. I predominantly operate like a globe earther because it works with the cosmology I like, and the idea of, I don't know, but it could be a disk. It could be an infinite plane too. I like that idea the best, but
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, same here. I mean,
until I've actually physically been up there high enough to see the entire thing, if that's possible. Who knows if it goes on, if it stretches on to where I can't see it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I leave that open. So I have both people on my channel, flat earthers, round earthers, infinite earthers. I'm a dragon earther. The only thing I can confirm for sure is that I am on a giant dead dragon.
And I remember seeing a video like you're into mud flood and mud fossils. They found the remnants of some lady or a body of a lady like way out where it's imprinted in the ground. I forget the name of it. It was like a large human lady, and
There are several. It'd be hard.
Yeah, she laid down
in
the cold and died, and she's still the remnants are still there. People.
That's the sleeping lady.
The sleeping
lady is in Alaska. AK crawling.
That's where I started. AK told me about it. Yep.
Now you want to talk about size of creatures? What you're looking at right now is the great macaw or the seven macaw.
Macaw and like the parrots?
As in a bird, like a parrot.
Yep,
yes. This, our continent, you're on a dragon, but you're also, those dragons are on top of a macaw.
Really?
Yeah, this is seven macaw. I'll show you. You know, macaws have head plumage. Here's the head plumage. There's the head plumage on Newfoundland. Here's the beak. And if you read the story, seven macaw has a broken beak. And if you take Nova Scotia, this island here, and slide it back up into its proper position, it wouldn't be broken. It would look like a beak.
Oh.
Here's seven macaw's eye. Used to be silver lined. There's no silver there anymore. Or there is no silver there. Also, his teeth were made of, what was it, turquoise. But there's no turquoise here either. That's in South America because they stole his teeth. They stole seven macaw's teeth and his eyes. And you can see his, you even see his ear hole right here. Bird's ear hole is down by the jaw. But the story follows that his eyes were stolen, his teeth were stolen, and his jaw was broken. And all of those elements are right there. You can see that the wings go all the way up to Alaska on one side. If you imagine a dead bird, you'll see it. And it goes all the way up here. This is just a wing.
Can you show me the Kenai Peninsula and what part of the dragon it is?
This is a macaw. That's a wing.
Yep.
So the wings are huge.
Can you show me what part of the wing is the Kenai Peninsula of Alaska?
Alaska?
Like the bottom middle.
Right there?
Like if you look at the, right here. The little peninsula sticking there.
Okay.
To the right of your cursor. Close to the right more. Keep scrolling to the right. That's the Kenai Peninsula there. Part of the, it's like part of its wing.
Yeah.
Sleeping Lady's north of you right here. If you keep going up north.
One of those lakes kind of looks like it.
I see a head right there. I see a head right there.
I got severe pareidolia. Now you got me looking for a lady shape.
So she's up here by Anchorage. Up here by Anchorage is where Sleep Lady is. If you go north of Anchorage, go across it. Goes like straight north from where you go to the tip of Anchorage area. You see the tip by the underneath the A. Then you go north, and you see like the brighter green underneath the. I think it says.
Okay.
Fort McKenzie, right there below the.
Straight north.
The sea of McKenzie is where she's at. Well, wait a minute. Bring your cursor down.
Bring your cursor down.
Now left some. Left. See, you see the two little mountain humps over here on the left? Yeah, right there. She's on one of those humps. Yeah, she's there on that one or the one on the left. But I tried to get her on Google Earth. I didn't know about Google Earth Pro. I think she's on the one on the right somewhere. She's
I think so.
Is that her right here below her? Hold on. Go lower. Lower. Because she's got one of her legs bent up a little, like it's tucked up. You know what I mean? Like she fell asleep, kind of on her side and kind of on her belly with one leg tucked up and her arms kind of tucked up in a sleeping position. The natives believe that
I see it right
she
here.
fell asleep waiting for her husband to come back from war. You're like right over. I think she's like right below where you just were. She's hiding in there good, but
yeah, you had pictures of that, right? AK, I saw you put pictures up for her before.
Yeah, that's pictures from online. But see, my girl's uncle, he's a pilot, and he's seen it. He says it's real. He said it's not exactly like you got to catch it at the right time of year to see it real good. He said because if it's too much snow on it, he said you can't see it good.
Was it to the left, AK?
She could be on that ridge or the ridge to the left. She could, wait, it's got a name of the mountain. What's that peak right there? The blue dot.
Mount Susita.
It's Mount Susitna is the name of it. That she's on Susitna.
Okay.
She is Mount Susitna, or most of it.
Yeah,
like that.
it could be she's the entire mountain.
I think we're getting close here.
That's what I'm. But it showed her in the picture that it's online. It's like super detailed.
Real detailed. Yeah.
Bottom. I think she's down in the bottom area somewhere. But also, hold on. I think I just seen her go up some. Okay, stop the cursor there.
Yeah.
Could that be her leg below you there? Like if you go southwest, where your cursor is, southwest. There, that might be her leg. There. That might be her leg there, maybe. I don't know. No. Fuck. What program are you using? Are you using
This
Google
is just
Earth?
maps. This is just maps.
Okay, I want to look this
That
up.
way everybody can look it up, and it's.
We can't find her like this.
I
That's why I want to try
can't
the
cheat it.
Pro. We've tried this.
Yeah.
And I've tried it a long time too.
Different shading, probably.
Plus,
benefit-
different times of the year with snow and stuff too, don't you
Yeah,
think?
that's the thing. Yeah.
there's a lot of
That's
snow
what
here,
Ford's
too.
uncle said. If it's too much snow, you can't see her good. He said.
Yeah.
And one of the
To
things
me,
you
I
get
could
with
see it being
Google Earth,
most of the mountain. Go ahead.
You want to get her in
Oh.
springtime when the snow's melting off, and there's still
Yeah.
some snow. That's the secret.
Too hard to tell.
But you get
So
when
one
you're
of the-
looking at it from the side, it looks like she's like laying down on her back, and her face is looking up. It's weird. And her head's
Yeah,
like
I can see.
south.
I kind of see a head right there at the top. You know, but it could be just pareidolia.
She's got her face down to the ground.
Yeah, it looks like hair coming off.
Yeah, and she's got like long
Here.
flowing hair, and she
Yeah.
has one leg tucked up, and the other one's kind of more straight. Oh, that might
And
be her
that
back
looks
right
like her
there.
body right there.
And the leg that's tucked up is her. It would be the east leg, and she's laying at a. I think she's laying at like a 45-degree angle from southwest to northeast. Her head would be at northeast.
Okay.
I want to find her on the Google Earth Pro now.
Yeah.
See if I can. I want to buy that just to fucking look for her, man.
I don't think I can change the date on this one.
can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the advantages of paying for Google Earth Pro is you can search, like, you know how the satellites are taking pictures at intervals. So it's like if something is gone, you might not see it now. You can date back to older pictures that the satellites have taken.
You can timestamp it. Whoa, that's sick.
Yeah.
I can't believe they let us get access to that data.
That's a real.
Well,
bonus. How
you're
much
going
does
to pay
cost?
for it. You're going to
Yeah.
spend money for it. I don't know. I know it's a subscription. I was just
You know,
talking about a
looking for
channel
it's
that
money well
uses it.
spent.
I don't think it'd be
Right.
that much. Probably, probably $40-$80 a year or something.
That ain't that bad.
But like because guys, I got to break out. I don't have the battery power to take you on the dog walk. And he's on the physical level of like, okay, outside time. He's like, not going to stop jumping on me. But like I said, guys, we can all be friends, but any conversation I sit in for, it's like we're acknowledging these are pictures of a thing that's above us, like that's how we're referencing it. And then you can go to this date. Now there's snow on it. You go to this date and there's no snow on it. It's like, that's how you get trapped, or how you're burnt at the stake when nobody's hearing you out. That's the way I'm.
Line grounds. There'll be like a whole section that's in summer, and then there's like a straight line down the fucking map, and it's like all winter on the other side.
And so if anybody wants me to go into it one time when I'm here and not leaving, the whole mud flood thing, how that happens is based on a globe with 2 magnetic poles that reverse so quick that it just wipes everything
Flips
out.
the plane over 90 degrees.
And
Yeah,
and all of this just shifts together. And
And
that's
you're
why
right,
we look at those circles in Africa that people are saying might have been Atlantis. Like if Atlantis was more advanced than us, how do you think you turn into a couple of circles in the desert? It is a very horrific 20 minutes and everything. The whole world changes in one day. How many people are alive after something like that happens, you know?
Maybe 5%.
But hey, if it is a disc, fuck me, man. I was using
Yep.
Google Earth Pro. I never would have realized, you know?
Okay.
Fucking
No.
bones deep in the ground of
You know
giant
what?
lizards. Who would have thought?
I wonder, no matter what it is, whether it's a disc or a ball, how the fuck do you get a parrot this size?
Can you go to the bottom of South America there?
Yeah.
Just move down so we can
How do
see
you
the
get a
bottom
parrot
of
that
South America.
size?
Well, just to sit here, say north, south, east, and west is glober stuff. That's globetard words. But no, back out as far as you were, but stay. Yeah, right there. You see that tail at the. Okay, go back down, because we're gonna link up to Antarctica there. See how it's okay. There. See, that was a land bridge, guys. You can even see under the ocean that mound that's been pushed. Like, yeah, that is a land bridge. That was probably a mud flood event or something lesser than mud flood, but it's because Antarctica is the south. It's the word for South Pole. Arctic is the north word. So I can't buy into ice wall because you go south to get to where the Nazis and our government are not letting us. Like the Nazis were there first, and the government doesn't let us go there now. I have to be globetard, to buy into my Nazi base in Antarctica thing and my Tic Tac craft origin stuff.
How I don't understand how you have to be like a globe earther to say any of that stuff.
Well, you don't have to believe it, but for my logic to match up, if I'm questioned about it, like that's how my logic matches up, because you can Google Earth Pro Antarctica and there's still the very center of it that they've blotched out, like the way Dick Cheney blotched his house out.
Yeah.
Like they won't let you look at a part of Antarctica where you can't go to Antarctica. But that guy I talk about with the channel that uses Google Earth Pro, he's exposing like vehicle tracks down there in the snow and cave openings and shit. And like one date's picture, this snow is a lot of red all over the snow and then it's gone. It's very unsettling to think about what might have happened there, And all I know is that I don't know, but I subscribe to Globetard. Because
you're a crypto millionaire too?
No, everybody's saying millionaire. I plan on hitting millions in the near future, depending on how the powers that shouldn't be do this crypto transition to cashless. But I'm just hood rich to where I got fuck you money, and I've had this free time. But I have to keep acting on the things I'm doing, or I will stop having money. I'm still in a process. But yeah, don't let me brag. Let me explain myself, because you know what I'm stigma from. But it's been fun, guys. I just wanted to take the minute to outro while there was a space, because my dog demands it, and that's one of my last authorities I work with, because he protected me in the homeless time. But yeah, man, it's been fun. I hope talk to Max more about this stuff. I hope you're looking at that DC stuff. Been fun, whole panel. Been fun chat. Peace to those who know me from Dark Side, and I will see you guys again soon. Maybe on a later this evening on a different channel.
Okay, man.
I appreciate your input. Thanks for coming,
man.
bro.
And I appreciate you letting me explain myself in times when people might just be assuming or rolling with shit. Catch you. And I'd ask for that for all of us. We should all get that.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Good talking to you. Great.
Yep.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yep.
Good talking to you, Tommy. Have a good one, bro. Have a good walk with your dog, man. Take good care of him.
Oh no, that's a he. He can take care of himself.
Take good care of him.
Do a whole stream about him. I mean, he's got an OnlyFans, guys. Tell him about his OnlyFans. See ya.
Why don't you do that with my dog? Maybe she'd be a superstar, wouldn't you? Yeah.
What do you think about that, Max? Do you think the bridge that used to connect South America to Antarctica there with Chile?
I think he just
There
got
used to be one.
kicked.
Oh, Max is cut out. Oh.
Yeah, Max just cut out.
There was one between Alaska and Russia too.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Me and my girl talk about that because she's a Nupiak, and she looks like she's like Mongolian. You know, we talked about it. We're not racist. We talk about all kinds of shit. So that's one stuff that we talked about because we're curious. And yeah, she believes wholly that their ancestors are Mongolian descent, that they came over the land.
Yeah. The land bridges did exist to connect Antarctica to the other lands there. Yep.
What do you think of that? About that being a snakehead?
Now because of Mandela, it's gotten smaller than what it used to be.
That land bridge has the shape of a snakehead.
Yeah.
The one up by Alaska and Russia?
No, the one down at the end of South America there.
Okay.
South America, the
one up by
Yeah,
Alaska.
it's even got islands that would be maybe teeth.
Did you see that before, Max?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder what the Aleutian Islands are.
But it could be an impression of a giant snake too. There's lots of snakes around. Fish. Got lots of images of fish, snakes.
Because Alaska's got
If
a
anyone
funny
wants
shape.
to screen share, go ahead.
I even have an image of a what are they? Horsefish.
Show us, man.
Giant horsefish.
Seahorse? Wait,
Seahorse, yeah.
Horsefish.
You started the show, man. Everybody's fascinated about when you get the show, man. It's awesome.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Paula.
Okay, let's go to seahorse.
Yeah.
Oh, Paula,
Yes.
Paula.
Okay, there, you are there.
Hey. Yeah, my husband is showing me a video right now where they
Paula.
shot the balloon down after it crossed the entirety of America.
After again did its mission, then they take it.
Yep.
You know, all these years, they never had all these satellites going around. Never had one come out of orbit and crash on anything. With all these thousands of satellites, space junk, all this stuff. All of a sudden now, the year 2023, we have a spy balloon satellite. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Glenn,
Goofy,
how come
man.
no company's ever sold like camera viewership? You get time to look through a camera up there. You pay a lot of money and you get to just pan the camera wherever you want. Zoom in wherever you want. Why the hell don't that exist? If I was like someone like Elon Musk, that's what I would have done, dude. Shit.
Yeah. I watched a lot of hours of Crow 777. He studied the moon and photographed it and got it. You know, people would say, "Oh, you're crazy." He researched and knows how cameras work, optics, all that, and got the moon redrawing itself like a computer screen. And with that movie he came out with, him and Jason Lindgren came out to shoot the moon movie. He says he don't believe any satellites exist at all. You know, and if they do, they floated on balloons. That's exactly what he said.
Well, there's also that.
Makes sense.
I was trying to think of it earlier, but I couldn't think of the term. But it's basically what it is like for every 10 feet up, it's something effect. Every 10 feet up, you get like so much electricity, potential electricity.
Exactly. I watched the video with these two engineers shooting up drones with copper wire, and the higher they went, they were grabbing free power out of the air.
That proves
coming
Tesla
down.
shit works. Tesla tools will work, I think.
Yep.
Because of that. That makes me think Tesla could work. Absolutely. They're
try
grabbing it from the ether of the planet and the atmosphere and the way up, and it's getting stronger on the way up. That makes you think, why is it getting stronger? Maybe it's got to be stronger to hold up something massive like a dome.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just theorizing here.
Let's figure out how to make a pole and get some of that free energy for our heating bills and electric
There's the
bills.
I'm currently trying to make
this another
I don't have enough money to get the supplies I need, but I know what I need. I understand the theory, and I want to make them to the point where I want to buy this.
Is this another being? Oh, is this a seahorse?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
This is a seahorse.
Yeah, seahorse.
We can see where the eye is, right there.
Yeah.
We'll start at the eye. You can see the crest on the head. He's got a fin that starts about here and goes all the way down his body. Goes out to there and back down. So an entire seahorse.
That's so cool.
His tail's on the land. You can see his.
Is he the only seahorse you found?
Yeah, it's the only one I found.
Okay.
What's up, Boston?
Found tons of fish, snakes. Yeah, those are easy to find. Sperm, eggs. But
We were also
seahorses,
finding
not too many.
shells at the top of this mountain where we found the fossil. but they were like fragmented, so they didn't keep those. They just kept the one intact fossil.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
like a 3-inch fossil, 3-inch little
Yeah.
fish. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, shit got flung around a lot.
Hey, welcome, Austin.
How's it going?
Thanks for coming by.
I don't think the seabed rose. Well, I think the seabed could have rose in some cases, but I think it's kind of more of a combination thing than just plate tectonics. I'm not kind of a fan of that one either. So, but it's kind of plate tectonics, but not really. I don't know how to explain that. It's mushy inside.
Gooey, yeah, like a pie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get in this stuff when we get down to bedrock. We call it gumbo, and it's like gum. That's where all the best shit is.
Yeah, that's the freshest stuff. That's what you know, those we see all those pillow buildings in South America where they have like rocks that look like pillows. That's because it was soft mud at that time, apparently, that they were using. So that's why it fits together so well, because it was soft. You just kind of put a big chunk of meat on top of another chunk of meat, you know. And
man, this place is so weird.
Yeah, it's freaking weird. They had apparently they had what they called soft rock up until around the 600s, 6 to 1200s. But to find any now, you'd probably have to go really deep.
Wow.
Soft rock, huh?
That's kind of what that gummy stuff I'm telling you about is. It's kind of like soft rock, bro. It's hard to explain. You can't just suck it up with the nozzle either. You got to break it up. It's so compacted.
Our skin's made of clay, so you know that's all over the place. We got red clay.
Yeah, we got lots of red clay in Tennessee.
So that's like like there's let me show you some dragon eggs, because a lot of them. Oh, let's go to footprints first. Hold on, because that's a funny one. I'm going to show you two different sizes of footprints in one image. Okay. There's also a cell in here. This is a cell dividing. You can see the divisions happening.
Whoa! What the fuck? Whoa! That's not a stretch at all. I see that totally. My God.
You got the riboflavins in there and shit.
The mitosis or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all there. You can look up the biology of cells. It's all there.
Let me look at that a little longer.
That's fucking mind blowing. I mean, talk about destroying the ratio of micro to macro when you have cellular looking things on such a massive scale.
That's about 3,000 feet across.
That's the distance from like me to you, Christos. Jesus.
Wow.
So we're going to look at some 400-meter footprints.
So were we looking at autosomes and chromosomes inside of that cell?
Oh, this one's bigger. This one's about 1.5 miles, but don't look at that one yet. We're going to look at these ones.
Do you think that the powers that be or anybody actually really knows what really goes on and where we live or any of that?
Yeah, it's all hidden in the Vatican.
I think some of them.
The CIA and the FBI might know. The CIA
the
and
way
the
you
FBI
said that so casually, it's all hidden in the Vatican. I mean, yeah, I agree.
It is. That's where it is, man.
For sure.
I just can't tell you anything else, man. So here's a set of footprints. These aren't quite as big. These are only 400 meters long. But
I think only some of them know.
Yeah, only some of them. But the information's there. That's where it all is. Here we go. What these people seem to like to do. There was a lot of dragon eggs around, and they like to stomp through them. So this is what this guy did. You can see clearly how he came up to the edge of this, walked on it, stomped right through the middle of it.
Wow.
You can see the footprints coming out of it.
If they're that big, they could just like go around the planet in like 10 minutes of running.
Yeah, if it's a globe, or if it could be bigger than we're being told.
Infinite round, they just go jogging off somewhere else.
Yeah, it could be
10 times. Could be 10
Right.
times
Dude.
bigger than.
They can travel to like
control.
the hospitable zones, like past the walls, and get from one little dome to the next, no problem. As they hold their breath.
Maybe.
Probably.
Yeah, that'd be like that old show, Star Lost, where they had all these different domes.
I was just going to say that. I put that link in and show people that show, Star Lost. It's free on YouTube. They got 16 episodes, but it's a spaceship with different realms like ours on there with firmaments over them, and each of them don't know about each other. Yep.
Yeah.
The Star Lost, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. So here we have the macro right next to the micro. Here we have a 1.5 mile long footprint right beside.
I'll put a link in there if anybody wants to watch that. It's a pretty good show.
So, and I can find several of these. There are, like, I can find these footprints in similar sizes all over the planet. They're everywhere.
Yeah, please drop that link, Glenn. I think you talked about this before with someone on Jay Phillips' stream a while back. I remember you talking about multiple domes.
Yeah, Star Lost. Yeah, that's cool.
Chris says I sent you some info. I'm looking up.
Yeah, I hear somebody did a little dance
that.
through the land.
I like that.
About the periodic table shift, and I'm looking into that.
So this one's about a mile.
That to me.
No problem. I tried to download the whole document. It was 43 pages. This is what I got screenshotting. There's more, bro. You just got to look it up from the beginning, and there's a whole PDF file, 43 or 48 pages that you can download.
You'd be surprised some of the stuff you can find online, man. That's for sure.
I like that Star Lost because that could be another reality that we're living in. You know what I mean?
It could be, yeah.
Yep.
Is it like adjacent domes and like realms?
Yeah, they're all attached by tubes.
Right?
It's like the flower of life.
It's flat. Yeah, they're attached by tubes.
Oh shit!
Is the moon plasma? Max, is the moon plasma? And it's a 4-picture composite of our realm, possibly.
I don't know, but they're hiding it from us. We've been there. We've done the remote viewing.
It's brighter than what it used to be now.
We have not been.
Hollow, and there is something inside that's pointed at the Earth.
We have not been to the moon.
That's for sure. Well, wait, I guess I shouldn't say that's for sure, but
I don't think we got to the moon on our own. That's what I think. I don't think we got to the moon on our own.
I think the moon's just I think the moon's just a projection.
Yeah,
could be. There is the projection in front of it that they try to hide stuff with.
Sorry,
map.
We can see the moon waves. We can see the moon waves every once in a while.
The lunar wave, yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so they're hiding something.
Oh yeah.
Here's an interesting one: turtle shell, giant turtle shell. I can't figure out. This would be good to look up on Google or Pro.
There we go. That's it.
Because I can't get the entire image in clear, and I want to see the rest of it because it obviously extends up both sides.
He's in the mud, bro, hiding. It's an alligator snapper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what that is, bro.
Okay. The one in
just like that. Just like
the one in Africa, the fish in Africa is a gar pike, I think.
Oh.
That looks like the back part of a shell to an alligator snapper as he's buried his face in front of his body.
Thank you for that.
They'll go down in there for like an hour like that.
Now, if you can tell us if those dragons you're showing us pictures, did they used to breathe fire?
They breathe something that'll burn your skin. I'll show you the one in Africa. He's doing it. They all are kind of spitting out something.
Oh.
But he's spitting out something onto the fish. It's nasty shit. It looks like venom. And it's burning the fish. Let's go in and look at the nasty. See, that looks like venom. How venom reacts with skin.
That's a trippy movie.
So I don't know if it was actually on fire. It could have been. But Looks like it was acting more like a burning venom.
Yeah,
And it ate
Fulcrum, you
into
don't
the
have to
back of the
close
fish.
YouTube. You can just mute YouTube. That's what I do. And you can still type and chat through YouTube when you join StreamYard. You don't
I
have to
have a
close.
craptacular tablet that'll freeze up on me if I have them both opened. Hi,
Oh, okay.
Lizzo.
So you
I
can
was just
see
going to tell
here
you
where
that. Yeah.
it's interacting with the flesh of the fish. But that's the nasty shit that they breathe out.
Oh.
So it's a mixture of red and green material.
Mm-hmm.
I can show you where that comes from on the neck. So you can see one side will be red and the other is green. Let's go in.
Whoa.
So right there.
Have you
So
ever
there's
seen
a-
that show I just put up there, Fulcrum?
Start.
The Star Lost?
So you can see where it interacts there. Goes down the red and the green. Or
Did I
red
hear
and green.
somebody say Fulcrum?
Oh, I said,
Yeah.
have you ever seen that TV show, The Star
No,
Lost?
not yet.
It's an old 70s TV series. They only did 16 seasons, but it's about a spaceship with different realms on it, like the Earth is, with a firmament over each of them, and they all have their own communities and don't know about each other, and they don't even know they're living in a spaceship. It's another reality that we could be all living in right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to check it out. You did put it in live chat, right?
Yep, I put it. I put the link. I'll put it up again.
Yeah, they used to play that on CH on the local channel.
Yep.
So there's the dragon's breath for you. He also apparently has a barbed tail with a stinger.
Oh, that's a fucking good one. Holy crap. It's like the fucking Fu Manchu dragon, like the Chinese dragon with his little weird beard.
Yeah.
Whoa.
See all
And he's even got the
see all
jaw,
his
he's even got the
fluty,
jaw little
all his
tassels.
fluty
It's jaw
stuff.
tassels. Whoa.
Yeah, there's his
Dude.
beard down there.
What
Right
the
there.
heck?
There's his little beard.
I'm not.
Look at his mane going all the way down his neck from his cheeks. You see that?
Yeah.
So
See,
defined.
there's the fluty, all that fluty stuff.
Yeah, the fluty thing. Wow. That's the most defined one you showed. Yeah, this is the one I've seen in your video before. This is in Africa, right?
Yeah, North Africa, Morocco.
Yeah, it's the one you showed me before. This
Yeah,
is way
Mark-
better map view of it, though. More clear than the video I've seen live.
Yeah,
Mark
and
Vasquez
it's got
chat.
him. What is he asking?
Oh no, he has only 16 seasons, and I was telling him I'm sure it was about the money, but just to show you that same thing with that Operation Blue Book. They only did 2 seasons of that. As soon as they went to Chile to go to Antarctica, they cut the whole season off, the whole show. You know, because now you're getting too close to into Antarctica.
Oh,
How to
okay.
get there? You know what I mean? So as soon as
What
you
was
came to the-
this?
You know, the Operation Blue Book there, you know, the Dr. Alan Heinrich's show he did about the UFOs, and he was working for the Air Force with the Air Force research and UFOs and stuff, if they existed or not. And he actually was a commentator on that show, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He was on that film with Steven Spielberg, but he did hit that show for 2 seasons. And as soon as he went down to Chile and wanted to go across to Antarctica, they shut him down, and the whole show's gone. Yep.
Wow. I
You
don't think I
don't-
even knew about it.
Oh, I'll put a link up. You can watch the first 2 seasons of it. It's a great show.
Wow.
Did you see that, Max?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to
what do you
watch that
think of that?
religiously. I loved
Yeah,
it.
me too. Yep.
Yeah, this is the end of the
Dang.
dragon's tail, by the way. Okay, this is the. I want you guys to think about this, about the size of things. This is the end of the dragon's tail. Okay, so let's see how long it is and how you have to take into proportion how big its head is. All of this area here is his body,
Wow, I just thought of something crazy.
right? And his head is little and teeny right up
Me
here.
too.
And I
Me
showed you
too.
that dragon in China, right? So
Yeah.
how big is the rest of the earth?
Yeah.
If we can see the head that is China, how big is the rest of the earth? I think it's bigger than they're telling us.
But there was no firmament back then, Max. In the plane, you just go anywhere in the plane, and it was because it was like there didn't need to be a firmament because the atmosphere was more dense, and it was like its own firmament.
Hey, so So I'm from this.
They're huge. Like,
One sec. I have to. Just thought of this. I'm from this really small town, right, in Northern California. Population like 7,000, right?
Yeah.
We have like one town park, right? And the whole town came together, like, I don't know, maybe in the 60s or 70s or something, and they built the park together, right? And if you look at it from an aerial view, it's a dragon. The slide is a tongue, and then it has like wings. Yeah, if you look at it from an aerial view, the whole park is meant to be a dragon. I don't know why. I don't know why they did that. Who came up with that concept? But I just put two and two together, and that's crazy.
Can you zoom in on it with the Google Earth and see it like that?
So recently, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, they redid the park.
Oh.
I don't know if it's still like that. But yeah,
if you could do like the way back version, like you were talking about, get the old photos of it. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it's the town I grew up in is called Winters, California. Winters, California.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're lucky it's not named Paradise, California, or you'd be burned out of there. Yeah, right, with the direct energy weapons they use on that whole place.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was a couple hours north of Winters.
Yeah, remember they called it a campfire, but they were burning cars, concrete, everything.
Yeah,
all torch. Plastic wasn't affected by it, and the trees didn't burn. Only the houses and concrete foundations and cars.
You follow Jeff Snyder?
Who, me?
He talks about that stuff. Jeff Snyder on YouTube. I would look at Jeff Snyder 3 because he's got some issues.
Well, that's how they did the Twin Towers.
Yep, and
he talks about that stuff.
And they, I don't know why they wanted to get everybody out of there, but then the people that did stay there, then they poisoned the water supply and drove them out of there. Yep.
There's a reason for everything, right?
Exactly.
That's weird.
Yep.
Really weird.
I followed that real close. I looked into it. I watched people go back to their houses and fly drones, and they showed me all the concrete doesn't burn from a wildfire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and somehow all the trees are still standing. Right?
Naturally occurring plasma storms.
Yeah, they have
pillars.
They got very advanced direct energy weapons, is what they got. Yeah.
Same thing happened in Pasadena.
They actually
the
had
same exact damage
I think,
pattern.
long story short, if they wanted it, dead by now.
Yep.
They clearly have the technology. We're just like farmland, basically. That's why when Bill Gates says that's why Bill Gates says farmland owner, he's not talking about actual land, he's talking about us.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why he wants to reduce the carbon. We are the carbon.
Yep.
But you know they throw the top guys at you like Bill Gates, Charles Schwab, all those, but it's not them.
Charles Schwab.
I mean, not Charles Schwab, but what's Charles?
You know what you meant.
Klaus Schwab. Yeah. But those are just names that if you can get to them, you get to them. But those aren't the controllers. There's other entities, beings. Something else runs the whole thing. Those are just fall guys. Yep.
Before we get too far away from that ship idea, where we're all living in a ship and don't know it, you guys were showing pictures of water, and it reminded me of a dream one I had when I was a little child of indoor beaches. And I used to have these repetitive dreams about these indoor beaches my whole childhood. Then a friend of mine a few years back decided to look it up online, and I think it's Japan has at least one very massive indoor beach. So I was dreaming about something before it even existed, or was I dreaming about an indoor beach? Like if we are inside of that ship, then any beach in here would be an indoor beach.
Paul, you think you might have astro projected there?
I might have did.
Max knows about that.
Yep, Paul
He
comes
was
to my
talking
channel.
about it earlier. It was really fascinating.
Yeah.
Man, I had the craziest dream last. My dreams are crazy. It's like in my dreams, I'm learning things and words that I don't even know. So if I don't know these words and definitions of these words, how are these words being told to me in these dreams? It's like coming from somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Yep. You using cinnamon? I know Christos. We were talking about you take a tablespoon of cinnamon before you go to bed, and that helps you dream, right?
I've never heard of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here's OTW.
That's hey OTW. So how big do you guys think the
Hey,
Earth
cinnamon
is?
before bed.
The head
Mark,
is that
Matt,
big.
can I guess what? Let you go into REM sleep better? Or I didn't. I was in the other
Cinnamon.
room. Sorry. What does it do before you
Cinnamon was
go
a
to sleep? You
suggestion.
take it and, what does it do though? The benefits. I didn't catch that part. I was in the other room. I'm sorry.
I think he said if you take. I think he was saying if you take tablespoon of cinnamon before
Yeah.
you sleep better. What was that?
Cinnamon.
Oh, really?
Just
You
spice
sleep better,
cinnamon.
huh? Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it makes you. It lets you dream freely.
It's REM sleep better. Okay. Have you ever had? Well, I know you have, but how hard is how often is it that people have they go into the dream and then they realize they're in a dream and then they gain complete control of the entire dream?
Yeah, lucid dreaming. I think pretty much every single dream I have is a lucid dream. I know.
I lucid dreamed as a child.
And that's like 1%. I looked it up. It's like 1% of people have lucid dreams almost every time. So when I'm in a dream, I tell the people in my dream that I'm dreaming. I tell them, hey, we're just in a dream. I could wake up right now. And then I just do 1, 2, 3, wake up. And then I wake
You
up.
ever been able to change the landscape around you too?
I did.
That's what I have complete control. Like I'm a Jedi and I can control everything. It's wild.
Yeah, I try to have that much control. I try to have that much control.
I could take a car, pick it up in the air, and then turn it into a rock and throw it in the woods.
It was much easier as a child to
Yeah.
control dreams and astral project and all that jazz for someone like me anyway.
I didn't get full control of the dream until I realized I was in a dream. And then it was like instantaneous full control. It's my ship.
Yeah.
It was wild. Crazy dreams. It looks like a dude standing in.
Yeah, I have several that look like they're cells dividing.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Look at that one.
But it looks like a dancing man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, kidney maybe?
So what I'm
that looks like
actually
a
showing
dancing
you
man, yeah.
is that there are several images with similar structures. These are fetuses that didn't fully develop. Here's the head, here's the body, down and up at the top is the digestive tract. But I can show examples of that. I have about 5 different examples of the same thing, like the first fetus I showed you that was complete. We have ones here that they're complete, but they're not as easy to see.
Do you think the age of those pictures you're showing us, are the age are about all the same age, you think?
There's some kind of event, I think.
Yeah, they look to be about, like, it looks like a lot of them stopped growing or something happened to them at about the same age.
Okay.
Then there's like the one that I showed you in the beginning that, let me just back out, I can find him. That looks like it's a fully developed dragon. So some of them seemingly made it, but a lot of them apparently didn't. Like there's this one, right? That made it closer to birth, right? It's not a fetus anymore.
Holy shit, I see it.
Yeah.
You know, like this one up here, it looks like a fetus about 16 weeks, 12 to 16 weeks. And I'll pull up the images of fetuses here to share. Oh, we'll have to do it through here.
So you're convinced that we're living inside of a dragon, right?
I'm on it.
Yeah.
You said on it? On a dragon?
Yeah.
We could be like fleas on a dog, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Oh yeah. Pretty much.
We're more efficient sharks.
Fetus 16 weeks, 12 weeks. Let's go 12 weeks.
I'd like to hear everyone's opinion. See, no one knows it all.
That's what it seems like.
The smartest thing you can say is I don't know.
Yep.
So there's a pretty good one. So we're around here. Let's see if we can find a better one.
OTW's asking with Christos go. Did he drop out again? Let me see.
Yeah, but he's probably delivering, so he's working at the same time, so he'll be back soon.
Okay.
He's probably dropping off an order right quick.
OTW's here. Hey.
Yeah.
He's in chat.
He needs a link, but let me see if I can find the link here.
Well, there's a good one.
Anybody get the link? Oh,
no.
He can't get on
Scroll
anyways.
Scroll up, OTW. Just scroll up a little bit. There's one there.
No, but he can't get in anyways because Christos has to.
Well,
right?
yeah, Christos pinned a link in live chat, but if he bounced out, he has to wait for him to come back in.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm learning. I don't know about all this kind of streaming.
Well,
and stuff
you know now. Yeah.
Patrick, can he do it from his phone if he's just driving? Can he just I'm asking OTW. Can he just do it from his phone if he's not at his computer? I'm just curious.
You should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, he can do it from his phone.
I thought he's done it before, but
let's try 8 weeks.
That's cool. They let you do that. So if you're a guy like Christos and you're wanting to do a stream and get your work done, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah.
Multitasking for real, bro.
So you can see how the head on the this is an 8-week-old fetus has a big bulge out the front, and the eye is right down there. Let me go back.
Did OTW want to get on?
I was just going to put a link out for him right now, but you'll have to.
We were just asking him to come on.
Oh,
is there no room?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh no, I can't
Is there
put the
no
link
room
out.
now? Is there no room, Christos?
You can put the link up, but
Or
he'll
you can
just
put
sit
it
in
on
the
your panel.
background until.
No, when I click on the
Christos
link,
puts them on.
Christos link, it comes up to
I'll hop off
307
OTW, guys. I'm really tired. I need to get some sleep.
It comes up with 311 characters,
OTW
and I'm only allowed
listen
to
to
put
me
out
talking
200
about that.
characters, so I don't know what that's all about. See, I'm not that good at this shit.
OTW,
Some
you want to come up?
links are too long and they don't
come up,
fit.
OTW.
Okay, I don't think he can fit in there with all of his hunters. I gotta go.
No, I'll put someone in the back for him. Did you say you were getting off, AK?
Yeah,
I gotta
if
go
you
for
guys
dinner
want
soon.
OTW, I'll get off. Oh,
You leaving, OT? I mean,
just throw me in the back for a bit. You get it sorted out then, bro. Get them on up here now. I'm sitting here listening. I don't mind, bro.
Whoever's
I'll go back. No, stay on AK. I'll leave for a bit. You guys talk about it.
No, Glenn, you got some good stuff, man.
That
Glenn, you gotta stay on,
really
bro.
see your Christmas
Unless
stuff going
you need to go.
if anybody should go, it should probably be me.
No.
No?
Who's actually about to go?
All right. I just said one. I can be the guy that fucking takes one of the team at Geology. I I'll still be here.
You guys are hilarious.
It is funny, right? We're sitting here arguing on who's going to leave.
Oh, I'm going to fight with someone to get off here.
No, I'm going to leave first. No, I'm going to leave first. Fuck you.
we should have done rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, that would have been funny. That's a good one, actually. It's fair.
Hey, the picture you just had up there, Max, can you zoom in that one? And it looked like the body with the moon over his head in that pond.
Oh, yeah.
Paula, we love you. I didn't realize Paula left.
You want to see the dancing man?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just had it up. Yeah, right there. Can you zoom in on that picture?
Yep, it's coming.
Wow.
I think I've got a delay.
That's named the Dancing Man?
No, I don't know what it's named. I don't know.
you
I don't
just
even
called
know that it has one.
Where is this at? Where is this at?
This will be somewhere in Africa.
Africa.
Let's
Okay.
see. Oh, we're on a sperm pile.
Oh.
Sperm splat. So that was probably an egg. That was probably an egg at one time. But yeah, that's kind of neat the way that shows up. Looks
Yeah,
like that.
exactly.
Looks like the cave drawings or the in Southwest America.
Yep.
You know, the dancing man. But what I was looking at to show you was the similarity in the with the fetus. So you can see a cavitation here.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, sorry.
This would be the chest cavity, and up here we have the digestive system and all its various
And you think
entrails.
the age of these are 600 BC?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh,
I don't know the age. I figure the Earth's probably around 24 million years old, at least by the ice core samples, because they say that a layer is a year. I say a layer is a storm. So what's the average number of storms in a year? I don't know. Maybe half, maybe a quarter. So that's how I based around 24 million years, maybe.
I think it's about 600 years old.
600? Could be.
Yeah, because we don't have any documents predating.
Could be. Jewish people say it's 6,000.
right. And then you hear all the different ages of the pyramids and all that, all way big
The Vedas say it's much. I can't remember how long they say it is. But we have the King's List that takes us back 240,000 years.
That number just sounds crazy. 24 million. Can you like?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's kind of a lot.
That's unfathomable.
Well, it's possible.
So Google does.
In this grand scheme of things, but yeah, I think it is kind of old. I think 24 million is a little too old. I think maybe a few million.
And when you say they're taking the ice core samples, you're talking about the ones they're doing up in Antarctica?
Yeah.
I actually have a friend of mine that just took a 1-year contract and went to Antarctica, so we'll see what happens when he gets back. Yep.
At least they told him he was going to Antarctica.
Yeah, he's ex-military like I am, and he had to sign. They offered him a lot of money to go up there and do some work for them, and he signed a contract and went up there for a year. So I won't be able to hear from him for a year. But when he comes back, I'll see. He's going to look into some stuff for me up there. Have you ever heard of sky ice?
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1952. Yep. No. All about it. Yeah. But sky ice, I'll put a link up if you want to look at that. You ever hear of that, Max?
Mm-mm.
Oh boy.
No.
I wonder if we could buy them.
Oh, let me put a link in for this and watch this little thing on sky ice. But you can't find it on Google or anywhere.
Can you play it?
Yeah, let me see. I'll
dark web?
Get it. Exactly.
Supposedly.
I got it right here.
Allegedly, could you find something like on a website that used to be like Silk Road 2? I don't know.
It's ask the question
why.
Ask the question why is the sky blue?
Because I think it's water on the other side of the firmament.
Yeah, watch this show.
There are rocks they say that fell from the sky that are blue. They say it was actually the dome of the sky. These blue rocks, they can't identify or explain how they got there.
I think it's water on the other.
Properties too, the sky ice stuff.
That's what the
Roger says that some
above and the water's below.
Some people have seen snakes in space.
That's why
30-foot long snake.
When you zoom,
maybe a water snake.
When you zoom in onto a star with a like a Nikon P1000 or P900 camera, you can zoom in onto the star, right? And you can see it pulsing as if it's water. Yep. You can see the water pulsing.
It looks like you're looking at the bottom of the pool. That's what I say. Yeah.
I wonder if they're dragons in space, right?
Bro. If you look long enough with your neck and eye, you could see them pulsing.
Yeah, it like flashes. But when you really zoom in, you can see it's like ripples of water.
Like a pool.
It's
ripples on the bottom of the pool, like the bottom of the pool, bro. That's
water's above.
Thank you.
Water's above and water's below.
So I'm going to put a link in the private chat. I don't know how to play this, so I'm going to put the link in. OTWs are way better at this stuff than I am. Here's a link, and it's a 13-minute video to open your eyes about sky ice in Antarctica. It's a real good little 13-minute thing to talk about the sky ice and the firmament. So if OTW or one of you guys knows computers, click that link and share that on the screen for the viewers.
You have to wait for
that would have to be Christos.
Christos is
He's the only one that can do it.
first.
See, I don't know how that works.
Yeah,
That's
he's
the
the only
thing.
one that can do it.
Oh.
Unless he made us.
One of us hits the present button first, and then Christopher allows it. That's how it works.
Yeah, on YouTube they're allowing different levels of moderator too.
Oh, is that new?
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah, it
manager
seems
on
to be.
my buddy's channel. I can do anything on there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
I
have you seen they've been
Yeah,
changing
managing
the
my
color
buddy's
of the
small
fonts and stuff too?
Say again?
They're changing the colors of font or people or something like that on there too?
No, I haven't noticed that.
Like I have the link right here, but and I can play it on my computer. So can I go to settings or present and do it or no?
No, it won't present.
Oh, it
Yeah,
won't.
and you go to the.
Not
You gotta
unless
wait
Christos does it.
for Christos to be in here to allow you. It's after you hit present.
Guys,
It's like an asking.
it's in the back stage. I already shared it. Just waiting.
Oh,
for
you got
someone,
it. Okay,
like,
okay.
Christos to
I'm
put it up.
not
Yeah,
sure
I
how
have
you
it.
do this stuff. Okay. So none of you on the panel have seen or heard about
But you
Sky
don't
Ice.
need
Guys, no.
I may
Oh,
have.
boy.
I
Oh,
may
you-
have.
Oh, you like this shit. You
I might
like
have watched this
13-minute video.
bro.
It's not stuff falling from airplanes, is it?
Christos.
No,
They're like crap balls.
What's happening? Look
There you go. Play
Crap
this.
balls from
Listen
space.
to this video and see what you think.
Let's get it.
Yeah, before I came here, and
Hello, family. Welcome back. I hope you guys are doing great. I wanted to
I've
pass
seen a
on
lot of
along
stuff
that
on BitChute
somebody
that we
shared
talk
with
about
me
over here.
a while back, and I just haven't had a chance to share it. But it's extremely interesting. It's one of those things you just have to share, and the people I've talked to about it had never heard of it, so I figured maybe you haven't. And it's great that we share information that we come across, kind of break some of the mystery of what's going on beyond where we're allowed to explore. And this story is one of those that will blow your mind because it reveals sort of what we already assumed would be going on there. But this person that shared this with me was very kind and said, "Hey, this is really cool. Have you heard about this?" I haven't heard anything about it until they shared it. This channel here, Yup 0123, and they said, "I found this on Facebook and I think it's worth sharing with you all. I kept the original post's layout untouched to keep its originality." So they've broken it up. You'll see what I'm talking about or what they're talking about here in just a second. And the story, I will scroll to it, starts right here. And this person reached out on one of those truther Facebook pages. There's lots of them where they were talking about the firmament. And they had a military background. And they said, "I've never really believed in Jesus or done the whole church thing, but I think I've seen the stuff you guys are talking about here. I just didn't know what it was at the time." This person was in the Army from 1997 to 2000. And they said, "I was sent to McMurdo Station in Antarctica. I was a helicopter mechanic and a crew chief. And they had volunteer tours open for guys to go there and work on the helicopters there. When they asked for volunteers," sorry, there's some typos here. I'll try to read it and say what I believe they were trying to say. But it says, when they asked for volunteers, a bunch of us applied, but only me and one other guy got accepted. The application process had a bunch of questionnaires that we had to fill out, and we had to sit for a bunch of one-on-one interviews. It was mostly just a bunch of questions about what our interests and beliefs were. It's weird that they would ask about their beliefs. I was sent to McMurdo Research Station in August of 1998. When we weren't busy de-icing the aircraft and working on them, we had time to hang out with the scientists at the research station. The military unit attached to McMurdo was small, and we didn't have our own separate facilities. We didn't have a PX or a media center. There was no chapel or chaplain, and we didn't have our own separate mailroom. We just had to share the same facilities with the scientists and researchers. So over time, I got to be friends with a few of them. They had two different kinds of ice they worked on and studied. This is where it gets interesting. One kind of ice was the normal kind that we've all seen. They took cores of it out of boreholes in the ground. Just like normal ice, it was mostly clear and sometimes white, and it would melt into liquid water if it got warm. The whole area of Antarctica is covered in this kind of ice. But that wasn't their main kind of ice. The only time I ever saw them actually studying normal ice was when a film crew from National Geographic came by. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, the scientists were studying something they called sky ice. This stuff was totally different. We were never allowed to go into the laboratory areas of the station because the labs had to be kept super clean, and they said it would mess up their work.
Yeah, that's
if they
the
risked
stuff.
letting too many people in the lab. But one time, one of the researchers that I was friends with showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice. It was solid blue. He said that's why they call it sky ice, because it was the exact same color as the sky. We had to wear thick, heavy going outside gloves to handle it. The stuff was so cold, it would instantly freeze your skin if you touched it. I don't remember what the temperature he said it was, but it was something like hundreds of degrees below zero, way colder than the normal ice that was outside. He had to carry it in a metal bottle that was kind of like a thermos. He let me play with the piece of it for a while. It felt lighter than a piece of normal ice of the same size, like it wasn't very heavy at all. It almost felt like you could throw it up in the air and it would just float back down. But I didn't try that. And it was also a little flexible when I tried to bend it. It didn't break like normal ice would. And even for a small piece, you could see through it. It was solid blue right from the surface. And here's the really weird part. It didn't melt into water. When it got warm, because we had it inside, it just started to shrink. It got smaller and smaller, but my glove never got wet. And there was no water on the floor. The stuff just turned into thin air when it got warm and vaporized. He said that was the reason why they had to study the stuff right there in Antarctica. You couldn't take the sky ice back to America to study it because it was almost impossible to keep it cold enough during transit. And then they shared a verse right here where it says, and above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it. And then we continue off where it says it would always vaporize into air and you'd have nothing left when you got back to the US, he said. Russian scientists had discovered the same problem when they tried to take the ice back to Russia. So that was why they all had research stations in Antarctica. After maybe 15 minutes of handling the piece of sky ice, it was almost completely gone. Just a tiny little bit was left, and my glove was dry the whole time. I'd never seen anything like it before or since, and that's unusual because I've always had an interest in scientific things. I think that's even why I got selected to go to Antarctica, because a big part of the interview was about science and what I believed about things. So I really thought it was cool to see something I'd never heard of before. The whole time I was at McMurdo, I heard people talking about the wall, like that was a special place. It's pretty common to find ice walls and ice cliffs all over Antarctica. The whole place is ice, but it's all just normal white or clear ice. So I asked my friend where they get the sky ice from, and he said it comes from the wall. I don't remember exactly how he described it, but apparently there's a huge wall of sky ice in Antarctica. He said it was hundreds of miles inland from the coast. I never got to see it myself because I was only, and then I'll skip forward, stationed to McMurdo. I didn't get to go out on expeditions. He said it was the biggest natural structure in the world. Imagine that. He said that in the 1960s, the U.S. Army had a plan to bore a tunnel into the wall, but they didn't have a boring machine that could handle the super cold temperatures. So they had a whole testing project in Greenland where they developed ice tunnels and invented new boring machines that could operate in super cold temperatures. So this was back when they were going into forming NASA and all the other things that were kind of strange, the Antarctic Treaty around that time, pretty close to it. And he says, like they did this whole big thing in Greenland for just practice. So it's like they were practicing to bore into the sky ice. I'm not an expert on that, but that's just what he told me. Then once they had the new boring machine figured out, they brought it to the ice wall, or to the wall in Antarctica. He said that the machine bored a tunnel. I don't remember exactly, it was like 5 or 10 miles into the wall, but that they never broke through the other side of the wall, and that they still don't know how thick the wall is even to this day. And I'm probably not remembering this part correctly, but I think he said that at first the floor of the tunnel was solid rock, but after a mile or two in, the floor was sky ice, like it was sky ice underneath after a certain point, or something like that. And apparently the wall slowly builds itself back up. So it slowly builds itself back up after you cut it, because after a year or so, the tunnel had shrunk smaller all by itself, like a self-healing wound. It starts closing up. They had to leave the boring machine inside the wall because the tunnel shrunk too small to get it back out. And after a few decades, the tunnel was completely gone, like the part of the wall was solid again. He said that now the scientists were trying to use technology to figure out how thick the wall is. He said something about putting earthquake sensors all along the wall, and that somehow you could measure the signal from an earthquake to see how thick the wall is. But he kind of lost me on that part. I never really thought about any of that after I left. It was really weird stuff, but I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. But then a few weeks ago, I saw a map of the wall in Antarctica, except the map was all flat and crazy looking, and it showed the wall going all the way up over the whole Earth. So since then, I've been trying to learn more about the sky ice that I saw and the wall that I heard about, but I can't find anything at all. So now I'm really wondering if there could be a connection here. And that's how I found this group. So I hope that maybe some part of my experience will help someone figure something out. Well, thankful to that person. If they were telling the truth, that is some very interesting information given what we know surrounds us. We know that the firmament's not just made out of ice it's something special. That could just be something near the foundation to prevent you from going all the way to it. The Father's design is very complex, and he has foreknowledge. He knows what mankind's going to try to do. Those little nuclear bombs they shot at the firmament was nothing to the firmament. They can't break it. They've tried. If they could, they would, but they can't. And this is just one of those stories that confirms a lot of what I had assumed would be going on. I always thought, man, if they are out there and they can go to it, they're probably trying to drill through it. And if they are, how have they not gotten through it already? And that would answer the question for you, because it closes up as you go through it. But this was back in the 60s. There's no telling what they're trying now, mostly guarding it. I'm sure that's the biggest job they have, is keeping us from going there. And if you do go there, you can only go to certain places. It is tens of thousands of dollars for a one-way ticket. Otherwise, many of us would have already gone there, tried to do some sneaking around and investigating. But this video here, it only had like 300 views. But really cool stuff. Wanted to pass this along. I know the days of censorship have it to where you can't find stuff like this anymore. And I remember putting it in my firmament playlist. I just wasn't sure if you guys had heard about this and wanted to pass it along to you. Answers some questions that most of you, if you're like me, had about what's going on out there and what are some of the properties near the foundation of the firmament, if they're even close to it. Could go on like that for many, many miles. Who knows? We'll find out soon someday. The firmament itself will roll away like a scroll. But that second day of creation, where he put this expanse for signs and for seasons, and letting us know that he will return very soon. And it's one of those things that we're sensing is right around the corner due to the way things are going in the world and what they're trying to prepare us for and all the division. But they're preparing for a war. I'll go over that in a little while in another video, what they're preparing for and how you can be prepared yourself to not fall for the deceptions to come. But see you guys around soon. I know that this is a random video, and I'm just trying to put this stuff out there and stop procrastinating and share the information that I have while we still can. I'll see you guys really soon. Stay safe and stay ready.
So that brought me to two things right away.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of easy water?
No.
Okay, it's called exclusion zone water. I pulled up a little tab about it. And then, so exclusion water, let me see, where was that? I'll give you the read on it. Exclusion water is a large stratum, typically on the order of a few microns to a millimeter, observed in pure liquid water, from which particles of other materials in suspension are repelled. So it's an exclusion zone. It keeps elements on a surface of water, of all water, pure water. There's a layer of water that's different. It's called the exclusion zone, and that water gives you surface tension and other properties of water, and it's called the exclusion zone. So that made me think of that, and then it made me think of the fourth phase of water, which is, let me see, where was that? Okay, so it's basically pure water under pressure, fourth state, where there's an extra hydrogen or an extra oxygen. What they do to debunk the idea of that is they say gel water is a virgin, it's a hoax. Plants or animals or fascia are said to contain or create a fourth phase of water with an extra hydrogen and an extra oxygen. Despite the reality of this compound is neither water nor stable. In other words, it doesn't exist in any practical sense. But it says and an extra hydrogen and oxygen. It could be one or the other that could be forced into water to make it the fourth phase of water, a gel-like structure.
Oh.
So easy water and the evidence of easy water and the possibility of a fourth phase of water could give rise to sky
ice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see. My friend just took a 1-year contract and went up there to work on some equipment they have up there.
Yeah.
And so we're ex-military, and he's gonna snoop around up there while he can get up there. You know.
Cool.
Hopefully he makes it out of that hellhole.
Yeah.
You know. Hopefully he don't snoop too much, and then they disappear him. You know.
Yeah. Let's hope.
I resonate with that video. Who decided to show that again? Was that you, Glenn?
Yeah, that was me. I pulled that video up.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
glad you pulled it up again because I remember you showcasing that on Jay Phillips a while back. It's
Yeah.
definitely interesting. I think it seems like there is some type of organic technology with this sky ice or whatever that it regrows so you can't penetrate it.
And on Werner von Braun, the head of NASA, and he was the top German scientist for the V2 rockets.
Oh yeah.
On his tombstone, only thing the passage says, and God show us his handiwork in the firmament. Yep.
God with his handiwork in the firmament. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
So obvious. Yeah.
So
me-
that was the head of NASA. He was the head of NASA, and he was a top German scientist. So he's telling you on his deathbed that the firmament, and the other proof I have of it is the largest telescope in the world is controlled by the Vatican, and its nickname is Lucifer. On a mountain, and it looks to the center of the firmament. It is focused on the center of the firmament. So all that right there just shows you that that's what's going on. You know, those are some of the rabbit
Could be in
holes
domes like
now.
Star Lost or in a big bubble. If you believe in a round Earth, you could be in a big bubble.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, I don't care what the shape of the planet really is. I'm just saying that we've been lied to before we were even born.
Yeah.
And I've been looking back, like I saw a stream, and I've been going back, like the first space intro, like to get us into the globe Earth, was like 1911 or 1917. The voyage to the moon or something. They made it was like a play on a set. If you look back at the old movies in the 1911 or 1907, that was the first thing to get the globe going. You know what I mean?
Okay.
One of the first movies they made about the globe Earth. Yep.
The only thing I was thinking of while watching that video is it looks like kryptonite.
Yeah.
Right, that's the first thing that came to my mind. It looks like super kryptonite, right?
Yeah.
This is my kryptonite. I don't know.
I like that because that gets us into crystals. There's a lot of different directions you can go with minerals and crystals. All the different things that are out there that are considered minerals and crystals.
Hey, does kryptonite exist now?
What?
I heard that.
Okay.
Does kryptonite exist on the periodic table now? I thought someone said earlier.
Does kryptonite on the periodic table?
Yeah, all the different things with minerals and elements that are actually like some type of organic technology that allow things to function in this realm properly with their electromagnetic properties. Very interesting stuff. My bad. What were you saying, AK? Or Austin, whoever just started talking?
No, my bad. I didn't interrupt you, bro. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. I'm just thinking.
He was asking
to that.
Asking some.
Is kryptonite on the periodic table now? Like it's
similar
Who
to
said
that.
it today? So like a
You talking about the
plutonium
Mandela
element?
effect? You talking about the
I disagree.
Mandela effect, right?
OTW is
You all right, bro?
just chilling, man. He's just kicking back, chilling after a hard day at work, right, OT?
We're all going crazy at the same time.
All
Blues Brothers over there, right?
all peace and love, guys.
You saying there's new elements on the periodic table?
Well, there's krypton, but no kryptonite.
Yeah, there is. Like calcium went from being a mineral to an alkaline metal.
Yeah, its definition. Its
That's
short
that
form
green
is
iron
AR,
krypton.
krypton.
Oh, krypton's been there.
Yeah,
That's a pluton. That's a radiative element. They make it in a lab. Okay, never mind. I was misled. Thank you for clarifying it. Appreciate it.
krypton.
Oh,
You call me strong, you call me weak.
Everything changes too quick for my taste. Like you said, the periodic table of the elements have changed. More stuff on there now.
Say that again. Say that again, Glenn. What's changed?
The periodic table of the elements. They've added elements that were never there before.
Aren't they temporary though?
Aren't you talking about like 115?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Aren't they very temporary elements though?
and what's 115?
They're the man-made ones.
Yeah. But they man make them, so that means they can be an element, though, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose if you.
It's
like
they're just
making them
brief.
is the
I kind of have a
important
different
part.
definition than they do
Finding
of elements, like things that are stable to me
Oh,
are
okay.
elements.
Okay,
So
so
it-
stuff that they
Yeah, because the
combine
ones
and
you're making
make.
don't last long.
Yeah, they're not stable elements, but they're elements, right?
Mhm.
So
Right. And they can use them.
yeah,
And they're making yes. I don't know how though, but yeah, I've looked into that stuff, Mac. It's pretty trippy.
yeah. Hold on a sec. I have a couple of elemental tables.
What was the
Yeah,
one
that's
that
what I was trying to quote you.
Bob Lazar said that the anti-gravity ships used? What was that element? Was that the 115 that you couldn't get here, or they make it? They couldn't make it, reproduce it.
Can't make it. Can't make
Which
it.
craft?
Right. Yeah.
Which craft you referring to? The TR3B?
No. That's our craft. The TR3B is
Yeah.
our own ships that we make. No, he
it's
was
one of our
reverse
back
engineering.
engineering, supposedly.
Yeah, that's ours. I think they're using red mercury on that craft to power that.
Ooh, interesting. Someone knows
You
this
know,
guy.
mercury's the only
Interesting.
element that's a liquid metal. That's a
Mhm.
liquid, and it's a metal from magnetism. Yep.
No, we use mercury for mining. when we're doing
Red
the-
mercury is what the Germans used in the 40s for their ships. Oh, there's its periodic table right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's
what about the mercury they
alchemical-
used in lighthouses? You know anything about that? Oh wow, that's a
alchemical
crazy
version.
Whoa, that's cool.
So it's apparently, and okay, so these are alchemical symbols that go way, way back in time. But apparently, these symbols, if you're exposed to cosmic rays, you'll see these same symbols. And it's a language as well as being elements.
Whoa.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I see a lot of that shit.
OTW is scaring me now.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that.
Some people have seen these elements in remote viewing, and when we check the table, they're related to our target.
What's the? I see an infinity logo.
Oh gosh.
I see. Well, I see the infinity logo.
Yeah.
Curious what-
There's crosses. Here's your. Here you go. Here's where is it there? This one's really cool. There. There's your RX.
Right on.
RX is hold on, let me see here.
I don't know.
Oh gosh, I need a magnifier.
Periodic Tale of the Dragons. That's an interesting way to title a periodic table. Looks like it doesn't have everything there. That's interesting. Whoa, it's like an old one. Damn, back in the day, the periodic table was smaller, like way smaller. Look at an old one here.
Oh, Biden's going ahead with plan to
Sorry.
shoot down China's spy
Sorry,
balloon.
that took so long.
No, they already shot it down, but after it crossed the United States.
Yeah. Fulcrum Monarch Butterfly just put a link up for Twitter to show the thing.
Yeah, it was totally sent by China too. It wasn't
Yeah.
sent by the U.S. government. It was totally sent by China.
So the RX symbol means to take, and that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here you go, Christos. I got a present for you on here. You're gonna like this picture.
And you wanted to see the infinity symbol.
So cool.
Yeah.
But I just-
Oh man. No, it looked like infinity. It's just two circles and a line in between. I got
Okay, direct me.
infinity.
Direct me to it. Oh, this one.
Oh,
There's
no.
one there.
Yeah, up on your ring finger. Yeah, right there. Right. Yep. Down. Yeah.
Okay, that one.
Yeah, right
It
there.
looked
Yeah.
to me at first it looked like infinity, but I can see it's not now. I was just curious what that was.
I noticed on your table you don't have the Law of One symbol.
That's arsenic.
Oh, the two circles with a line through he just showed you is arsenic?
Yep, is arsenic.
Really?
The one I showed you is bismuth.
Yep, bismuth. Yep.
Yeah, arsenic and bismuth. So yeah, this you can find this online. Just type in the alchemical table, just like it says on there, of symbols, and you can find out easily.
Right on.
There are other ones too, like there's elemental charts that you can get as well. Where does that go? What was that, Glenn? About the first law?
Glenn. Oh, I like this, man. I appreciate that you're showing this on the stream.
Christos, look on your phone, bro. What I just
Yeah,
seen.
I saw you just sent.
That's trippy. Hold on, look at this one. I found another one, bro. This one's cool.
So you can find all these easily on Google or any other search engine.
That's I'm looking at them right now on my phone. I'm sending some screenshots
Uh-huh.
to Christos and stuff like this. It's cool.
Right. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of screenshots right now.
Let's see what else we can do. That's about it for that.
Yeah, I sent you a lot though, but you got some homework, bro.
Yeah, if you study these symbols,
I sent you some serious shit.
if you study these symbols and learn them, when you're astral traveling or remote viewing, you can see some of them. And you can look to your chart and see what it's symbolizing. Because oftentimes we're sent messages in symbols. That's all I've got.
You're spot on.
We don't even see it.
So if you learn these symbols, you'll be able to communicate with the ether a little bit better because it's another method of communication.
Yeah, facts. You know, and I can really speak on that, Max, because I've been experimenting with DMT recently and going into visionary states. You know, and some are pretty tame, and then others are very much a wild ride and really riding the dragon per se, or riding the roller coaster. And I definitely know what you mean with the symbols. You know, everything is language to a certain degree. And when you go into these visionary states, whether you're meditating or doing like a substance like DMT or smoking cannabis and meditating or whatever, if you're honing in on that third eye energy, I mean, you can see what is literal visions. Sometimes it's kind of holographic, sometimes it's kind of ethereal, sometimes it looks straight up real, like vivid scenes and images. You know, there's a whole scale, of course, of these different things of mundane to wild and vicious. But I've been seeing what seems to be the spirits of either the trees or the spirits of like rocks, and that's kind of what I brought up earlier. With everything being alive to a certain degree, it's really strange, and I'm still kind of struggling with it to a certain degree, but I can feel it inside on a spiritual level very deeply that it's true that even the rocks have some type of like spirit to them. It's animism.
All energy is conscious, right? All energy is conscious, and everything's made of energy. Mm-hmm. Here I have to get these charts up on the other side of me there. I've been meaning to do that.
I'm walking around. Let me know if you want me to go full screen again. Should I go full screen again for you?
I think everybody can see a light symbol. There's light. That's half a light. That's 2 electrons put together. That's what everything's made of. Everything. And it's conscious.
Can I see it closer?
I know. Can you make that bigger?
Just see 2 white dots and 2 black dots.
Yeah, it's not too clear, right? Those are just 2 electrons you're showing us right there, right?
Yep, 2 electrons.
And negative and positive? Are they charged negative and positive? Or?
Yeah, you can call it a muon and an electron, whatever name you want to come up for the dark matter, light matter, burning stuff and cold stuff. It's got all the ancient symbolism, right? Of the Masonic square. See the checkerboard? That's the checkerboard floor. It's very difficult to see, but in the middle there's a disc, an accretion disc, and that is just zipping along, tunneling through the ether. But that's what everything is made of.
Wow!
It carries consciousness.
What do the colors represent? Something? The black and the white?
Positive and negative. There's a difference in the so the black is negative, light is positive.
Would that? Do you think
hot and cold?
good and
That's
evil?
all the duality of spirituality within.
Right. So by negative and positive, that shows you there is good and bad.
Yeah, that's what my mind went.
It's more odd and even, really.
Okay. Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We search for balance in the universe, but the universe is a little bit off balance because one side's odd and one side's even.
Do you believe in the law of one, Max?
What's that?
The law of one is where everything's part of everything, and
oh yes, yes.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the electric soup, I like to call it.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, well, each one of our cells makes X amount of energy.
Yeah, we're just the chunky bits in the soup. That's all.
And we're walking nuclear explosions to figure out how. I set off all my cells at once.
So when you when you do your remote viewing, Max, how do you stare it, and how do you go to different things you want to look at?
We connect ourselves. We connect ourselves with the target number.
Yes.
We
Bro, you ever
connect to the target with the target number. And there's several practices of meditation, mantras, and all that you can do. But I find just calming yourself down, letting your ego go. Close your eyes, and in the darkness, there's images. The images appear.
So have you ever tried to, I see like on, you ever hear of Rise TV?
No.
That's with, it was with David Wilcock, and he was with, doing those shows.
Okay, I know David Wilcock.
Yeah, he had a total meltdown. Somebody got to him big time, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't study remote viewing though.
But he was on with Edge of Wonder, the Edge of Wonder guys from New York. And they created their own TV show called Rise TV, and they have all these specialists on there doing remote viewing and this and that. And I didn't know if you've ever heard of those guys.
I think I have now that you're going over it. Yeah.
Yeah, Edge of
Wonder. I don't study other people's work. I learned about remote viewing 4 years ago from a demonstration video from Farsight Institute, and I'd say I've watched maybe a few minutes of their videos, but I've watched pretty much nobody else's work on it. That way, I try to keep it pure.
Really, from Carl Sagan, huh? I remember him. Yep.
No, it was, what was his name? What's his name? It's Farsight Institute. He's a redheaded guy.
Oh.
That's what they call themselves. I think it's Farsight Institute. I could be wrong.
And how did he learn?
He's a remote viewer from way back, apparently.
Oh.
He recently, I don't know much about him, actually. I've heard of Ingo Swann. I watched an interview with him, but I've never studied anybody else's practices on remote viewing or really watched too many things on it. I just started doing it. Been doing it for my class for 4 years, 5 years.
Yep, and I saw you had the chart up with the chakra points and all that. Yep.
Yeah, so I just learned. Actually, it started on my. I ran into remote viewing on my dismay with the church and my desire to find the Christ. So, because I believe that there was a Christ of some sort, so I went to find him, and
me too.
I found the connection. Right, and the connection is the Christ, which is inside us.
Yeah, exactly. The Holy Spirit lives within us. Yep.
Yeah. So you learn that, you figure, well, okay, what does that do for me? And I ran into remote viewing, saw one video, I went home, I did the little demonstration. They had a picture they showed us. So I did the little demonstration. I was sitting in a shopping mall when I did it, and I got the image bang on. It came right into my mind. So I went home that day, sat down in front of my phone, and started doing remote viewing with people. And I've been doing it. It's just developed that way. So yeah, that's my story.
Okay. Yeah, it's a weird path. Yeah, like
so I haven't seen a lot of people. So I don't know a lot of the people in remote viewing community and stuff. I recently subbed to a remote viewing channel.
Max, can I ask you a quick personal question on the subject? related to the subject.
Yeah.
Are you a cannabis user? Does that affect your astral projection if you are?
No, it may help.
Answer that, I'm not completely understand.
It may help.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, honestly, Max,
Yeah.
Max, you're definitely a real one. You're one of the coolest people I've met here on
Thanks,
this
bro.
YouTube stuff
nice.
so far.
Yeah.
Max, you are on another level, man. I appreciate you and the work you do. I find it really interesting that you did not like study other people necessarily. Like you just honed in on it. You like tapped into it, you know. I find
The
that
class
very interesting.
developed as I went along, and I came across a format that seems to work really well, you know. So yeah, and it, you know, it's you guys that do the remote viewing, not me. I'm just a guide. So.
Well, it's very.
I actually watched Joe Rogan had a guy on, and they were talking about DMT, like you're talking about.
Oh,
Christos.
let's go.
Yeah,
Come on,
and
Glenn, let's get
he
it.
had this an ex Navy SEAL or an Army Ranger or somebody on there, and that guy was talking about how the DMT, he came out of his own life, looked at his life, and it turned him totally around. He could see himself and what he was doing to other people, and it like fixed him up. But he didn't recommend it for everybody because I guess it's dangerous. I guess that's what he said. But
Well, you have to, you know, if you have like mental illness that you're dealing with, you probably don't want to be doing it. And then, as well as something else. I don't even know what I was gonna say. Was someone blowtorching? Is that you, AK?
Yeah, well, you guys couldn't hear it.
Spark him if you got him, right?
Basically, he's saying if you're right mindset, if you're not in touch with who you are, probably do it because you might go on to some trip that might mess you up for the rest of your life. So be in touch with who you are. You know, don't put on a front and then go on to some DMT trip because it's just gonna probably screw you up. I'm not speaking from experience because I haven't done that, but I think that's what he was trying to say.
So, yeah, it also requires a certain type of warrior mentality. It seems that people that are like MMA fighters or were soldiers at one point, they almost seem to like do really well actually with things like DMT because they have that type of mind that's built for like high intensity like situations. And to be honest, DMT is very high intensity. Like it can, you know, it can really be overwhelming if you've never like, you know, smoked weed or not tapped into that like part of your brain.
I would not want to be a fear monger and do DMT. You know, like people that have fears and are afraid of the ether or entities. I wouldn't suggest they do DMT.
Oh yeah, because I mean, you'll have entities that look like they're trying to feed off of you or like go inside you.
Yeah.
And I mean, you'll have aliens that are like speaking in a different language to you, like when you close
Machine
your eyes.
elves, all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, the jesters. Yeah, machine elves, jesters, guys that look like Gumby, but they're like more ethereal and translucent. There's a big phenomenon I've noticed recently of like being inside a machine, like seeing gears. I know a lot of people talk about clockwork and like seeing gears, and also like hearing things like they're inside a machine.
I wondered if we're on Spaceship Earth, like if it was a dragon but a mechanized partial like a Borg dragon.
Well, okay, dig this. We'll dig this, Max. That's interesting. Because
That's pretty wild, I know, but
I
just a theory.
Well, I was seeing Hindu gods and goddesses, but they were cybernetic. They were like cyborg versions of Kali Ma and other Hindu gods.
They had a totally artificial guy back in the Vedas. They talk of
an artificial god, you said?
An artificial man, like he was basically a cyborg, had artificial intelligence. You could take his head off. He could fight a war for you too. They had a mental puzzle with him. He said, "Who are you going to fight for?" You know, and he said, "I'll fight for the army that's losing." Well, then what if that army is losing? Well, then I'll go fight for them. So he would have fought for either side of the battle, depending on who was losing. So at the end of it, he would have killed everybody pretty much.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
That reminds me
it's
of
not
the.
Baby Yoda. That's not Yoda.
That reminds me.
Different creature like Yoda.
Let me take that shit down. Hey, well, it reminds me of that Greek god that's basically like a golem. He's like a machine, right? He's like some type of clockwork machine. He's like an ancient robot. He's depicted in, I don't know if it's Jason and the Argonauts.
The owl. I remember the owl. Remember the owl from Jason and the Argonauts?
Yep.
No,
mechanical owl. Yep.
Yeah, but it had artificial intelligence too.
Okay, well, good. That's another example. But okay, this must be from Hercules or something. I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Oh, the
honestly,
giant
but
guy. The giant guy.
They go to the island. They
And
go
he
to
was
the
giant?
island.
Yeah,
and
and
it's
he
like
was
a
giant.
mechanical god that's a
Was he?
giant. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was really big.
It's
Okay.
like a
Yeah, I
Greek-
remember that. Yeah.
It's a Greek robot god. I forgot what the name is. It's not a Kronos. But
No, I don't know the name of it.
Yeah.
it's like an old movie. Yeah.
No, I've seen that movie. I'm trying to think. I can't remember that name of him either.
I remember the movie now.
Yeah, I do too. That was a great
can't-
movie. Jason and the Argonauts was real good. Yep.
Yeah.
Talos? Talos?
Is that where they fight? What?
Talos, he said.
The Talos.
Let's look
Maybe.
it up. Talos.
That might
The
be.
god you're referring to, Talos?
That's Skyrim. I think that's
Talos is
Skyrim.
Talos.
I think that's also.
Talos, Wiki. Yeah, Greek mythology.
Christos, thanks for having me on, man.
Greek
I'll be
mythology.
in,
Yeah. I appreciate
Yeah.
you for sure, man.
I'll be in chat. Hey, what's your name? Max?
Yeah,
I
it was great.
I appreciate you.
Thank you. Much love to you, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Love and gratitude. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Later, Austin.
So, yeah, man. I was seeing
Yeah.
a lot of cybernetic Hindu gods and goddesses, and they were being like taken apart and put together at one point. Like I was in a DMT realm where there was a lot of conveyor belts. There were 2 golden tablets that were like floating in this black ether. There was these 2 angled golden tablets that were like windows. They were like outlines of tablets. There was black
The mic is
openings
kinda
into the
spiky, bro.
ether. Really?
Yeah, your
Yeah,
mic's
it's
a
a
little
little-
choppy.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hold on.
But we can make you out. I can hear what you're saying, Christos. You're just choppy. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, he was giant automation made
That's-
of bronze
that's
to protect Europa in Crete from pirates and invaders. So Talos, absolutely, yeah, that's who
Yeah.
it was.
And he was made by Hephaestus, or Hephaestus. I can't pronounce that shit
Sisyphus?
right now. Sisyphus. Thank you. The Greek god of invention and blacksmithing is who built
Look up Sisyphus.
Talos. Talos was basically like a metal golem.
Oh, okay.
He was like a golem. And he was built
What
by
do you
the-
think of the Greek gods? What do you think that they were about? You think they were from another realm or
Yeah.
land or?
Possibly. Maybe that was the war. It was
Maybe.
like gods versus gods. Fuck.
Maybe.
Probably what it
Like
was.
I still don't know how big the Earth is, so I don't know.
Well, that's what
Right.
I was trying to show you, the confunded map, the NOS confunded map. I was trying to show you.
Yeah, well, that's why I was
Beyond
trying to
Antarctica.
show you a gigantic parrot, because where the hell does that thing live?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
look
where
how
does it
big they were.
fly?
Right. So
Yeah,
they came over the wall. Yeah,
How does
exactly.
that
They
make
need to
any
get
sense?
to open its wings and soar instead of
Yeah.
just going around a bird cage.
Yeah,
You
what?
know, even if it's round, a
Makes
disc,
no
or whatever.
sense.
There's only so much room that they're showing us where it could go, right? I was just
Yeah.
asking that earlier, like, where the hell do these
And-
things move? Like, they
and-
take 3
and
steps
they-
and around the planet.
Whoever's in control of us here, they have to play by a certain rule and tell us stuff. Did you notice that too? Like they have to give you a little bit of
They
the
believe
truth
in
to
it.
tell us. Yeah,
Yeah.
like they
This
don't.
is-
They don't.
that's-
They have to play by rules.
What we've been told,
Yeah.
anyways. That's what it is.
Like most of the time, I can take
Narrative
their
results
I use their scientific results, but I come up with completely different conclusions than they come up with.
Using your own
Yeah.
hypothesis off of their data.
Yeah,
Yes.
like their for example, their history of our universe. Well, to me, what they're describing is a toroid field. They're
Yeah,
not
torus.
describing.
Yeah.
They're not describing a bloody explosion outward. It's a torus field. We just happen to be in the magnetic part of it where everything goes apart. We'll eventually come around into the positive, more electric part, and we'll come together. Everything has a torus field. That's what the ancients said anyway. All is L and all is atum. All is electric and all is atomic. So you've got the torus field and electricity. That's everything.
Right.
It even shows on that in the photon I showed you. So from a photon to a galaxy, they're pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
As above, so below.
Yeah. We see the giant dragons, and there apparently were little dragons at one time too. So
Look at the little dragons now. Little
micro to macro.
Dragons, iguanas. You got black cagey lizards. Those things look pretty cool.
I think at one time I'm pretty sure at one time we lived in a much more watery part of the universe. And
makes me think salamanders are distant relatives to those guys, maybe.
Maybe. I think most things come from the
genealogy too. The salamanders to see they have regeneration properties too. It's interesting.
Yeah. They found worms that are eternal that they're going to splice into animals.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
they don't need to do They don't even messing with something that has eternal powers and putting it with other stuff. You're messing up. You're messing
Did you see a bit of venom just wrote down in the chat? Tesla thought the universe was ruled by electromagnetic.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Bit of venom. I agree completely with that. Yes.
Well, 100%. Magnetics is the only force that you can actually fucking.
Yep. And you can't have one without the other.
Right.
It's invisible forces
you've got both of them at the same time, no matter what.
I wouldn't be able to play with my RCs if I didn't have magnets.
Have you watched the videos, Max, of the guys that are putting up drones, dragging copper wire up and connecting them to coils and getting power out of our atmosphere? Have you seen those?
No, but I've studied. I've seen some videos like that. Yes. So the
free energy is up there.
Oh yeah, it's there. Yeah.
I'd like to figure.
I'm gonna be making hydrogen cells this year.
Well, let me show you something.
It's semi-free energy.
I'll share the link to the.
Your waste is water and baking soda.
I don't have it complete here. I'm replacing some parts on it to try a different experiment.
Oh, still that fucking Grogu is creepy.
But, so you have. So this goes to the ground.
What the? The thing fucking moves around. Like you were moving it.
But what it does is you put a double loop through a ring of magnets. I'm not sure if it's all positive inward or all negative inward. Mm-hmm. That goes up to another magnet. I don't have it in here at the moment. A big block magnet. And this is an atmospheric collector. So this is supposed to work, possibly. I've looked into it, into several devices. This one seems fun. I'm going to see if it works.
What about those? Have you seen the videos where they're taking like one motor and they're redoing the armature inside of an alternator and they're adding molybdenum magnets around it, and then they
I'm on the I'm on the 11th floor.
Regulator off of it, and then they hook it directly into the like power strip, and then the power strip into another electric motor, and then there's a belt going to both the motors, and it powers itself. Like, you think it works? Do you think the molybdenum magnets are making the field double or 10 times the amount of volume, like they're saying? They're claiming 10 times the amount of increase in volume. That's huge.
Well, they have a new power plant. They had a website up, but they took it down already. Called IDA.
It's on BitSuite.
Have you seen
I got it in my brain. I watched it so much, I can replay that video in my brain and make those now. But I was wondering
MIT made a power plant that looks like in the movie what's that guy there with the superhero there? A power plant just like he made, but MIT just made a mock-up of it, and then they built a full-scale version up in Switzerland at CERN called IDA. And this thing was a self-generating power plant. Wow, look at that.
What is that?
What
Hey,
is
So
Bob,
that-
that's something in our
That is a photon that has been sent through a Venturi. It's exploded. So they separated the black and the white. What you're mostly seeing is the white parts concussing as they hit the ether.
Oh.
So it's an electron. What happens is like the say in the science book, there's an electron shower, and then the muons or dark matter, they go around the Venturi to the outside, and then they rejoin with the electron.
Yeah, there's real. There's photo proof. Holy shit.
So
No
yeah,
doubt, bro.
Yeah, there's real. That's photo proof. Holy shit. Whoa.
I have a
Okay,
better one that
you got
shows
news.
the.
I'm gonna be looking at a whole bunch of that shit now, Max. You're gonna fuck, man. I'm gonna be stuck doing a lot of homework for probably 3 or 4 days looking all this shit up.
Yeah, I did a lot of homework myself.
So Max, what is the ether? How do you explain ether? What
I don't
is-
know. That's the soup. That's the foam. God. Yeah.
I think
There's
spirit?
there's neutrinos. That's part of it.
Yep.
And
neutrinos,
then there's scalar energy. And probably a lot of other stuff we don't know about.
Ah.
So there's other stuff out there, and then we were talking about the convex lenses, concave and convex lenses.
Yep.
So just out of our visual periphery, there's more. So
I just crazy too, Max. What if there's a whole nother periodic table on the ether side?
There could be.
Yeah.
There could be.
And I know that guy Crow 777 using different lenses. Like he had to buy old camera equipment to get better views of the moon and stuff because they dumb you down with the stuff they sell these days.
Yeah.
The older equipment was way more distance and clarity than the new stuff they make because they don't want you to see
real
stuff.
lenses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real lenses and not a diode pulling in light. Yeah.
So when you watch that movie, They Live with the glasses, you could actually make a pair of glasses like that and see shit.
Yeah, you could.
I believe that is dissident dye. What they're telling in that movie, they're telling you about dissident dye, man.
Well, people are watching
look at
just the
that stuff.
skies and all the shit moving around in the infrared. Like
that's what it is. It's infrared. When they first started using that shit in Nam, they were looking through the red spectrum with the pilots and the gunners on their birds, man. And them guys were tripping balls so bad that they were shooting at shit they're seeing in the sky next to their birds, and they were fucking starting to be friendly fire incidents. So they had to do something. So they got rid of the red ones and they came out with the green ones because these motherfucking soldiers were seeing demons and shit. They said, "Oh no, this ain't gonna work." But they can't. The psychs can't stand it. It's becoming an incidental hazard. If one's gonna shoot down another chopper, they ain't gonna be good. Fuck.
Hey, Christus is weird how you.
So they fucking figured out that realm exists, and then they swapped over all their personnel to the green, so they don't fucking lose their fucking minds.
It's weird how Christus, you saw the life coming out of the trees when you were doing DMT, but there was a guy that did a video on. He could measure trees. He could hear them crying when they were cut. He could measure the impulses and the power that they gave off when a living tree was cut or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything. And I didn't know about the rocks. I never heard about rocks being living and have power. I didn't know that.
Well, I think that's on the ethereal level, right? That's more
all
on
fucked
the.
up, bro. Your mic. What's your mic?
Hold up.
It's all. Yeah.
All right. Well, that should be good
there
now.
we go. Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
Man,
So I was
my
able to
bad.
stop you fast.
I always have to fiddle with the Bluetooth these days. But yeah. Everything, like, I feel like we can call it the astral or the ethers, but there's an in between that's in between the in between, right? It's like Inception. It's the thing within the thing. People talk about the Matryoshka dolls, all these different layers of an onion, basically, of reality.
Yeah, the rainbow, the double rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
There's
mandalas.
Yeah.
I've seen 3
concentric circles. The
rainbows
circle within the circle.
Within the circle. I've seen triple in a pair, Christos. Triple sundog, bro. Sick. I seen a triple sundog up here once. It was awesome.
Oh,
3
cool.
circles, bro.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
rainbow
dude, it was
gives you.
the coolest thing I've ever seen. The triple sundog, bro. It was awesome. It took up the entire fucking sky. It was huge. Dude, yeah, it was cool. It was on a really nice sunny day. There was like just a little bit of
Some
clouds.
weird optics.
That shit hit just right. It was awesome. Oh, I see all kinds of crazy shit up here in Alaska.
It makes you think it's put through a lens, eh?
It's like I fucking left Earth and went to Skyrim. Hi guys, I'm in Skyrim over here. You know, I got some meat.
Can you? What'd you ask him, Max? What'd you ask AK?
I forget. Oh,
Look through a lens.
Oh, I said, yeah. It's like looking through a lens. Like creating sky dogs would be like looking through a lens, or a lens projecting it.
Dude, I thought it felt like I was looking at a dome, man.
Yeah.
When I seen that shit, I was like, that looks like a fucking dome to me. So, what do you think about the 2014 amateur Go Fast GoPro rocket that they launched up to 73.5 miles and then it slowed down mysteriously without disintegrating at a rapid rate? It was like, and it stopped, and it didn't blow up and disintegrate. The camera didn't even get like shaky, staticky footage. It did it even.
So
And it sounded like. You ever been in water, Christos? Can you hear the water real fast, bro?
You're starting to cut out a little bit, AK.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Are you there, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just
okay.
I'm going to look into easy water.
Mic check.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think about the high pH water, Max?
Oh, interesting. Don't know about that.
What do you mean, like alkaline water?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I asked Christos.
I have a water alkalizer.
No, but I asked Christos before because I thought drinking that was good for you, but he thought you shouldn't drink that, right, Christos?
I think it's okay to drink, but just don't drink it as like a regular thing. Like, don't think
it
that
just goes through some
alkaline
minerals.
water is better. Like,
goes through
because if you
some
drink it
minerals.
too much, it'll mess up your balance of the pH, right? You need a natural acidity. You don't want to have too alkaline.
Yeah, for drinking water, every once in a while is okay, but I drink distilled, or not distilled, what is it, RO water?
What you're actually
which isn't
looking
actually
for
all
it
that
to
great
be
either.
Slightly a little bit more alkaline than not. It's like, if you're looking at the middle part, you want to be just a little bit more alkaline to stay healthy.
Yeah, so then that's the
pretty much
balance.
the
Apparently,
secret.
it's good for like cancer if you have cancer. So
because cancer can't live at a high pH.
Then people would drink it on a regular basis to drag down the acidity. Or raise up their pH, whichever way you want to look at it.
Supposed to be the best antioxidants in the liquor.
What's that, AK?
I was trying to get a moment to talk in there. It's overlap on my damn fucking laptop sucks. I was trying to say, that's why I think Christos chaga, it's cancer fighting properties, and it's got a lot of health benefits. Also, it's the number one antioxidant out there. I don't know if it's the number one antioxidant of any food, but I know it's an antioxidant in mushrooms.
Yeah, chaga.
Chaga, okay.
And we harvest it right off the tree. Yeah, dude, we got so much medicine in nature. Most of the pharmaceuticals are derived off of nature. Like Tylenol, it's coming off of a little tiny little plant.
Yeah. Do you have a different mic, AK?
That's just like white.
It's getting hard to listen to you at this point. Like past minute or two, it's been really crackling.
How about now?
I'm not sure. You'd have to keep talking.
How about now, guys?
No, it's still happening.
Okay. Like on the laptop itself.
So,
it does, man. It lags me in this, bro. Hey, I'm gonna give you another laptop soon. I'm gonna go.
We'll throw it back in a second.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, they make a couple of. I've been looking into drinking, being healthy and doing the water. They make a machine that's expensive called the Kangen machine. Have you seen that?
Is it like a water like?
It's a
cleansing
it's expensive.
machine?
It's like $3,000 or $4,000 machine, and it charges the water in particles, and they actually show a demonstration with a light bulb, with the water. It lights the light bulb up because your body is electric. And so this is supposed to be real good for your body. And they have another one. It's called Brown's gas, And this machine makes like a hydrogen brown gas that's supposed to be real good for your body as well. I don't know.
Oh,
if
Brown's
you've
gas, yeah.
Have you seen that, Christos?
I know about Brown's gas. I've heard about that. It's very interesting.
Those water ozonators too. Ozone's supposed to be good for you as well. But
the water you drink out of your faucet, they're putting in fluoride, and they're putting in chlorine and all the shit you don't want to drink, right?
in our area, they put in something that hardens the pipes.
Yeah.
You don't think that gets in your water? Come on.
OTW said get a middle of the road, like a little bit high pH water, but I've looked into water and tested a lot, and there's not many ones you can really drink that's a higher. All of it's acidic. All of the bottled water you're buying is really acidic. There's only a couple of them that are good.
Yeah.
Well, you can get distilled water, which is pure. Doesn't have.
Is that high in acidic, or is that high pH?
Don't they say that distilled water is dead water? It's demineralized. You're gonna dehydrate yourself.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard arguments
I'm
against
not sure
it
if that's
as
a
long as you're
proven
taking
fact, though.
minerals. Like if you're taking a lot of minerals and stuff, like I take double vitamins because I do gap fasting, so I doubt that would really strip all the minerals out of my body.
Yeah, but I think distilled water is a way to keep your keep yourself alkaline. Like I'm not saying like
Could
drink
be.
it all the time, but
At the water store that are across the road, they have alkaline water, they have distilled, and they have RO water. So they have the three types there. So
Okay.
I think
there's
spring
gotta
water
be
is probably the best.
Got to be a difference.
I think
Which
spring
one?
water is probably the best from
Spring
my
water, yeah,
experience.
probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you live
Mineral
where you get
spring
some
water
decent
would be
spring-
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you can
natural.
Get somewhere to get this stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which one do you drink, Max? The high pH mineral?
I'm on the reverse osmosis water. It's still got 10% of everything that's in there, all the crap, but 10.
have you guys ever tried like speaking to your water before drinking it?
I do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
say thank you. You should say thank you. I
I
was
want
going
to
to
make one of those
mention
devices
Dr.
that makes me
Emoto's
into
water
alkaline water
experiments.
myself. Instead of
You should tell it you love it.
Yes.
Not just
I say
thank it,
thank
but
you to
love
my.
it and-
Okay. This was funny. I didn't say thank you to my ice cubes when I put them in the freezer.
Hey guys, I got a real bad lag. I'm gonna go ahead and get off
They
here, guys.
wouldn't
I'm
work.
tired anyways.
Yeah, you do.
All right, man.
They wouldn't come out in one piece until I said thank you to them going in. My ice
Really?
cubes in my freezer, yeah. Because I switched over to the RO water, and my ice cubes were just breaking into chunks, little tiny pieces. And so I started saying thank you to it as I poured it and as I put it in the freezer. And now they come out in solid pieces. And if I forget to say thank you, they don't come out in solid pieces.
Huh. Interesting.
Wow.
Imagine how that would affect your health just by drinking a glass of water and saying to that glass, I love you. You are the best glass of water I ever had in my whole life. And then you drink it, and boom, you have the fountain of youth, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Wow. Christos, you said you were drinking rainwater?
Spring water.
Spring water.
Oh, spring water.
Rainwater.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
God, he'd be dead by now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's a shaman, but
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can also, what you can also do is write on a little piece of paper that's just under the size of a piece of tape, like the word love, thank you, health, and put them on your water, because then you'll look at it and you'll see that word. And
Hey
that
guys, I'm
word
gonna
will
get out while I
always
can
be
still
on
stay
there,
by. I'm having my computer.
you know?
See you, man.
So
Yeah,
all of
that's
my
a really
pictures,
good-
all of my pictures are labeled. So,
Wow.
and I make
That's
I
a-
make my own colloidal silver and gold, and they're labeled for love and health and third eye. So yeah,
Oh, you're doing the
Dang.
colloidal silver and you're doing colloidal gold too, huh?
yeah.
Monatomic gold, you mean?
And Ormus, you should all try some Ormus, sea salt Ormus. It's got 100 and plus 118, 140, depending on who you look at, minerals in it. They're perfectly balanced for the human body. You just extract it with some magnesium, which we're all short in. And yeah, there's videos online on how to do that too.
How do you spell that?
Ormus, ORMUS it's a colloquial term, but what it is ORME apostrophe S, orbitally rearranged monatomic elements.
Wow. Now they're saying that I saw some videos saying that the colloidal gold might neutralize that V everyone took.
It might, yes.
It
also
breaks.
egg whites.
Oh, egg whites too, huh?
Yeah.
It's supposed to break down electrical and circuitry, the colloidal gold.
Okay. Well, what it does in your body is it has a brain balancing effect. So it helps balance the hemispheres. So it must enhance the electrical connections between them, I would think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Silver is good for antibacterial, antimicrobial, inflammation. They're both good for that as well. But specifically, silver is a little bit better than gold for the antibacterial.
Do you take a lot of vitamins as well?
Yep.
Yeah, I do too. I take quercetin.
Yes.
Vitamin
Me
D3.
too. Yep.
D3.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
How about
Quercetin.
Iodine. Iodine.
Iodine. Yeah.
Vitamin C with
Quercetin,
rose
yes.
hips.
Really important.
Vitamin C with rose hips.
Yep.
What about
And zinc. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
chlorella?
You could add some boron. We're afraid of nanotech, and boron is the best way to describe is it makes water wetter, so it doesn't allow things to bind together that aren't supposed to in your body.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
you know all the things they're spraying and all the jibby jabs and stuff.
Yep. Yep.
They're finding those large snaky things in people.
Yeah.
And structures forming. Boron will disrupt the bonding of graphite.
And boron is actually a cleaning agent. It's like a white powder.
Yeah, you can get it in the form of borax. That's a little bit of a different form, but you can actually take that internally as well.
Yep. Actually, in the old days, they used to drink paint thinner. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. They used to do a little bit of paint thinner they drink. Yep.
Turpentine, you mean?
Yeah, turpentine. That's what it was.
Okay, yes, turpentine. Yeah.
Yep.
I have heard of that. That made some of the painters go crazy. It was the turpentine.
Turpentine, but that was it used to kill any of the stuff that was growing in your body, right?
We also have spirulina and chlorella for relieving like getting rid of heavy metals and detoxing this like the digestive tract. And something that's good for the skin is collagen.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You get that in bone broth. I just started taking that recently.
Yeah,
it has good effects. It has some good effects, guys. I would highly recommend it. I have some urinary tract problems, and that really helped.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of it helping other things like from your eyes to joints, everything. So,
yeah. I also recommend people looking into the 12 salts of salvation, which include one of them are one of them is magnesium, like you were just mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I take that too, magnesium. Yep.
Yeah, there's you can get that per your astrology as well. Santos Bonacci put out a great chart for that.
I actually have the book.
Do you? Okay. Yeah. So you know your two salts, the two major salts for you.
There are 3, but I take all 12, so I don't even.
Okay.
I know that we naturally produce the other 9.
Cold bomb it.
Well,
yeah.
If you look into what Santos was saying,
you just pee
but
it
I
out
decided
anyway,
to take all 12 and not take any chances.
Yeah, you just pee it out if you don't need it. So people are always afraid of salt. They've made us afraid of salt, and we should be of chloridized salt, like the sodium chloride.
Sodium bicarbonate.
Sodium chloride.
Remember that? I don't know if you guys remember that old TV show, Star Trek, with Captain Kirk there.
William Shatner.
William Shatner. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You guys remember that episode where they went onto this planet? Well, obviously they always go onto this planet, but they went onto this planet, and this planet had this creature which would kill humans by had like little suction cups on their fingers.
The salt sucker. Yeah, that thing scared the hell out of me.
Exactly.
Yep.
And if you didn't have any salt in your body, you would die.
Yeah.
So it's funny how they put truth in your in even in those old TV shows back then.
Mm-hmm.
So sodium What? Okay, you said
Sodium
sodium
chloride
chloride.
is bad for you. Sodium.
What about sodium bicarbonate? Isn't
That's
that
good
table
for you.
salts? Wait,
No,
no, that's
that's
the real
baking soda.
salts.
That's baking soda.
Oh, that's in Alka-Seltzers too, isn't it? Sodium? Yeah,
Sodium
Alka-Seltzer.
bicarbonate.
Yep.
That's a good
That's
way
so
to
you can drink
rebalance
some
your
Alka-Seltzer.
pH.
That's good for you.
Yep, drinking a
Just
glass or
take
two
it
of that every
So-
week is good for you too. I do
What's
that
in
as
table
well.
salt?
I do.
What's
So
in,
anybody
what's in
and anybody who has an upset stomach, sodium chloride.
Okay. What's rock?
Definitely
Okay,
agree with
okay,
that.
okay. Yeah, rock salt
Yeah,
is the way,
teaspoon
man.
in a
Real
glass
mineral
of
Yeah,
salt.
real
cold,
salt
8-ounce water, glass of water, a teaspoon, and you
Yep.
mix that up there and you drink it down
Baking
if you ever
soda,
have
yeah.
heartburn, man, and it's just
Yep.
gonna like disappear like magic, man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Magnesium is.
And it alkalizes your body at the same time.
Yes,
And
exactly.
and
It regulates
and
your pH.
quercetin is expensive. It's like $27 a bottle of 30 pills. I buy that. But
Me
what that
too,
does
yeah.
is it lets your all the vitamins you take, it inserts it into your cells. It's a
With zinc, yes.
yeah, exactly, with zinc,
Hey,
right? And
little
that's like hydroxychloroquine and quercetin are like the same
right.
things.
Hey,
It
just a
puts
little disclaimer, real quick. We're not giving out any medical
Yeah.
information.
oh yeah, good
So
thing.
I,
just to
I
put
use
that out
pink
there,
Himalayan salt.
having a
Yeah.
casual conversation about our health habits, but not giving any health advice or any medical advice.
Nope.
So on
Just
with the
Good
show.
opinions.
thinking, OTW. Real good
Yeah.
thinking.
I use
Yeah,
pink Himalayan
magnesium
salt.
and
So I was AK is asking what you
And
I
how about
use.
turmeric? Have you tried turmeric, Max?
Yeah, I use
Turmeric.
the extract.
Yep.
Curcumin is the
Yep.
extract from turmeric. And
Yep.
I used to eat it raw too. I used to be able to get it raw up at a market, but they don't sell it anymore.
Wow.
Pink
wonder
Himalayan
why.
salt is good for you. That's got all the minerals. That's what I use to make my ormus from.
Yep.
You mix that with milk of magnesia. I use Phillips milk of magnesia. It takes about 2.5 ounces of milk of magnesia to extract 250 grams, 200 to 250 grams of salt. So you put that in about half a gallon of water. About 2 liters, half gallon. And you let that settle. All the salts and everything will go to the bottom, and you'll be able to take a laser and point it through the water, and you won't see any particles. The laser light, you won't be able to see a laser beam when it's all been extracted. But it takes a couple hours for all the salts to sink to the bottom. Then you pour off all that top water. You do that 3 times, putting in new water, letting it settle, and then it's good to drink because you've taken out all the salt, and you're just left with the minerals on the bottom, and that's the ormus I use. It's got about 124 minerals in it,
Wow.
and they're all balanced for your body.
Where do you learn all this stuff? Do you watch videos on people on TV?
I spent a lot of time researching YouTube and papers, and like I like looking at scientific papers too. So, like things like they came out with that that super skin stuff. Which one was it? Hyaluronic acid, right? Well, hyaluronic acid is kind of the basis of. It's almost like say bone broth, really, because all they do is take the knuckles and skin of the animal, boil that up until they get the oils from that, and they distill it down. So I love looking up how they make this stuff and how things are done. So yeah.
Where do you get your iodine from?
I use different sources.
Yeah,
I haven't found a really good one yet.
What about off of what's his name there that does the show there? Alex Jones. He sells a lot of different iodines on his.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get that. I'm in Canada, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
fellow Canadian.
he sells good
Isn't that a
iodine. I can say that. He does sell good iodine.
Yeah,
I
I'd go
can't
for his
vouch for
stuff.
myself.
I think I should buy that. I watch him constantly.
Yeah, me
you know.
too. You get a little bit of truth. Actually, about a month ago, he came out on his show and said that the entities that are controlling us have been here for thousands of years. He actually came out and said that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't watch him as much anymore, but I still like him a little bit. Yeah.
He also told us he's been captured by the enemy, and it's true. He's telling us a lot of truth, but he is telling us one big lie. There is one lie he's telling us.
Have you seen that Dr. Drew? He's on Monday at 5 to 6 o'clock, Dr. Drew, and he brings on a lot of doctors that are going against the V right now and the stuff it's happening to us. So he walks a fine line, and Dr. John Campbell too. They have to walk a fine line so they don't erase him. But you do get truths out of listening to his show, like Alex. He's going to walk a fine line. They take him down, right?
Yep.
So you have to just read between the lines of what he's saying.
Right. I know what you mean. You gotta have a certain amount of discernment.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep.
Christos, I couldn't hear you. You were muffled before. What were you saying about the iodine? You can't get good iodine?
Oh no, I was just saying iodine's really important.
Yeah, especially if you
Iodine
don't.
and magnesium.
Yeah, the table salt's iodized as well. So if you don't use table salt, you've got to supplement with iodine.
Well, they've been taking the iodine out of salt. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
That's that fake iodine. They got that bullshit weak iodine in the table salt.
Yeah, I would believe that. I didn't know that.
No, they're trying. They want us all weak. I don't know if you guys know this. But
oh yes,
100 years ago, we were twice the strength we are now. They've been trying to make us all weakened.
Yeah, they want us half the size, half lifespan, and yeah. 30 years. That's about what they want to give us. Just when you start figuring shit out,
Yeah, it's like the movie's Logan's Run. What they want to do,
Mm-hmm.
you live to this certain age, and that's it. They want you eliminated.
Go for
Logan's
renewal.
Run. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember that movie? Yeah, that was a great movie. I like that movie.
Yeah, I'm pretty old, so.
Yeah, I think I'm as old as you are.
54.
I'll be 61.
Oh, you got me beat. Damn, I'm jealous. I can't wait for 61. The shit I'll know by then.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you, you'll never know everything. I've been down so many rabbit holes. I could just tell you a rabbit hole to go look in, and you'd be going, holy shit, you look into the next one and the next one,
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's the Ouroboros.
Have you ever heard of Crow 777 at all? Crow 777?
No.
Oh, that guy's smart. Oh, he's real smart. Him and Jason Lindgren. They do Crow 777 radio.
Oh, Crow 777. Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
he's the one that filmed the lunar wave and stuff first.
Oh, cool.
But he does all kinds of shows on like Red Mercury and what he thinks is going on here and there. And yeah, I liked him a lot, but I've watched him for years. Yeah.
Anybody here ever seen a black column go across the sky like that? Just straight across?
No.
A guy in Montreal saw it at the same time I did. But I was wondering if anybody's seen that.
I've been through Canada a ton of times because my son went to Michigan, University of Michigan, and I had to drive him to school and back and go up and visit him. So from Boston here, I'd go up through and cut through Canada and come out on the other side of the Niagara Falls and into Detroit, and then Ann Arbor was like an hour out of Detroit, So
the Falls is just down the street from me, pretty much.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I've been up there a lot. I've made a lot of trips into Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan's about 300 miles from me.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, not too far.
I could make the drive from my house to Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, 12 hours straight. I used to drive it. They were back up.
Cool.
Have you guys talked about that Chinese spy balloon thing there?
No, we were supposed to do that earlier.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking about that because I just saw Ryan Staveley's.
I think we did. You did talk about it a bit.
Yeah,
not a lot.
We started to. We started to, but we postponed it and never got around to it. So thank you, OTW.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, what do they need a spy balloon for? Like, and if it's a spy balloon, why would you make it so big?
And
if you figure that thing could probably carry about 5,000 pounds.
Yeah.
5,000 pounds of what?
That's the first satellite. That's the first.
They're saying it's the Chinese, but why would it be the Chinese? It's like probably.
Exactly.
It's probably one of their satellites that fucking lost lost altitude and dropped down. And
I don't even think it's a
Chinese spy balloon.
I don't think it's an observation thing because I believe in space. So they say they have spy satellites already. What do they need a spy balloon for?
If they have that Starlink running,
Right?
flying around space, they don't need satellites floating on balloons.
No.
I mean,
So what are they
that just shows
dumping?
you it's
What are
the
they
big
dumping on
lie.
us?
The
What
big
are they
lie.
dumping on us? They could be dumping something, right?
No, I'm not worried. I think the chemtrails dump everything they want on us. So I don't think
Yeah, that's
the
true.
planes do.
That's
You know?
true. So what are they for then?
No, that was one
You
of our
know?
satellites that came out of orbit, or
Could be, yeah.
out of
Yeah.
out of our atmosphere. Nothing goes in orbit. Nothing
Yeah.
goes through the firmament. But that's the first one in my whole life that you finally caught it on a balloon coming down. And I think the balloons that they float these satellites on, they make them blue, or they match the sky with a color, or they can mask the balloon so you
Mhm.
just see the satellite flying past. You know?
But that one just looked like a complete globe.
Yeah.
So there was no like satellite hanging from it.
Oh no, there wasn't satellite hanging from that.
Was there? Okay.
Oh, big
I
one.
watched it.
A
It
big
was
one?
two.
Okay.
Yeah, big one.
I
It looked
didn't
like
get
it
a
was-
good video
you,
of it.
if you looked at that up in the sky, you could have swear that was a space station going around.
I
Okay. Cool.
I was able to see it. Yeah, I was. Am I coming in clear?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I was able to see it over Missouri. It came through.
Yeah,
It
well,
was
keep
like
pushing.
right over. It was right overhead of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. And at first
Yeah.
I was like, is that the thing I heard people talking about? And I was like, nah. And then I told my buddy, and he was like, I think that is. And we looked it up, and yep, it was like coming over Missouri, like right at that time. We looked it up on the news, and I
A
was like,
bit
what
of
the
Venom
fuck is
has something
this?
going there. Maybe
Some
that.
type of
Well,
psyop.
Think about it. Nobody's believing anything else, so they might as well put something up in the sky for people to see, so have something to talk about.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It seems
All
like
the people streaming NASA's live photos. There's like 400 people in the world watching these bogus CGI films they're throwing out there. You know? I mean, people are friggin' stupid as wicked out there. You know.
I don't believe the ISS is really up there, man.
No,
At
there's
this
nothing
point,
up there.
I
They
think.
float. You just saw what's up there. They're floating them on balloons, and that's that. You know.
That's what it looks
NASA's
like.
big money laundering operation. NASA is, and all the entities out
Yeah,
there.
you see them practicing underwater and shit, right? So,
Mhm.
you know. I don't know.
Did you know? Yeah, you brought up. Someone brought up like Navy SEALs and some like soldier talking about DMT.
Yep.
Well, you know, when I was in high school, I was a senior in high school. I went to some like school trip thing where like we camped out and fucking got together around fire, and I did some ritual or some shit. It was kind of weird, but anyway, I went to this thing that was like for seniors, and I ended up talking to a teacher about meditation. This really cool dude, and he was talking about how he like knows someone that talked to a Navy SEAL about how basically they're trained in meditation to like be able to get into that flow state and that focus, especially during like high intensity situations. Like if you meditate regularly, you're gonna be able to maintain like focus and clarity even when there's a lot of shit going on because you've been training your mind through those meditative states. So meditation and like breathing exercises, and I also feel like DMT itself, this is on a little different path now with the topic, but DMT is like it's like a rite of initiation in a way. It's like walking the coal fire, walking that fire path that they do, right, where they don't burn their feet. You have to have no fear. The only way you can do it is if you have no fear, or it's like, you know, kind of like these Aghora yogis. They smoke weed out of arsenic laced pipes. They sit on dead bodies out of the Ganges River. You know what I'm talking about? These are like it's like they're a death cult in Hinduism. They're
Thuggies.
the Aghori yogis or some shit, I thought.
Heard of the Thuggies?
Maybe I'm mixing them up, but anyway, I'm kind of going all over the place right now, but there's definitely something to meditation and like the state where you're activating DMT or the third eye, and you know, being able to operate and navigate this life in a more dynamic, holistic, and optimal way. I think it's essential. I think you gotta be able to have some type of intuition connection with your gut, connection with your heart, connection with your brain. But especially that third eye, like it can't be overlooked. It's not just to see like cool things. Like
Is DMT the same thing as the Native Americans used to take, called peyote? Is that kind of the same stuff?
I think
Most
I
likely.
I think I need to
I
look
don't
that up
think
to be
so. I don't
sure.
think peyote and DMT are
They're
as similar as you think.
yeah, no, I don't think they are.
I've
But
never tried either, so but
I'm gonna look that
so I
up
don't
right
know.
now.
Yeah,
Peyote
same
is
here. I've never tried
peyote
either,
is
so
legit.
I couldn't tell you.
Me either.
Peyote is legit as fuck. I know.
Oh, Crystal's cut
The
out.
only time I've ever experienced DMT, I think, was like naturally.
Did you do breathing exercises?
No, just like I don't know, man. Just struck me like lightning.
That's maybe what my remote view was. I had just recently, maybe about a month ago. I was going to bed, and all of a sudden I was just concentrating. I said my prayers, and all of a sudden I was like taken off. I was shown. I was leaving my body, and it scared the shit out of me of what I was seeing. I was going, oh my god! I pulled back immediately, thinking, wow. It's like I don't know what the hell was happening there, but.
I've had that. Yeah. It feels like you're about to get pulled out of your body, or like you're getting stretched out.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. See, there's
See
definitely a
things that
correlation.
scare us, but it's probably our own superpowers that scare us, which is actually ironic when you think of it.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's right,
100%.
OTW.
Thank you, AK. Yeah, mescaline.
Never tried that either.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah. No, I haven't been smoking anything but I don't smoke or drink, man.
That's a weird arrangement.
Yeah.
Just scheduled a class for tonight if any of you want to join.
Oh, did you really? What time are you doing it?
I do it at 11, so that's in about 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And how long is the class for?
Well, I try to keep it to an hour, but it's usually a couple hours.
Oh, okay.
What's the class
Because
about?
remote viewing is actually pretty stressful on people.
Oh, is it really?
Well, it doesn't take a lot, but it does, if you can understand that. It's tiring. So bring snacks. Bring a drink and snacks and a pen and paper. So you can draw out the numbers and the images you see. Yeah. We take lots of breaks, smudge breaks, smoke breaks, because we do about 5 to 7 images to sync up. And there's a waveform I'm watching in the responses, because people will all sync up at one time just after a certain point, and I'm waiting for that point, which usually happens at around an hour and 20 minutes, and it takes a long time to do the destination targets often. So,
wow.
I really believe that there's a link between DMT and remote viewing.
Ooh, sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, absolutely.
100. Yeah. Okay. Good. It's.
Oh, yes.
I'm glad you see that. Yeah.
Yep, there is. That's why we produce it naturally, right? That's one of the. If you study the cycle of the Christos or the oil, that's one of the things that's produced at the end, is DMT, melatonin, serotonin, those piezoelectric, luminescent particles I talked about. There's what they call the healing oil, the milk and honey. Those are healing oils and elements that get distributed throughout your body. So there's a lot of benefits to following these practices.
Exactly. That's why it's important to feed your body the essential nutrients and vitamins and salts, so
Minerals,
that you'll be able to produce all of these secretions and liquids and oils and honey and milk.
Yep. You can buy Ormus, that Ormus that I was telling you how to make. You can buy it as well.
Yeah, like colloidal silver you can
gold.
too.
Yep. Yeah. Colloidal silver. You can buy colloidal titanium. I make that as well. There's all Colloidal magnesium, I've heard. I'm not going. Again, this is not medical advice, but for any of you that are suffering from blood sugar levels, diabetes, or anything like that, colloidal magnesium may help.
Yeah, and also I think that helps for blood pressure, or
Yeah.
I think
I
it
think
does,
so.
because I remember someone who I used to hang around with, and I had suggested that to them, and I think it was because they were getting, like the tip of their fingers were getting numb, and the tip of their
The
toes and stuff like
swelling,
that.
yeah.
Yes, exactly. And then I told them, well, maybe you should try some magnesium, and so that person did a little bit of research, and lo and behold, boom, they were taking magnesium tablets, and paf, they weren't having any more problems with the being swollen or numb at the tip of the fingers.
But that wasn't regular magnesium. That was colloidal magnesium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, most probably. I can't confirm that for
what
sure.
she
I'm
took.
just
Yeah.
Whoa.
yeah,
You guys-
But
exactly.
we're
I
all
don't
kind of
know exactly
deficient
what-
in magnesium, anyways. So
Right.
Yeah.
that's why I
There's
use that.
different
There's
types.
several different methods to extract it too. You can also use boron to extract the elements out of the water.
Mhm.
Boron, yeah.
Most of those salts that we usually need to that we can get as supplements, usually you'll find them in fruits, most likely. All fruits. Pretty much
I'll tell you,
where they are. Yeah.
OT, the fruits haven't been like they normally are lately. Like, yeah, I have an apple. I used to eat apples and
true.
bananas and stuff, but these days, I'll tell you, the fruit is not the right stuff. It's like the apple will last for 3 months without rotting. It's like, I don't know what they're doing with the stuff, but it's not right.
You gotta buy organic.
Yeah, but even then, Christos, are you really buying organic? Think about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have that. I got smoke for you people that want to say, oh, it's not actually organic.
No, I'm
I
just
know-
not
I
saying.
hear-
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm just saying there's that slight possibility that any company could actually pay to put that sticker there, or to have their
Some of them
product.
have been proven to be fraudulent in a way.
There you go.
I
See,
know
there you go.
that.
See?
I know
But not
that.
I
all
didn't
of
even have
them.
to
So-
research.
I know that, but not
and
all.
somebody already,
Yeah, exactly.
is backing what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
If you source each product,
see, no,
Yeah,
because there's some of them that's been proven, like Max said, but that's not all of them.
yeah, if you source
Because
the
people that
product,
want to
you'll
just say
find
that,
some
oh,
of them aren't.
I know you're not necessarily saying this, OTW, but there's people out there that would say it doesn't matter. You might as well not even buy organic. I can taste the difference, bro. That
Yes,
shit that's not organic. There's a big difference with a lot of these different things.
The PLU
Yeah,
code
well,
too
we
will
know
tell
that,
you. You
but-
can get the PLU code and tell if it's a GMO product as well.
Have you ever tried two different, like the organic banana and the let's say a GMO banana or pesticide banana? Anyway, first of all, they're not the same size, and when you eat them, the difference between the two it's like day and night,
Okay.
literally. And organic bananas, they last longer. I don't know why, but they do. They don't get black as fast as the those other bananas there.
I didn't even know they made two different bananas, really.
Yep. Unless if
Bananas
it's
are all
like,
clones anyway.
What?
They're all
But that's
there you
clones.
go, man. It's
Yeah.
like, how can you not be skeptic in this world? You know what I'm saying? How can you not have like this like skepticism towards everything? You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Right.
Yep,
Right.
they're-
Well, with the shit they're putting in our drinking water, from that to everything they're spraying in the skies, they've got us covered on all
and
bases.
I just saw a video on the whether it was the WHO or somebody just gave a big contract to a company to put the ground up grasshoppers and crickets or whatever into our bread and flour.
Oh, we have I live just down the street in London, Ontario. There's the biggest cricket farm on the planet, apparently.
Really, and supposedly that's not good for your digestive system.
No, it apparently is not good for your digestive system
here
or
they
your
are.
respiratory tract.
Yep, here they are grinding it up and mixing in with our breads and flours now. Yep.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
heard you can-
Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
That
It's
movie
the
and
it's
book,
the chitin or
Snowpiercer.
this chitin that's in it apparently.
Yuck, 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 yuck. Yeah.
It's in the shell. So if they really cared about us, they'd feed us worms. You know, but they don't. Because worms would actually be nutritious, and you can digest them. So they should have been opening worm farms if they loved us.
Yeah.
I mean,
how much time do you give us?
Why take so much time to get rid of people? Why don't just like get rid of all of the people they need to get rid of in one shot and just have it over with? You know, it's like why?
I think it's infrastructure. I think it's infrastructure. They want double redundancy. I think, like if they want to start killing people off in mass, they've got to really, really, really either just go all balls for it at one time, because if they don't do it all at once and get all the people they want to get at that one time, they'll have shit on their hands, right? So they've got to have double redundancy. So I think it's infrastructure that they're waiting for. 5 and 6G.
So you're saying they're like they're waiting to finish building the mega cities before they decide to
well, at least the control system. They've got to put in the control
before
system.
they decide to flip the switch, right?
Yeah. And they've got to have that everywhere, so that if depending on who uprises or tries shit, they can take them down in an instant.
Wow. So the term resistance is futile is going to actually be a thing.
I think so. Remember at the beginning of this whole pandemic, we saw the images of people falling down in the streets in Wuhan, right?
Yeah.
That was the practice run. That was targeted on the phones. So they used 5G.
I figured as much.
They stripped all the oxygen off the blood cells, off the iron in the blood cells.
And I think they did that with 5G. I think that the 5G, there was no virus. They even said they had just activated the 5G towers over there, and that's where they hit everybody.
There and in that city in Italy, same thing.
Yep.
They were both wired for 5G, fully wired. So they practiced their targeting system. That's why they say
there's another chemical
the 6 foot and feet apart. What's that?
There's another chemical that removes oxygen in the air. It's called I don't know the name in English, but in French it's called chlorure de méthylène. So it's chloride, methylene chloride, maybe, if that's what I think it's called. In English, but I'm not sure. But that's another chemical. It's like it literally removes the oxygen in the air. And they use this chemical to extract caffeine from the coffee beans.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So they could run around and spray that too.
They could literally freaking go around spraying that in just a small vicinity, and everybody in that vicinity will just literally drop dead.
Your lungs just won't gather. Is it that it steals the oxygen from your blood?
It's the same thing as carbon monoxide. Your lungs prefer the carbon monoxide to the oxygen, so that's why your lungs will take in the carbon monoxide. It's the same principle, but this thing is even worse. It literally kills the oxygen cells in a certain area.
So let's say that the oxygen to something else. Is that what it does?
Excuse me?
Does it convert the oxygen to something else? Like absorb?
No, I think it just like replaces it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so your cells will prefer this to actual oxygen.
Yeah, and then you just drop dead because
Yeah. Chemically, what they're doing, what we think they're doing electrically with 5G. So same effect.
They might have you believe it's that, and all they did was pass by and with a sprayed something in the air, and that's that.
I have a video. Well, I did have a video on the effects of wireless, because I got attacked once. It wasn't actually an attack. What it is a convergence point where a bunch of beams seem to be all converging. I took my meter. It's a very high reading. But it's the same effects of you feel dizzy, nauseous. It's like having a super flu all at once. Your legs get weak. You actually, if you stay there, I have a space in my building that I can't go anymore, because if I stay there too long, my eyes start to flicker, and I start going sideways. And eventually, I'll go to the ground. So that could be something like they're using too. And I don't believe that was even 5G. I think that was just a convergence point of 4G and 3G.
Yep.
And 5G is a targeted as well. It's a beam. It's not a broadcast.
And why do you think they made lead paint illegal? Because lead paint blocked 5G.
Yeah.
In houses were painted with lead paint, which lasted for a long time. It wasn't children eating lead out of their pencils and having brain problems. Because I was a kid with lead pencils, and we never did that. But they got rid of the lead paint because all the houses were painting it, and they can't get through it with the 5G.
Wow.
Yep.
That makes
that would
sense. That makes
explain
a
my
lot of
internet
sense.
issues in my house, because I live in a 225-year-old house, man, and I have like
nice thick walls.
Yeah, big, nice, thick walls, and maybe even the paint, probably layers and
It's
layers
lead.
of paint, lead
Yeah.
paint. Yeah.
And
I
not
have to
only
wear these. My clothes are lined with silver.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. I was going to make a thing for my bed to go over with a silver cloth that's expensive as a Faraday cage. But some people make up hats. Yep, you got it too. Yep, you got the cloth. Yep.
Yep.
I was going to make one of
I
those
used to
block
get
that
sick.
shit.
I used to
Yep.
get sick feeling every winter
Mhm.
until I started wearing silver all the time.
Yep.
Yep. And now I don't feel
And
ill.
when
It
you
was
see
like an
these,
achy sick feeling. It wasn't
Wow.
really like a cold.
the people go out there and they make hats, and they make them out of aluminum foil, and that's not good. That draws it in. That's not a Faraday cage.
Yeah,
Aluminum
right.
attracts. It's like a better antenna for it.
I also have grounding devices that I use because I get toothaches.
Yep.
So this is a grounding device I made. It's just a 9-volt battery attached to the negative pole, and that grounds you out.
Yep.
Because I live in the north and I can't stand on the ground all the time because it's bloody cold out there. It's minus 15, so I can't ground. And you can also do a plug to your wall. Just strip off the two prongs. Just leave
And
the
just use the
just
the
use the
grounding one.
negative. Yeah.
Yep, the grounding one. Yep.
Yeah.
Which part of Canada are you from?
I'm in southern Ontario.
Oh, so
I'm
you're
on
actually not that
Canada's
far from
Wang.
me.
I'm on Canada's Wang.
I'm just outside of Montreal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're
From
pretty close.
Yeah, well, Ontario. That means you know where Lancaster is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Like I'm an hour drive from Lancaster.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys. I'm proud of you guys from Canada. You guys and the truckers and stuff try to shut that whole show down up there, and they just went after them.
Oh, those bastards.
And then we donated money for the truckers to survive. They had millions of dollars in that damn PayPal cut their money off. It's
Over
like
$10 million.
yeah.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
Outrageous.
And that bastard Trudeau is still in charge up there. No one wants the guy in there.
Nope.
I mean, they tried their best to shut that whole show down there, and they couldn't get rid of it. It's just so much corruption.
Yeah. He got in with like a 30% vote.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
he's not
30%.
he's not a popular person, and that was only with the aid of the other parties
Right.
of the NDP. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's a whole fiasco up here, man. It's
It ain't any better down here.
Yeah.
In the United States, it ain't any better than that.
But yeah, the bank accounts. There was a guy who declared himself an independent country. His bank demonetized him as well. So they're running around demonetizing people whenever they want now. You know.
Right. Yeah,
So-
they just take him. Yeah, I saw that. They don't want him to do any more business up there. Yep.
Yep. And now they brought in Bill C-11. They used gun control, a gun control bill to cover up passing of an internet law, censorship law
Mhm.
for the Canadian Radio and Television Communication Service.
Right. That's the only
Wow.
difference. You guys, they disarmed you up there. Where in the United States here, there's 330 Americans with firearms, between 5 and 10 each person has. So that's the one thing difference. But I don't think you even get to that point with the weapons they have with the 5G and all that crap. You know.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
they want to be to a point where that won't matter.
Right.
During the pandemic, they took a few models off the market here in Canada. They were hunting
Models?
rifles
What do you
too,
mean?
man.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
so they took them off the market, and now you only have like these really very simple weapons to go hunting with.
Yeah, he's after handguns, duck guns, anything with
That's a
that
really
repeats,
far-ranged weapon or
any
a multi-shot
repeater.
weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But I'll
just
tell you,
ridiculous.
I'm a hunter down here, and I've been collecting guns my whole life. I'm ex-military, and I have a couple of compound bows, and I prefer to hunt with my bows versus guns. And the reason being, you fire a shot, they know right where you're at.
Yeah.
With a bow, it's silent, and you can miss and still go after what you're hunting. So, being a hunter, I'll just give you that. You're better off getting a compound bow and learning how to use that.
It's funny you said that because that's what I got.
Oh,
'Cause
good.
I can't get anything else around here anyway.
Yes, no, but that's
what are you
I
gonna do with
love
a 22?
CW.
I mean,
Yeah, no, I got some nice shotguns, and I got some, the regular guns everybody else has around, and I'm all licensed and stuff for them. But the compound bows are the way to go for hunting. You can put up
I
a
agree.
tree stand. You can get small game, large game, anything you need. But like I said, you fire a shot, they know right where your location is, and everyone will flock to you. Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
Right.
I think
yeah.
we'd be good friends if we lived closer. We'd be out there hunting together, man.
Yeah.
And I think you play
Damn.
guitar.
I even have a nice crossbow.
Do you really?
350 feet per second, or 350 meters per second. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought it for my kids. I got them some. One of my kids was younger. I got him a 20 gauge shotgun, but I got a couple of good 12 gauge. But I bought a Gammo. It's a high 1,250 feet per second pellet gun, and
shit.
for squirrels and groundhogs in one shot with the scope. And the thing's awesome. It's silent, and my kids must have got 50 squirrels with it already.
I got a pellet gun.
I
but
got one of them pellet
It'll
guns.
only go
but
about 500.
Yeah, ours are. Yeah, mine goes about like 495, just under the 500. Because here in Canada, past 500, you need a permit to.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can amp it.
Yeah.
You can hack it up in feet per second by using Vaseline, and there are several mods that are illegal to do, but they're to do with the chamber, the pressure chamber.
Mm-hmm.
You can put some rounds in there, and you decrease the size of the chamber, and you increase the pressure and the velocity.
Yep, me and my friends used to go out and do paintballing in the woods and stuff, and that really teaches you about combat in the woods, with using trees for cover, and and we used to play where you don't get hit once. You have to cry out to quit. Cry out because you're getting so many bruises from the paintballs. You know what I mean? We didn't play you hit once and you quit. We go out there with groups and you'd cry out to quit. So I'd come home all pelted with the paintballs and stuff. But what I liked about playing that game out in the woods is learning combat tactics of how
Same
it works
here,
when
man.
you're in a gunfight.
Cool.
I was a paintball fanatic, man. I just loved it. And here in Canada, we have this big one. I think it's not far here in Quebec, in Saint Alphonse de Rodrigue. It's called Bigfoot. It's the second largest paintball playground in Canada, and it's absolutely crazy. It has all kinds, has Armageddon, has all kinds of different role playing, like 18 different playgrounds where you can have different scenarios. It's just absolutely insane.
That sounds fun.
But
Yeah.
you have to wear, like I wore a throat guard, I wore eye goggles for eye protection, because those things, man, they'll take your eye out. One guy got hit in his throat and almost choked to death because his throat got hit hard with one.
There's one that's a mock of a Gatling gun. It works pretty much the same.
Yep.
And it's an air gun, and it looks vicious. If you could up the pressure on that thing, even if you didn't, just the amount of bullets coming at you in a second or a minute
Yeah.
It's just like a big wall of bullets. They fire it at water and other things, and you just see it just pelting the hell out of whatever's in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nasty.
But you learn a lot. You learn a lot playing paintball, don't you, OT?
Oh yeah.
So if you were out there in the woods with a gun and you were out there for your life fighting in the woods with people trying to get you and stuff, you know how to use trees and stuff for shields and how far back to stand so you can get shots off. Yep.
Yeah. What I noticed was the best tactic was always being on the higher ground.
Oh, higher ground was always the way to go. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that was like a game changer for me. Every time I saw that I was in trouble, get higher ground, man, and boom, I just come down.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun, man. I was like,
you've got like the old tank tactics they used. They used to use hills, and the tanks would come up, fire, go back, come up, fire, go back behind a little bit of a hill.
Nobody would ever know where those bullets were coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But with your arrows, they wouldn't even hear a sound with an arrow. So that's what I like about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got this wicked ass crossbow, man. It looks like the one that the guy has in Walking Dead.
Those are expensive as hell. They're like $3,500 for a good crossbow. My friend was looking to buy one.
Hey, give me a sec. I'll go get it. I'll show you guys.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
And you can spend like on my guns for hunting and shooting and stuff. You can spend more on a scope than the gun cost.
Oh yeah.
On a scope with the Trigicon scopes are like $3,500, $4,000, and you can buy an AR-15 for $1,500 or $2,000. So the scope is twice the cost of the gun. Yep.
Yeah.
But
and you get night scope too, eh?
Yeah, night vision and red dot scope. Yep. But those guns are allowed, and the only difference when I was in the service was an M16 to an AR-15. They both fire 223 or 5.56, but the difference was to switch on the M16 to go full auto or semi-auto, where the AR-15 was only a semi-auto gun, you know. But an M16, you could throw a switch on the side of the gun and go to full automatic because you just pull the trigger and it's a machine gun, you know. Oh, nice! Wow, look at that.
Nice.
Yeah. Wow, man. You could get some birds with that, huh?
Oh,
yeah.
Wicked nice.
It's a beauty. When I saw it, I said, I have to have this. Yeah. But what I don't like is like how long it takes to recharge a, you know, I guess it wouldn't be pretty good in battle. This is a one-shot thing, you know.
Yeah.
You preload it, you put it somewhere, you run to it, you shoot it, then you fuck off and you keep moving.
Yeah. You can't reload that quick at all, huh?
Yeah, it's really a one-shot thing, man, for sure.
What is it? A pump reload, like a hand pump?
No, you got electric? 2 hooks that you put on each side here, and then you crank it up, and then you put the.
Is it a single crank, or is it like, or do you pump it? Single crank?
No, it's just one crank, and you got like these 2. It's like ropes.
Okay.
That pulls the cord, and this part goes and clips in here somewhere where the trigger is.
Okay.
And then the trigger. There it is. So yeah. So then when you let go of the trigger, yeah.
A lot of effort to get it into its.
Yeah, you got to put it on the ground. And you see like this.
Yeah, this foot stand. Yeah,
this is where you put your foot in. You put that in your foot, and then, yeah.
Okay. That wouldn't be too bad. If you had a lot of core strength, you're good to go.
Yeah.
So do your sit-ups and your planking, and all
exactly.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, do your push-ups and your sit-ups, and be in good shape if you want to crank this baby up.
Yeah.
Just like my compound bow, 80 pounds, man. That thing's hard to crank back that arrow. Yep.
Yeah.
You have to be strong, man.
That's freaking insane. Mine's 60 pounds, and I have a hard time bending it.
Exactly. Jeez. How tall are you? Are you big or small? Or?
5'8".
I'm 6'3". I'm 6'3" at 260.
Wow.
So my
So I'll be
my,
looking
my
at
kids
it
are
like that.
6'5".
Wow.
Yeah, kids. My middle boy played Division I football. So
I'm half of one of you. I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot, but I'm half of one of you.
right.
Wow, you said it's 80 pounds that bow?
My bow is an 80-pound bow.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Man.
badass.
Whatever
be
you
strong.
shoot at, the arrow
Yep.
will go right through it, man.
Exactly. And I get
Right
some
through
good
it.
range with it. Yep.
Dude, I shoot through a barn with my 60-pounder, and it goes right through the barn, man.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What kind of range will it keep its strength for? It's a shorter strength time for the shot, though, eh? Like it starts to fall at around 400 meters or so.
Yeah. You gotta lead your target pretty good with it. Yep.
Yeah.
But shotguns, they have us use deer slugs for deers around here, and a shotgun doesn't have good range at all.
It's heavy, right?
And deer slug, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's heavy, just like the bolt, right? From
Yeah,
a crossbow, it's heavy, so you get a lot of power, but it fades quickly because of the weight.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's what I've learned. I like my bows are better than my guns. If you want to be stealth.
You're making me want to get a bow at some point.
Yeah, me too.
Are they legal in
I got a pretty strong core, so I'd probably go for the 80-pounder.
Are they legal in Canada? Bows?
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, but when you buy them, they ask you for your name and it gets registered and everything. Even like a pellet gun gets registered when they sell it.
Yeah.
Of course.
You don't have to go for a pellet gun training course or a crossbow training course, but they do register.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn,
The
you were
lady
talking about
asked me, what did
shadow.
I want my crossbow for? Like, what was I going to go hunt? I told her humans.
Zombies. Zombies.
Yeah. You like
it's for when the zombie apocalypse happens, honey. That's what that's when I got my machete. I got a 28-inch machete for these.
What's the guy in The Walking Dead? What does he have for a crossbow, OT?
I got a machete cookery.
Oh yeah, let's compare machetes.
Yeah.
Oh, are you guys showing? I don't have it on me right now. I'm at work, but we showing the machete on screen?
Not yet. He's gonna.
Okay. Yeah, Glenn, I want to ask you about the shadow people thing again when he gets back.
Oh yeah, sure.
I got my whole zombie apocalypse kit right here.
Whoa. Yep. Nice.
Hey, check out the machete.
Yeah.
It's
Max
like a
just went
freaking
to get
sword.
his. Yep. It's got a nice hand grip. Wow. Oh, wow. That thing's nice. Very nice. Look at the saw blade on the back side of it too, huh? Yep. Is that part of your bug out bag, OT?
It's like my bug out jacket, if you want. It's
Yep,
got everything
I saw
in there.
that. Yeah, you get a
Everything
bug
in
out
there.
bag. Yep.
That's like my bug out jacket, so I don't need to carry a bag or anything. But I've got like a whole fucking setup, dude, to bug in or bug out, whatever.
Yep. Like a bug out bag, you have your fishing stuff in it. You got I got pills to make water you find drinkable, shit like that.
Yeah, I got those pills too. Yeah, and
those were hard to get. I tried to buy those off of Amazon. It took months to get those, and they're expensive to make potable water. Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Do you get this stuff, Christos?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. You know, honestly, as you guys were saying that stuff, I was like, fuck, I want to like get my bug out bag together. I don't have a bug out bag together, but I do have a bunch of stocked up food, and I got a lot of extra vitamins and supplements. At one point, I had a lot of stocked up water. I got a lot of basic things like food and water, but I don't. I do have a nice little machete as well, and some swords, but and ninja stars. I've been just working on getting
Oh,
sharp
those are
things
awesome,
in
man. Ninja
general.
stars,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I don't have. I got a backpack that's pretty. I got it for free. Someone gave it away online, basically, but it's like not military grade, but just really high quality type of bag that's meant to be able to carry a lot of shit and has a lot of different compartments. So I'm gonna
Nice.
use that backpack, and then I also have this duffel bag I got that used to be some hospice type shit or something. It has a lot of compartments in it as well, and it's very hefty. You can carry a lot of shit in there. So I'm thinking this backpack I have, and then this duffel bag I have as well that I use for work and just random shit, basically. I could really stuff with all these different things that you guys are talking about.
See, this is a sideways belt knife. See?
Yeah.
This is where the belt goes in here, you know, like this. So you put that in your back, you know, or
Yep, and then you grab it and draw. Yep.
yeah.
You just Max, you just missed. Oh yeah, see, just like
Yeah, Max, you missed
OT.
mine. Hey, it's exactly like mine.
Oh, you got
It
the
is.
Gruber, nice.
Yeah, you get the same one, OT. Yeah.
Yeah, I've used this. This is beautiful.
Yeah,
Look at
same here.
OT's. OT's got the same one.
I've taken down limbs 3-4 inches, no problem.
I think
Yeah.
you guys are shopping at the same store.
Don't even remember
was
where I bought mine. I think it was
Canadian Tire.
Canadian Tire. Yeah, that's it.
Is it?
Yeah, that's where we got ours.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a freaking sword, guys.
Yeah,
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
it's 28 inches long. And here's my little sidearm. That's a Bowie. That's an original Bowie.
Wow. Yeah, I was just
Oh,
showing
for
my
real?
knife.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bowie
that's a
knife,
nice knife, man. That's a good knife. I was just showing mine. This one's a pretty sturdy one, though.
Word.
You
Hey,
could
salutes
crack.
to everyone.
Look
Thanks
at
for
how
being
thick.
here, guys. All the people in the chat.
Got the leather
Look
holster.
at how thick the blade is.
Yeah. Hey, nice.
Yeah. So it won't break. Yep.
Yeah, you could literally crack open logs of wood and stuff with this. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Now you're talking. That's a great knife, for sure.
Yeah. Did you buy that at the same store too?
I did. Canadian Tire.
Yeah. How
No,
about you?
this
OT?
one I got. No, this one I got at Surplus Army.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's nice, thick steel. That's important in a knife. There's been a lot of stabbings around here, and apparently some of them fail because their knives break. They use like kitchen knives, and they get caught up on clothing or a rib, and they just snap it.
Huh.
Yeah.
I even got one of them combat knives too. Them
I have
really
a bigger version, but it's not a Bowie.
No, I'm talking about the small ones, the ones that it's a quick attack. You know, multiple. Here, I'll go
One of
get
those
it. I'll show
diamond
you.
shaped. It's almost a spear tip shaped.
Yeah, you'll see. Hold on,
Yeah.
go get it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for hitting multiple times. You won't.
Yeah, it's not gonna get stuck going in and out. It's like a quick poke one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a bug out bag too, Max?
Several.
Okay.
But I
See,
plan to make my stand here. So.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone's got I got a bug out bag too, but where are you gonna run to? That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I already have it all planned out. I have I got these ledger locks. I got battery tools ready to log down. But what you do is you take I got all 6-panel hardwood doors I put in my house when I built it.
Nice.
So you take your doors off and you ledger lock them over your windows and any opening that they can possibly break in through.
Yeah.
And you stay in your own house with the water and whatever, you know.
Yep. I'm on the 11th floor of an apartment building.
Oh, so you'll be fine,
very
yeah.
top floor. Yeah. Nobody wants to come up here to rob you and not to make their way down during a power outage or
Right.
So
Yeah, that's a good one, OT.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. And it also has a fire starter. So
That's the big one, having a good
Yeah.
fire starter. Right, right.
so you got this, and you just rub it on the like right here,
yeah.
Yep.
and you can start a fire.
I like that guy Bear Grylls. He was like an ex. I forget what he was from. The English guy Bear Grylls. He teach you how to live off the land
Yeah.
with fire starters. I learned a lot from him. What he did.
Yeah.
Yep. What fire starters to use? You know, if you're gonna cross water, take your clothes off, go through it naked, and put your clothes back on afterwards, so you get dry clothes. Shit like that. You know.
Oh yeah, and cannabis for remote viewing. I don't know if it's recommended, but I highly suggest it. Even in
for
the
real? Who said that? Who said cannabis for remote viewing?
Max is smoking right
because
now.
in the ancient
Oh, I
temples,
thought someone in the chat.
no, in the temples like the Jewish temples, what they find on a lot of the altars is a mixture of cow dung and cannabis.
Oh, how about in Tibet, the Tibetan monks and stuff?
I don't know of them taking cannabis, but it's readily available all over that area. Why?
Definitely
They
some of
use it,
the Hindus do that.
Yeah,
I don't
they
think
use
the
it for
Buddhists, but the
jokes.
Hindus.
They definitely use it for. They used it for jokes. It was you make somebody a tea with it because there's other teas they drink that are similar in flavor, and they mix and blend them. So they'll blend them up a tea made with the cannabis leaves, and they go to sleep. It's a joke they play on people.
I was reading about how old the oldest Tibetan monk lived to. Guess how old he lived to?
120,
220.
220. Wow.
220 years old the guy lived to. Yep. They said that we eat a lot of food, but your body doesn't need the stuff we're eating. They could live off of honey. They put honey in hot water, and they can't be too hot. And they could drink a little of that, and that would survive their body the day. We eat way too much stuff, they said. Yep.
Well, have you seen the restricted calorie diet results where they restrict the amount of food intake that an animal has?
No.
Yeah, if you get to just above the point of starvation, so an animal can live up to a third to 2/3 longer just by limiting the amount of food it eats. So they've taken mice and had them live from, like, an average lifespan is about 2 years. They have them live to 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's just with restricted calorie diet. Now you add into that gap fasting or something like gap fasting, where you do fasting on a regular basis. I don't know if that wouldn't maybe get you a lot closer to that.
I watched a stream on somebody else's show.
Yeah.
Guess how old is a chicken from when it's hatched to when you eat it on your plate? Chicken.
A chicken?
Yeah, how long does it take to have it when it hatches?
Couple months.
5 weeks. 5
Wow.
weeks. They have
Less
that's
than
what
2.
they're feeding it all the stuff.
Yeah.
There was a guy that worked at a poultry place, and 5 weeks from when it was hatched to when it was packaged to serve on your table.
What do you think of dinosaurs being Adam's chicken dinner?
Oh, I don't know if I even believe that dinosaurs were even here. You know.
Well, there's the giant bones.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I think they were just chicken dinner for Adam. I think Adam was 60 feet tall.
You think so?
Yeah.
He might have been.
Yeah.
Intermittent fasting is very legit, and you don't even have to do it for like days on end. You can just do the intermittent form.
Yeah.
And if you do it regularly, you're gonna see, you're gonna become more toned. You're gonna lose fat, and you're gonna be able to retain muscle as well.
Yeah, I lost
through
10
intermittent
pounds
fasting.
doing it.
You don't even have to like cut calories. It just, if you have eating windows.
Oh yeah, I stuff myself. I eat a lot.
your body will naturally detox better.
Yeah, it's
if you have those eating windows.
I think it's at 14 or 16 hours period. It actually starts the full detox part.
I think I do
So you
16
get-
hours minimum.
Yeah.
Right, 14 is still okay.
Yeah.
Do you drink when you're fasting? Can you drink fluids and stuff like that? Tea and
You can
this
have
and
light
that?
snacks even if you want. Not
Oh.
like, really, really light, like no nutritional
Liquid.
value. Liquids are okay. Yeah.
Yeah, mostly liquids. Maybe a tiny bit of fruit, but like I would say, if you're gonna do anything, just do liquids or juice. Like
Yeah.
blend
Water
up
it
the
down.
fruits and stuff.
Watered down too would be good, because the less nutrition you take in at that time, the quicker the process is going to start. Your body will go around and looking for nutrients. And what it does at that point is it takes all the bad cells and other things that aren't supposed to be used for what they're being used for, like cancers and shit like that, and it repurposes them. And apparently you can even regrow organs doing this. They've done it with fish and other animals. Taken out a piece of like a liver, put them on a gap fasting diet, and within months or they start regrowing organs.
Yo, we are potential. We have so much more potential than we're told.
The other thing is, you guys know why your body sweats, right? Your body sweats to get rid of toxins, right?
Yeah.
So why does the powers of be got everybody putting underarm deodorant on and trying to block your nose? When
Yeah.
Your body's trying to get rid of toxins.
Yeah, they put aluminum in that too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right on the money, Max. You are right on
I make sure I get aluminum-free deodorant.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't use deodorant at all.
I don't either. I use cologne. I use like a good smelling
Yeah, I
cologne
don't even
and
use
stuff.
that.
Really?
Apparently I'm smell free. I don't know. Apparently I'm scent free. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if you eat healthy, you don't have to worry as much about
That's what
that.
my wife told me. I've asked friends, do I smell? No.
Yep.
And that was when I was sweaty as hell, or just after being
How
sweaty
long
as
you
hell.
been married for, Max?
Oh, 17 years? No. Hold on. 2005. 18 years?
Okay, I'm on 33 years here.
Yeah. I got married. Yeah. Hold on. Me and my wife had this plaque because we were both bad at this. We were married in 2005, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
His OT came back. Yes.
That's awesome. Hey, I want to ask you about shadow people still, unless we're moving on through.
Yeah. Go ahead, Christos. Yeah, man.
Okay. Yeah. So So my girlfriend. Sorry if there's some reverb. I'm at work. So my girlfriend has told me stories about a time a couple of years ago in college where she was almost maybe not regularly, but pretty often seeing what she called the Hat Man, which is like a shadow figure that has a prominent, like, not cowboy, but almost like an Undertaker, like a wide brimmed hat, or maybe like a detective hat, but it was a bigger hat, kind of like a wide brimmed, like musketeer or like Undertaker cowboy type hat, right? So she kept seeing this figure in her room at night, like, and she's kind of tapped into her senses in the third eye, and she understands that there's another layer of reality. So it's like, she's not scared of this stuff, but like it got to a point where she just got used to it at one point because it kept coming in at night and showing itself. And I've heard about this from other people. They call it the Hat Man, and it's like a shadow figure with the hat, and then sometimes it has some type of colored eyes, where the silhouette of the face is. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. Like, it's like a specific form of like a shadow person, I guess, the Hat Man.
We've looked at two different types. There's there's different types of shadow people. We found that there are artificial shadow people and there are real shadow people. I don't know if you can comment on the artificial, Glenn, because they seem to be military. But the real ones, like what I would call real ones, yeah, those are dark entities.
So okay, this is crazy. I was looking at some art recently, and it's been depicting like these little shadow beings with one eye, and they're reminding me of the shadow people, except they're almost like little elves or like little fairies.
Exactly.
Like, this is I was looking at salvia art, which is like a psychedelic, salvia divinorum. I've been looking at a lot of this art, and I saw a reoccurring theme within this one artist where he kept depicting these little like machine elves that had
Mhm.
one eye and were all black. And it's making me think of like the shadow people kind of, and how there seem to be these like shadow entities, which the fact that you said there's like artificial ones makes it extra weird. I mean, the fact that they're a thing at all is weird, but then to branch off that there's like an artificial form just adds a whole nother layer of weirdness to it.
Yeah, there's a suit apparently. A suit you
Oh,
can put
wow.
on that allows you to be like a shadow person. You're kind of
Well,
out of people's vision. Gives you
I think,
apparently there are ones that can let you walk through walls too.
well, I think that they're like there's some type of like there's some type of keepers that operate outside of like our time and our space, but like they
Yeah,
can come in and out of ours.
I think they
And
guard
it's like the Men
spots.
in Black kind of. It's like there's like it's like the shadow people combined with Men in Black.
Those shadow people and all kinds of things happen at, like, we remote viewed Skinwalker Ranch a few weeks ago, right?
What the
Yeah.
hell?
And what we kind of found was that there was a lot of shit going on there. There was a lot of false shit and a lot of real shit going on there.
That's just really weird.
But they're all waiting for something or guarding something. Something great.
What
So,
what is? Oh, the shadow people?
well, there's all kinds of stuff that happens there, and part of it is shadow people and morphing creatures and
Yep. Like
light
Bigfoot
and
stuff.
aliens, Bigfoot.
Yep.
Everybody
Everything.
goes there.
That's like
Everybody.
a portal out there.
Yeah,
That's like,
it could be.
It's a
Yeah,
conjunction. It's a
yeah.
conjunction, right? So it's like
Oh,
it's a meeting, it's a convergence point, like you were
yeah.
talking about earlier.
What we got
So,
is that they're trying to scare people away from
well, yeah,
something.
if some of it's
They're
artificial, if some
guarding
of it's
something.
artificial for sure.
They're guarding something or scaring people away from something.
You know what? That makes a lot of
That's what
sense.
we got anyway. But yeah, it
Well,
being a
then,
portal, that came through as well. But a portal for what? Are they waiting for a portal to open? Or is a portal always open? I don't know which way it goes. It seemed that they were waiting for something to us.
wow, that's awesome. I'm gonna try to make sure I start catching your remote viewing classes. Wow. Shit. I
the
just lost my train of thought.
I was going to say
You got it.
I see them if the light's right, just right, and out of the very corner of my eyes. Sometimes at night I can see them. You know, I just see
Oh,
something
yep.
like a shadow person running, like out of
Oh,
my
yeah.
line of sight and shit. Like,
Ooh, you're giving me chills. Yep.
no, that's what I see. You know, sometimes
Yeah.
I see them, sometimes I can see them. But going back to the Skinwalker Ranch there, have you guys ever watched that? What was it? Missing 411 or Hunters Missing 411 with that David Politis guy? Have you
I know
watched?
about it a little bit.
Yeah, it's all these hunters and people are missing in all the national parks and a lot of people. The
Dude, it
government
makes me
doesn't
not want to go
Har-
to the national parks ever.
Harvesting centers, you mean?
exactly.
That's what
So
they are, is harvesting centers.
Dude, I
exactly.
don't want
So
to ever go to any of those places after learning about this shit.
well, I
I don't
watched
want to
the
be
one
one
of
of
the
those
hunters,
people.
and these guys are professional hunters all their lives,
Uh,
armed with walkie-talkies, rifles. Like when I go hunting, I carry my .45 pistol as well in case I come into a close encounter I can't handle with getting my rifle set up. You know,
Yeah.
so I
mhm.
always have my 2 firearms on me when I go hunting, and watching these guys go out, and they go out with a whole hunting party, and they'll just disappear. The guy, his gear, they won't find a trace of anybody out in the woods hunting, and they've been doing it their whole lives. So
It's
I
like
was
they,
thinking,
yeah.
they
It's like
came up,
sorry,
yeah.
go ahead. Oh,
They
wow.
and I saw this movie called Nope. Have you guys seen Nope?
No.
No,
I'll
nope.
copy and put it in the watch. Just take a look at this quick.
Sorry
And
about the background noise.
this movie makes sense when you watch this movie. Well, paste it here.
Is
and
is
put it
it
in.
so? Is it about like aliens or some shit?
No, it's like a living entity on our
Oh
planet
God.
that, like you said, it goes out and grabs people in the woods. You got to watch the movie. It's not like it's a
Dude, I already know
different.
what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, I put a link. You can just click on the link and open a new window and just see. But it's like a living creature that flies through the air,
Well,
and it comes up and it vacuums you right up everything with you
Wow,
gone.
didn't see
it's
anything
like
like that. That's cool.
it's like a golem, like an egregore kind of.
Exactly.
Have you seen Cloverfield Lane?
Yep. Yep.
Is it like a jelly, like a big giant jellyfish kind of thing, jelly octopus type thing?
Ooh, there's something to that. I know what you're talking about,
It could
Max.
be like that, Max. It's
Okay.
I can't explain what it is. I put a
Okay.
link.
I've remote viewed there's controllers on different levels of our system, and if you look at the reptilians are also ruled.
Right.
But at the top tier of them, they have parasites. At the top tier of them, they have a jelly type creature.
I've seen this type of stuff, man.
that
I've
they-
seen it. I know
they
what you're
serve.
talking about.
David Icke has been yelling about the reptilians for years. Yep.
Yeah.
He's
So
on
I don't
point,
know if
bro.
it's like that. If it's like if it's something like they're trying to allude to that with it. But it's kind of
Well,
a directing. It's a directing force.
Multiple people. My bad. Were you? I didn't want to cut you off there, Max.
No problem.
Okay. You know, Glenn or someone brought up jellyfish, and I've heard multiple people talk about octopus, squid-looking type beings that they see when they do DMT and mushrooms. And I've heard this from a lot of different people actually that have experienced psychedelics, and I'm starting to think that, and I've seen similar stuff to it as well. I've also seen like these strange, like ethereal jellyfish depicted in this Call of Duty video game. In the zombie mode, there's the dark.
My kids play that, Christos. I watch them play that. Yep.
If you watch them play zombies with
Yep.
Cold War.
Yep, I've seen that. Yep.
With the giant purple crystals.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's crazy because they put this type of stuff in the video games too, and like in this video game, they depicted there was like these zombies that were coming into the world. There were zombies that were coming into the world, and they were being spawned from what they called the dark ether, which was like this other parallel realm of Earth, but it was filled with these like magical dark crystals that had Ethereum that humans were trying to study and harvest, but they were bringing in these weird creatures from the dark ether into the human realm, and it was bringing these zombies, but it was also showing these like giant purple ethereal jellyfish everywhere in the sky whenever you would teleport to like the parallel universe of Earth with all the dark ether everywhere. And it was showing these jellyfish, and hearing all these people that have done DMT and mushrooms talk about like seeing jellyfish type beings and creatures. And sometimes I've heard people say that they see like alien jellyfish feeding off of people, like almost like parasitic, like floating over people and like feeding off of their energy. I've heard a lot of people depict that or like see that there's entities like that float around us all, and you can get like good entities in your aura, like spirit allies, and you can get like the parasitic kind for people that like drink a lot or do like hard drugs, or are really brought down with some type of like metaphoric cloud over them, rainy cloud, dark clouds over them. We got to be careful the energy that we put out, and people call it loosh or whatever. They really do feed off of our energy. But the thing is, I think if we're putting off like relatively righteous and positive energy, not only is it empowering us, but I think it's attracting like higher vibrating forces, for lack of better words. As basic as that might sound, I think we can attract things that are going to help us even more and like compound that positive energy we put out. But if we put out the negative energy, we're going to attract those archetypal demonic forces that are going to feed off the anger or feed off of the lust, and just make us really simmer in these emotions that aren't good for us, rather than experiencing them and letting them go. When these parasitic like spiritual entities come in, they almost make us like that feeling that we have as if it's like a high. But by the time that the emotion passes, we actually feel really drained. If you really feed into your anger for too long over something, like hold a grudge, you can actually find that you feel drained after the feeling has subsided. You don't feel empowered. Like, you feel empowered for the time being with some of these negative emotions and negative energies.
That was
But
what
once
I
it's
was
gone,
getting.
it's like taking a lot of energy from you. So it's like they're feeding you this false high, or like affirming energy that it's power that you're getting from the dark side.
I
But
looked
then
into
once
it
they,
for a second, and it looked like a pulse across the earth. So
ooh,
Yeah.
you
Is
know,
that the Schumann resonance you're talking about, Max?
no, the jellies,
Oh,
they were like a pulse. So I think they, like Christo's saying, that they might be above your head. It looks like
right.
they are.
oh, like pulsating, like pumping almost,
Yeah, like
like
one
sucking.
organism, one big organism.
One big pulse that encompasses everything.
Yeah,
Whoa, okay, I can see that.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
See
I was
that.
trying to see. I was actually looking to see, because I saw what looked like a smaller version of what you're talking about, right? Like this was about human sized, and they were
Mhm.
just feeding humans to it. But I was thinking, do they grow bigger to be in national parks where they can actually grab somebody and just vanish them? Because I thought maybe that was some type of a time stop technology. Because when we looked at it, we got humans were harvesting organs. But an entity I was looking into, and I just got a pulse across the planet. So it's what Christos is talking about, and the one that I saw are definitely all connected in some way, but they seem to be all across the planet. So I don't know if it's
Yeah,
the
and
same one or not, but
there seems to be a web and a grid as well. There's like an organic web which encompasses the
well,
whole
don't do
plane, or
that.
the whole
Hold on, my
or the whole
cat's stuck.
globe. Uh
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, he got himself out.
oh. There's a web. There's like a grid / web that exists in our realm. And I saw it when I did DMT weeks ago. And when I was telling someone a story on another broadcast earlier, someone in the live chat said that their dad experienced the same thing when he smoked DMT, maybe it was something else he did, but he saw that same grid apparently that I was talking about. This red cubic, like red laser, red voltage, like electromagnetic grid that exists everywhere, and we just can't see it.
Yeah.
And there's like an organic one, and then there's an unnatural one, which is kind of fucking with the organic energy of the earth.
Yep. You can see those. They're waves. You can see them with your third eye. You can see the waves from the planets emanating, and the moon, and entities. Yeah, they're just
Wow.
layers. They're layers. That's why it's difficult to see with the third eye sometimes, because it's layers upon layers.
Facts. Yeah, exactly.
Glass onion.
And you're
Definitely need
You're trying to
discernment.
tune into a certain layer of it. That's a good way to think of it, or frequency, or
Mm-hmm.
Colors.
100%. It's really mind-boggling at times, the things that you can see when you're really tapping into your mind's eye. I mean, I was seeing like absurd things last night, but like very vivid. Some things were like projections of my mind and like the music and my imagination. But other times when I was vaping this DMT, I could tell things were coming to me, and some of them I could discern that they were based off of the trees that were like right in front of my buddy and I when we were vaping it. seeing a lot of roots, a lot of root imagery. Like
Taurus
spirits
field.
of the tree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Taurus
yes,
field.
it was like natural Taurus fields is what we were
A
seeing.
lot of things will display as a Taurus field. A lot of entities will display as a Taurus field. Then they can, because they can shapeshift and change your perception of their form.
Right.
That's where you run into the positive and negative entities. The negative ones are going to try to sap your energy through fear. The positive ones, of course, are going to want to greet you and either not really
Teach
bother
you.
with you, or not even bother with you. You know, so because they're not after anything from you.
What's weird is there's like entities that seem to be like a mix of different like religious like figures, like Hindu gods or goddesses, or like Buddhas, but like there'll be mixes sometimes of like what seems to be multiple different cultures that experience like DMT drugs in their past. And so it's like there's like this compendium within DMT and these other substances where any cultures in the past that were using those substances, you can see there are different patterns, you can see different animals and gods and goddesses and different like religious figures, and these things all kind of like meld together in a certain sense, and it creates like a whole novel expression that's like a combination of all of these different cultures that have experienced DMT. So you can tap into those specific vibes. Like you can get the Egyptian vibe, like the futuristic Egyptian vibe. You can get the Aztec or Mayan jungle vibe. You can get the Middle Eastern or the Hindu vibe, right? Like you can go into all these different like realms, which are like psychedelic realms, but like kind of like paralleling different cultures from this realm. But then there's also like that transcendental realm, which is almost beyond any of the cultural layerings of human past. And it's almost like a combination of them all. You know, and there's some realms and there's some places and beings that are so alien that it becomes so abstract that it's almost like it becomes hard to understand why or how.
Well, when an entity takes a form, right, it's trying to get an emotion to help create. If they're a good one, they're trying to help create an emotional state where you can have further understanding. If they're a negative one, they're going to want to scare the shit out of you. You know, so. But there are beings that will want to take you to an emotional and mental state where you'll have growth. So those are the ones you see when you're on DMT and have, balanced your brain and done your shadow work, right? Confronted your demons.
I was taken to the underworld twice on DMT. And actually the second time I did it was really scary at first. Because it like basically launched me into hell. Like what happened is like a 6-pointed star came flying at me, except it was red. And it was like it had red bumpy scales, like reptilian scales, but they were red. And there was on the 3 triangles on the top and the bottom, or however the 6-pointed star is, on each of the triangle points there was an eye. And it came flying at my vision, like smacking me in the face. And either there was 2 eyes on the triangles, or there was 1 eye. And I saw like in a split second that this like 6-pointed star thing was like organic, that flew at me and like smacked me in the face, and it had eyes on each of the triangles that were like fucking with me. Within that split second, I was like, oh, okay, here we go. And I started seeing red. I had an adrenaline rush over my body. I was like dissociated. I was hearing the high-pitched ringing noise. I literally collapsed to my knees and was like on all fours for a second with my head down, just like trying to catch my breath for a second, because the DMT like almost knocked the wind out of me is what it felt like. So I was trying to get my bearings, and immediately I could tell that I was in like the lower realms, because everything was red that I was seeing. in my mind's eye and like exterior. There was a bunch of sigils. I had a lot of tapestries in my basement, and a lot of the sigils, I mean, a lot of the mandalas or like different symbols started spinning around, almost like the hands on a clock would if you're tripping, and all of a sudden the hands start
Yeah.
spinning. So like symbols started activating, and like the DMT like told me intuitively, or maybe it's just like my intuition told me, holy shit, there's way too many symbols right now. Like my consciousness is being overloaded when I look around, and like everything is starting to fractalize and like turn into vortexes with what I'm looking at. So I kind of stumble around almost drunkenly as I feel like my body is like dissolved but warm at the same time, and I realize I'm like in the root chakra because I went through like a miniature like panic attack, and I knew
Yeah.
that I was tripping the DMT, but my heart was racing so fast, and I was seeing red, and like I was feeling a lot of fear. I felt like I fucked up. I had like an instant ego death, but I knew I smoked DMT still, and I was like, oh fuck, did I do too much DMT? Like I'm seeing aliens when I close my eyes that are made out of pixels and like black ether, and they're humming and like gurgling underwater in some alien language that like I can't get out of my ears, bro. And like it was so much going on, but I finally gathered my bearings a little bit. I made it up my stairs. Everywhere I was looking, I was getting flash images of like eyeballs,
Yeah, you might have
witches,
OD'd on it, and
animals.
you're receiving random messages. Just
Okay, well, dig this. Well, dig this. At first, I was like, oh, fuck, like I overdid it. I'm fucking myself up. But I made it past that and realized that was just the initial fear that I had to break through of my root chakra. Because
Yeah,
what
go with
ended up
no fear.
happening is I went through all the 7 chakras, and my consciousness like re-experienced the story of growth from the root all the way to the crown, because I went through that like hellish red phase, and the next thing I know, as I went up my stairs, I was in the kitchen stumbling around, seeing random shit still. Like I saw like a witch pop up in my hallway and then like disappear, and I was seeing the eyeballs and weird like basic colors and shapes pop up in the darkness. I was afraid to look out my kitchen window because I thought there was gonna be like entities outside, like as if like there was a whole nother world out there. But as I made my way upstairs, I was in my my sacral chakra in my kitchen, and then I just like I remembered going through puberty when I was younger all of a sudden, like you fucking becoming sexual and shit, like a sexual being, and it was really weird, and that didn't last very long. All of a sudden, I was in my solar plexus, and this is when I was laying down in my bed. I was just laying there in the darkness, holding on to this water bottle, and just bracing myself basically for the whole experience. I ate a mango and an apple right beforehand as well, right before I smoked this DMT. So I was like digesting these 2 fruits, and next thing I know, I'm like inside my stomach, like my consciousness like went microscopic, and I was like, I couldn't feel my body. All I was like this like weightless like spaceless consciousness inside my intestines, and I had to figure out what was going on at first, because I was like inside a
Oh,
machine,
that'd
but
be
like it
neat.
felt organic.
Yeah, did you see the nutrients being moved around and stuff? That'd be awesome.
No, it was just like it was like a blackness. I didn't see that, but I've heard people say they've experienced that on mushrooms, that they've gone inside their veins and
Yeah.
seen like
Some
the
people
blood
can look
cells
in the
and
back
shit.
of their head with their actual eyes, apparently.
What
And
the
see.
hell?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't want to be long-winded here, but that was definitely some good detail. Like, I went into my solar plexus, and I'll kind of finish up here.
Yeah. Sorry.
So it was weird because I heard myself digesting, and then all of a sudden I was like going from in my stomach, I was back in my head, and I was like, oh shit, that's my stomach gurgling or rumbling. And and next thing I know, after I went through that experience of being in my stomach and becoming the digestion itself consciously, I was in my heart, and that's when I kind of like was focusing on the visions when I made it to my heart. That's when I was seeing what looked like the Death Eaters from Harry Potter in my room, like coming out of the shadows, because everything was dark except this little slit of moonlight coming through my curtains. And I saw the Death Eaters combined with the 4 dead kings from Lord of the Rings. They were like these wraiths, these shadow wraiths that like there was 4 of them, and they like came out of the darkness and they were like floating towards me, but they kind of like disappeared almost as soon as they came up. Next thing I knew, I started seeing H.R. Geiger type stuff. If you know what that is, you know what that artist, the guy that inspired Alien,
Oh,
the
okay.
movie Alien. Yeah, his art, very dark, twisted art.
Yeah.
I started seeing stuff that was kind of like that, like very biomechanical, kind of creepy, like gothic industrial
Was
stuff.
it everything or just some things?
Like the whole darkness of my room was spawning different things, but you know, it wasn't like a whole bunch of things at once. It would focus on like a group of entities would come through like these hollow wraiths, and then it would be all of a sudden like these weird biomechanical looking demon type shadow beings in the curtains. At one point I saw like elephants. My curtains like were turning into like some like dark elephants. So a lot of stuff was happening back and forth. I all of a sudden like I was going in and out of like closing my eyes and opening them. I almost couldn't tell which was which actually because of the darkness in my room. And that's when I started seeing like gothic castles, kind of like something that Dracula would live in or vampires would live in. And there was like a giant red moon behind this gothic castle that I was seeing. I also saw what looked like Templar knights, except they were black and red. There was a lot of black and red.
It's very
I
dark.
was getting I won't lie. It got really dark a couple times. I won't lie. Yeah. But like I just accepted that as well. And I'm skipping over a couple things here, but towards the end, I remember it started to calm down, and like what I always see on the come down of DMT is
I
like
was waiting.
it looks like.
Can you tell us
looks
about
like
your
the-
throat chakra before you get to that?
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll run through it with you guys. So this is where it gets kind of hazy. Some of the things I was seeing. So I also forgot to tell you that I saw a couple different entities. I saw one that looked like Gumby combined with string cheese and like translucent yellow, and he was going through my body. My body like felt like Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
My body felt like Swiss cheese, and I had openings in my body, and these entities were like flying in and out of my body. And then like I closed my eyes, I like blinked as I'm walking, and this like string cheese Gumby entity was like coming out of my body and like looking at me like with big eyes, like, what do you think of this type thing? And I was like, okay, and I just kept walking. So I also saw again like that reptilian scaly skin at one point. It was like an entity that looked like a gremlin with this red scaly skin that looked like he was gonna try to feed off of me, so I just kept moving. This was when I was in my basement earlier, before I went upstairs. So when I was in my heart chakra, I guess I was really like facing, I guess, the fear in my heart of just like different like scary things, I guess, that could manifest in the darkness when you're tripping the DMT. And I totally skipped over what I was saying earlier about the cybernetic Hindu gods and goddesses. There was one that looked like Kali Ma in the center, and it felt like I went underwater when this was happening as well. Kali Ma manifested. I don't know if this was before or after I was seeing like the gothic castles with like red stained glass windows and like the red moon behind them. But I started seeing these Hindu gods and goddesses, and they were like in a dark ether that reminded me of like being underwater. It was very, very strange, spacious area when I had my eyes closed. And, you know, I still had the adrenaline rushing. I was tripping balls. Like, it's hard to describe the feeling that my body was feeling and, like, the dissociation my ego was going through. I saw this Hindu goddess Kali Ma, the Black Death goddess, and she was doing her dance basically, um, with her legs and her arms, them in all different directions and everything, holding the different items, having the severed heads around her neck. Her tongue was out, like flicking, and her eyes were glowing red. And her eyes went from glowing red to have it actually having like flames in them. And these gods came from behind her, kind of out of the darkness. And then I realized this darkness was actually this weird, like ethereal, like factory or something, because I started seeing conveyor belts within the darkness. It was really hard. It's hard to describe because the darkness had textures to it, which were showing me that there was conveyor belts all over actually. And there was these two main gold tablets that sat on either side of Kali Ma, and they had openings in them. So it was like almost like just like square rectangle gold outlines, and they looked technological and kind of alien. And between these gold tablets, Kali Ma was doing her dance, and she was looking at me, and she telepathically communicated to me something along the lines of, "How dare you come here into this realm where we're at?" You know, basically telling me I'm out of place, and saying like, "Shame on me for trying to expose their knowledge or like bring back fire from the gods basically." And like, because they knew that I was going to go back on stream after I was done tripping and tell people about the experiences, and they were trying to basically like say shame on me for that. And I I wasn't like heeding their words. I was just taking it all in consciously because I was tripping. But like, it was crazy because I remember the gods came up from behind her and kind of like channeled energy with her as her tongue was flicking and as her eyes were glowing. And I remember specifically like feeling the energy being communicated towards me without her talking. It was this telepathic energy that was just trying to condemn me basically. And like, I could tell that they were trying to scare me. So I wasn't giving into the fear, but I was in astonishment. I won't lie, because this was so real and so intense and so vivid. And I forgot to say again, like, this was like almost like a factory, because at one point, before she like truly manifested herself, she was getting put together. Like, her body parts were getting put together and shifting in this like strange black ether with these
She
golden
was
tablets and
assembled.
these conveyor
Yeah.
belts. Yeah, and
Yeah.
the whole time they were not the whole time, but at like part of the time they were being depicted as cybernetic. The other time was kind of foggy, and like Kali Ma was just like overtaking me with her red eyes and her tongue and the energy of her telepathically communicating. But they were being depicted as like they had like gold helmets, and it looked like, imagine Hinduism but like with a futuristic twist, and these goddesses had like technological armor on, gold and silver, and it was very strange but really powerful. And I knew that it was like Kali Ma too, but it was like a strange form of her I'd never seen before. And this was happening while I guess I was in my heart chakra, and I guess the throat chakra. I won't lie, the throat chakra was a little weird because I almost don't even remember the throat chakra, to be honest.
Okay.
The third eye is when things got even
That would have
crazier
been good
because,
if you had spoken a mantra at that point. Or a
dude,
mantra.
I won't lie. I need to go into a meditative state and really like go through it chronologically, because some of
Yeah.
it is blurry. Some of
Yeah,
it's
you
kind
can
of
see. I
blurry
see
towards
it
the
like the
end.
7 labors of Hercules. They're putting you through the chakras like the 7 labors of Hercules. And there's
Ooh.
a mirror test of the Egyptians. You were talking about Kali and the 2 books on either side. And what the Egyptians say is you tested your heart balanced, and you just walk on by. You don't pay attention to anyone who's
You
judging you. You just walk on by.
That's really interesting. Let me say this real quick before it slips my mind. You want to actually you know something actually? I'm describing the second trip I had. I had a first trip before it. And now that I remember things clearly a little bit, I actually went through my throat and through my third eye. Um, and I'm not sure. Let's see, the crown. Yeah. I guess I would say I was tapping into the crown. I'm not sure actually. The crown I may have tapped into later on, or at
Yeah.
a point when I didn't realize it. But the thing is, I know I tapped into the third eye and the throat during my first trip, which is actually really weird now that I think of it. Because I did these two trips like in the same night within a couple hours.
Yeah, you
So
should
some
write
of
it
it
down. You should write
crisscrosses.
this down. And the
Oh,
like
I have recordings. I have recordings of me talking right afterwards of what
okay.
happened.
Yeah, but it'd
Oh
be
yeah.
neat to see on a piece of paper with the chakra and what you went through. Just point form. That would be cool.
Oh, I got you. I've been digesting this
That
stuff
way,
for the past
you
week
can
or
get it
two.
all out in one video and not forget anything.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna make trip reports where I have it all
Yeah,
more concise. But I've been
cool.
telling people leading up to it so I can like
Yeah,
I've been slowly
this trip
refreshing
is
myself.
awesome. Like you can see that the spirits are putting you through the 7 labors. It's awesome.
Literally, yeah, my consciousness went through like the story of the 7 chakras.
Yeah,
And I mean, even when I was in the first chakra of the root, at one point I felt like I wanted to go back into my mother's womb. Like I had this fear at first and this feeling of like I just wanted to be under blankets and I just wanted to go back to sleep because I had like this initial fear and like fuck, I
Yeah.
don't want to have to experience this shit right now.
well,
And
The
then I like
story of
pressed
Snow White
back
and the
that and
7 Dwarves.
rebirthed.
yeah.
Fuck yeah,
Or
you
Jack and
guys got
Beanstalk,
it.
man.
Wait. Let me say this one last thing. When I was in my third eye, and I'll make videos of this that you guys can go watch. They'll be
Well, we're just commenting on
better.
what you're talking about.
Oh no, I feel you, but I'm just while I have it in my mind.
Yeah. No, I
When
want
I
you to
went into my
continue with
third
your
eye,
story.
I went microscopic. I appreciate you guys. I went microscopic, and I was dancing around my eyebrows as if there was like electricity that was dancing on my eyebrows. All that the only thing that existed were my eyebrows, and I remember this. I was really geeked out. I was like, I just felt like I was this tiny consciousness that was existing on my eyebrows and nothing else existed. And I started
Wow.
seeing what looked like a hermetic depiction, and it was glowing in different green and red and blue colors. And it was like a human that was like half of their body was open, and I remember seeing like the Cancer symbol, the moon symbol, and some other symbols. There's all these like esoteric symbols that were glowing and like ethereal and holographic that were coming out of this depiction of a human. And something told me in that moment that the mystery school is inside of us. Like we are the mystery school. Like we are the riddle. And
Exactly.
wow, I was bouncing around on my third eye, I guess, on my brow chakra. And when I saw this, I even like when I was seeing this like esoteric depiction, at one point I literally saw like this weird fractal multicolored holographic assortment of eyebrows. Like
Wow.
yeah, it was like
Were there
imagine
any
2
half spider, half
eyebrows.
human people walking around?
Oh, you know what? When I forgot to mention that when I was having that whole root chakra thing,
Because they live on us.
for a moment I saw spiders everywhere. There were spiders everywhere in my
Yeah,
vision,
apparently there's these half
and
human, half spider creatures that live on us.
that live on us.
Yeah, they're
Oh
invisible
wow,
though. You can't see them.
right. At one point during this, I can't remember when this was, but I also saw like 2 Medusa type beings. They were like succubus, like Medusa types, and they were like blending in with the dark ether, except they had glowing holographic tattoos
Any of you
that
guys
were
ever
like kind of
played
greenish.
AD&D or Dungeons and Dragons? Look up the
Uh,
monster manual in there, and a lot of the things that you're describing, and a lot of things that I've seen in remote viewing are pretty much from like AD&D books, the monster manual.
oh wow,
Yeah,
dude, that makes sense. Like, you know what? That really makes sense actually, because a lot of these things in fantasy, like dwarves and and trolls and giants and wizards and elves and all this stuff. Like, I've seen these types of things like before in trips, and I've actually wondered, like, you know, some of these mythologies and some of these cultures, like, where the hell are they getting the concept of like a minotaur, or like elves and dark elves, or
Well, they probably,
dwarves,
yeah, they existed. We looked at the fairies last weekend. They were
spider
they were a
people, like you
fun
said.
culture. We were looking at their culture.
Whose culture?
The fairies. And
Oh,
they're like
yo,
constant jousters. They love to joust with each other, like with whips and yeah, the men just love to fucking just like scare each other to games of death, you know, of speed, right? Because they're really fast. That's why we can't see them. They're so fast. You just never see them. And that's what they love. That's what their culture is
wow.
based on, is them having fun with their speed, challenging each other to games of speed.
Yeah, I've seen fairies.
People saw them shooting arrows at each other. I saw them using whips at each other. They just love to play games like that, dangerous games.
Wow, that's interesting as fuck. I've heard people talk about the fairy realms.
Yeah, well, they're here.
I've
Like,
heard.
I haven't seen
you
them,
know,
but
I don't promote this at all, but I've heard people tell stories about doing DXM, which is one of the active ingredients in cough syrup, but they do it in these red tablets, where it's only DXM, and it's basically a dissociative if you take it in high amounts. And this guy was talking about going to the fairy realm, and
oh
he
wow,
said that he he was showing these fairies, and that they were like the two best looking motherfuckers he had ever seen in his life, and he started laughing at them because they were trying to tell him that they were fairies, but they didn't have wings, so he was laughing at them. And next thing he knew, he got thrown in fairy jail, where he got to see a real fairy that had wings, which is a female. And
yeah,
apparently, the males,
that's
from
very
what he
interesting.
was saying, was some of the males don't have wings actually,
Yeah,
which is weird.
I saw them just floating on the air. Some of them were more floating on the air than using wings. It was
Interesting.
weird, yeah. You can see that in my previous video that exact comment. I see them more
Yeah,
floating on the air.
I'm gonna go back and watch some of your streams, Max, because I feel like I'm probably missing out on some really good
Yeah, if you
stuff
watch the
you're
last
revealing.
40 minutes of each stream, that's where we do the destinations about around that time.
Okay.
Before that, it's just you can practice on images. I do pictures, basically, to enable you to freeze images in your mind. That way, when you're remote viewing, because the images, everybody gets a message, right? You're all getting that connection. But there's the other crap that's in the way. There's your own ego. There are things that get in the way. So that, you've got to have that connection. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
Oh, I know exactly what you're saying. I'll pick it up. I'll pick up the baton there, the torch. It's like you have to be able to like get into a state where you're like surrendering your ego, but
Yeah,
you still have a grip on your consciousness, basically. It's like you tap into the ego that's above your ego, like a totem
yeah,
pole. You wanna shoot your consciousness up the totem pole, which is like basically what happens with things like DMT and other things
yeah,
that you can do for raising your consciousness and activating your third eye. Like
yeah,
you want to raise your consciousness to like that super ego, which is like your soul ego, or even beyond it, where you're just like pure consciousness. But you can like navigate as well as being pure consciousness, like the Merkaba as they call it. It's some trippy stuff, man. Like the light body is another thing they call it. I don't want to speak too specifically because I feel like there's a lot of ways to go about this. But one thing's for sure is you have to definitely like surrender your ego. But like you have to learn to navigate when you have surrendered your ego, which is like
yeah. You
creating
have
like
to
a
be able to
different
interpret the
layer.
messages that are coming in without letting the ego get in the way. That's what doing constant practice will help with, because you'll learn where the ego starts and stops with what you're seeing.
Ooh, right. Okay. Yeah. Well put.
Yeah. Once
So
you've
that's why
mastered the
practicing is
ego.
important.
That's why what is important?
That's why it's important, to master the ego. And you can
Yeah.
do it very quickly too.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, you only have to do it for a few seconds even. It's just letting completely go of everything is a good way to think of it. With your own interpretations, your own perceptions, your own thoughts. Let those go for a few seconds and you'll see what's like, well, with remote viewing, you'll see the target that we've assigned to a number, if you have, when you're doing astral travel,
Wow.
the same thing, you should always have a destination. Don't do astral travel willy-nilly. Hi, Jackie. Have a destination in mind, a question, something you're searching for. Don't just go in willy-nilly.
Whoa, that that really makes sense. Yeah, like that's simple, but that's profound. I'm glad you say that.
Yeah, you're going to get, your ego will get in there and all kinds of other things, and it probably might not be good. So
Okay, so I'm gonna suggest this
like
since
not good
we're talking
information,
about
or
this.
yeah,
The twisting of like the I know what you're saying, the corrupting of the information through like
yeah.
the interpretation of the
You
egoic
could be
filter.
receiving like wrong messages. You could be receiving multiple overlapping messages.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what you're getting?
Yeah, so I think you guys should look up this artist. I mean, I know we've been going for a while here, so I know you guys
I
might need to
have
get
to go
going.
very soon. I have to eat.
Yeah,
And my show's in 45
Hey,
minutes.
yeah, go ahead, man. You've been
All
on here
right,
for a
guys.
long time with us, Max, man. Go ahead,
Much
bro. I
love to you
appreciate your
all.
input.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys listening to me, and I appreciate the back and forth. You guys are very knowledgeable. I love that.
Hey,
Excellent.
write this down before you go, or just copy and paste this. Salvia Droid, I put it in the private chat just now. Salvia Droid is an artist that you should look up in
All right.
regards to everything that we've talked about here tonight.
He's on YouTube.
Oh, it looks like we're getting assaulted here in the chat, the live chat.
Oh, about Cali?
No.
No, I guess they're coming after OTW here. They found OTW or something. I don't know. Well, anyway, Max, yeah, look into Salvia Droid.
Okay, will do. Much love to you
Very
all.
interesting.
Keep
You
that
as well,
third eye
Max.
open. Maybe we'll see you in class in about 45 minutes.
All right,
Okay,
man. I
bye-bye,
appreciate
guys.
you. All right, peace. Glenn, are you still there? Okay, I'm gonna assume that Glenn is not on. OTW, I think I'm gonna wrap this up actually, because I am at work. I got some things I need to attend to. And I also think I've gone on long enough about my visions and such. You guys been on here with a minute with me, especially Max. So OTW, if you're there, man, I'm about to shut this bitch down.
Yeah, sounds good, dude.
I think the mob's coming after you as well, and I don't feel like
Yeah,
going in and
probably.
dealing with anyone in the chat. So I'm just gonna let them have their fun and
Yeah.
shout out
good.
to you, man. Appreciate you showing off the knives and the machete, and I definitely need to get a bow now after talking with all of y'all about that, the crossbows and the bows. That shit's tough. Hey, I'll be talking to you, bro. Appreciate you hopping on here, man.
Yeah, much love, man. See you next time.
All right, dude. Peace.
Ciao.
All right, Glenn. I'm guessing you're not here, man. I haven't heard from you in a minute, bro. Much love, everyone. We're going to shut it down here. It's 9:17. I'm on 17%. Hey, shout out to everyone from Paul's stream. I see y'all hopped in here and wanted to come for OTW. I'm not even gonna start or say anything. Much love to all of y'all. Peace.